Hello everyone and welcome to a very nice game that was played in the New York Park where a lot of people get together to play chess. It's a game between a hooded gentleman, I do not know his identity, and FIDE master Adewumi Tanitolova, also known as Tani. And it's quite a game where the King's Gambit is basically refuted. It's not refuted at its core because of course you can play it, but you will, if you face the King's Gambit quite a lot, and if you struggle with it, maybe you can use this in your own games. And Bobby Fischer even he wrote an article after he lost to Boris Spassky. If you remember, we've covered the game. If you haven't seen it, do check it out. I will put also a link to that game in the description below, how Boris Spassky defeated Bobby Fischer in their first ever game using the King's Gambit. And then Bobby wrote this article saying that the King's Gambit is a terrible opening, that it just loses by force, and then he sort of refuted it. So if you're interested in Bobby Fischer's analysis of the opening, it will also be in the description below. Probably second thing you will see. And also the third thing you will see in the description is the actual video of them playing this game, if you guys want to see them in action. I do suggest you watch it. It's a blitz game, so it doesn't take a whole lot of your time. But there is quite a lot to enjoy, and there are many hidden lines here that you guys will appreciate. So let's dive straight into it. The hooded gentleman has the white pieces, and he opens with e4. We have e5, and as advertised, the King's Gambit is on the board. Pawn to f4. We have e captures on f4, knight to f3, and now in that article, if you click on it, Bobby Fischer suggests pawn to d6 as the best way to treat the King's Gambit, sort of a waiting move, and then, well, read his analysis if you guys are into that. But yeah, there are many good moves here. Today, the most common way of treating this is the way it was treated in the old days, basically in the era of Morphy and Anderson. G5 is the serious attempt at refuting the gambit, and it can be played. But Tani goes for knight to e7, and it's also one of the most annoying lines to play against, because black gets the key with the f4 pawn. Usually white will just develop the knight, play d4, and recapture the pawn with bishop captures on f4. But now, after pawn to d4, we have knight to g6, just defending the pawn on f4. We have knight to c3 now, and just bishop to e7. And if you want, you could maybe try something like pawn to h4. If you want to try to kick away the knight, then black will just play pawn to h5. And if you try something like knight to e2, you want to go after the pawn here, then you just allow black to really develop. Pawn to d5 attacks the e4 pawn, and then after e5, this bishop to h4 is now quite a problem for you. In some lines, you can even play g3, but this is not one of them. For example, g3, f captures on g3, and now if h captures, you're just going to bring the bishop back, bishop to e7, and you haven't recaptured the pawn, you've just messed up your pawn structure, and black will have an okay game. This is not lost for white by force, but it will give black a very decent game. So instead, after bishop to e7, the hooded gentleman continues with bishop to c4. If you by any chance know who this is, do mention in the comments, so you know everyone knows, but I was unable to find out. And here we have castles, just castling the king to safety. Castles by black, and although now bishop to h4 check is possible, and now it would be pretty bad. I'm just going to show it to you because it's super fun. If bishop to h4 check, g3, you're gonna capture on g3. Now bishop captures on g3, but after king to e2, now the g file is also open, and with the h file open, the g file open, the bishop on this diagonal, this is sort of a dream position for white when playing the King's Gambit. For example, castles, bishop, g5, you cannot push the f pawn, you have to play queen to e8. Now comes queen to g1, and after the bishop moves, let's say bishop f4, knight captures, bishop captures, knight captures with check, king d2. Now look at this, the rook controls h file, queen controls the g file, bishop controls this diagonal, the knights are beautifully placed, the other rook is coming to f1. This is completely winning for white. There is no playing this position. So instead, after bishop to c4, like we said, Tani just castles. We have castles by the hooded gentleman, and now pawn to d6. We have knight to d5, sort of breaking opening principles here, moving the same piece twice out of the opening, but you want to win the bishop pair, so it's justified. Bishop to e6, and now queen to e2, developing the queen, and also now if the bishop moves, then If the knight moves, the bishop on c4 will be defended. So here Tani gives up the light square bishop, bishop captures, and now he plays c6. Further chases away the bishop, bishop to b3, and now knight to d7. You have to continue development, and now pawn to c4. This is a positional error by white. Yes, you want to control the center, but not too much center. Here, by playing pawn to c3, you would actually have more control over the center, because after black plays c5, you don't have to worry about your pawn on d4 being removed. Here, after pawn to c4, Tani immediately challenges it with c5, and now d4 pawn will fall. You can play d5, but that's just bad. Your light square bishop is just terrible here, and well, you've given up the e5 square for the black knight. That's not really good. So bishop to d2, white just continues development, c captures on d4, knight captures, and now queen to b6 makes sense as the diagonal has now opened up. Bishop to c3, defending the knight, and now bishop to f6, piling up on the d4 knight, rook a to d1, and now rook a to e8. You could also consider a move like knight to c5 or bishop to e5, but Tani goes for rook to e8. And now, okay, if bishop to a4, this could be annoying, but you can just move the rook to e7, so it's not a problem. We have queen to g4, and now we have knight d to e5, going after the queen here, even though it seems like your knight here is hanging, so you have to move it, but just for fun, I will show you rook captures on e4 can be played. And now if queen captures on d7, you will just play bishop captures on d4. And after bishop captures, rook captures, now you are threatening all sorts of nasty discoveries, so the king will have to move. You're going to play rook captures, and now play something like queen to f2, and you don't really have time to go after the d6 pawn, as f3 is coming, and you are just lost here as white. So after queen g4, knight d to e5 by Tani, going after the queen, and this is a blitz game. I'm only showing you these extra lines for your entertainment. Queen back to e2, and now you could play a lot of moves here, like knight can come back to c6. You could start advancing with pawn to h5, but Tani goes pawn to f3, and it makes sense. You want to really free up this f4 square for the knight to go after the queen. G captures on f3. Notice that the knight cannot capture, even though if you check out the video in the description, the hooded gentleman actually picks up the knight, and he wanted to grab the f3 pawn with the knight, but then he realizes that he can't, even though it would be a great move. So G captures on f3, knight to f4 now. Now you can see how the how black's pieces are starting to pile up in front of the white king. Queen to d2, going after the knight, and now look at this, knight e to d3, and it looks very scary. Now this knight cannot move because this knight hangs, this knight cannot move because this knight hangs, but you are not in time to attack the knight because your knight on d4 is hanging, so you have to first tend to that. So queen to e3, and now knight to h3 with check. King g2, you could also play king h1, but black's move is the same, so knight d comes to f4 with check. King to h1, and now queen to c5, preparing to shift the queen over to the king side. Notice how the knights are covering g1 and g2 squares, so you can't really put the rook on the semi-open g file, and black is free to just mount the attack as slowly as he wants. So knight to c2, offering a queen trade, but Tani just declines. We have queen to g5, rook to d2. Now you have to defend against the mate threat with queen to g2. So rook to d2, and now bishop captures on c3, and this is a beautiful move, because your bishop here is one of the few pieces that is not involved in the attack. The knights are attacking the white king, the queen is very nicely placed. The bishop, however, not attacking the king on h1, and also you're just in the way of a nice rook lift. Imagine rook e6, rook to g6, putting even more pressure on that king's side. So bishop captures on c3, giving up your bishop that's not really doing all that much for white's very, very strong dark square bishop. So b captures on c3, and now I know you guys know what's coming. Rook to e6, a very nice rook lift, and now comes knight to e1. Here, if you try c5, it looks like it could be something. You open up a discovery on the rook. It doesn't really matter, just rook h6 or something. And if c captures on d6, you can just recapture. I mean, the rook still cannot move because of this checkmate, and you only helped black develop. So instead, after rook to e6, knight to e1, a very nice move, as it also covers the g2 square. And now comes rook to g6. We have pawn to c5. You have to play something, and white is pretty much out of moves. D captures on c5, and now bishop to d5, going after the b7 pawn. And now Tani just plays h5. You want to give your king some breathing room here on h7, so you don't have to worry about any back rank issues. Bishop captures on b7. The move doesn't really achieve all that much. You grab a pawn, but what you really do is allow Tani to activate his last piece, and that is the rook on f8. Rook to b8 now attacks the bishop on b7, bishop to d5, and now rook to b1. And look at this now. Every piece of Tani's is attacking the white king, and if white makes even a slight imprecision, it is game over. Black is completely winning whatever white does, but just to give you an example of what's hidden in the position, let's say you play a3. What are the threats here? There are so many threats here. I'm just going to show you the ones that are the most fun. Look at this, knight to d3. What is this? What kind of a move is this? The knight can be captured by the knight, by the rook, and by the queen, but whatever you do, you are just getting checkmate in most devious ways possible. Look at this. If knight captures on d3, then comes rook captures on f1 with check. You have to block, queen to g1, and then just rook captures on g1, or queen captures on g1 will deliver checkmate. So obviously the knight cannot move. What happens if rook captures? Well, then you've lost one of the defenders of the g2 square, and now look at this, a beautiful queen sacrifice. Queen to g2 check, knight captures on g2. Now look at this, rook captures on f1 with check, only move queen to g1, and now this spectacular smothered mate fork combo. I mean, this is just absolutely spectacular. I don't think we've ever had like a smothered mate fork combo. This is beautiful stuff. So that's what happens if the rook captures. If the queen captures the knight, then comes queen to g1 check. Another very nice sacrifice. Rook captures, and then just rook captures on g1 will be checkmate. And of course, now that you see that the knight cannot be captured, you might think, well, let's just trade queens. Obviously, you're not gonna checkmate me if I trade queens. Yes, he is. If queen captures on g5, you're just going to recapture, and whatever white does, it's still checkmate. Again, if something like a rook captures on d3, the queen isn't really needed. Knight to f2 with check, you even sacrifice the knight. Rook captures on f2, rook captures on e1 with check, and now only move is rook to f1, followed by rook captures on f1 checkmate, as this rook covers the g2 square. So after this rook to b1 move, those are the threats in the position. If white doesn't find some miraculous move that solves all of this, which of course did not happen, as it's impossible, so white decided to go out swinging. He didn't want to, just surrender here. He played bishop captures on f7, king captures on f7, and now rook to d8. Rook to d8. And here Tani thought about the position for a few seconds, and then he just captured the free rook as the hooded gentleman blundered an entire rook. And it was in this position on move 33 that the hooded gentleman resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. It's mate in whatever you want, whenever you want it. But when you will be retelling the story of this game and maybe even showing it to your friends in the bar and the library, you can also show queen to g2 check, as the smothered mate is still possible. Knight captures on g2, rook captures on f1, queen to g1, and now again the beautiful finish, knight to f2, a beautiful smothered checkmate. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you struggle against the King's Gambit, and there are many ways of dealing with the King's Gambit, you could accept it. You could go for the Folkbear counter Gambit. You could just play the main line with advancing the h pawn like we've discussed, but also this e captures on f4, knight f3, and knight to e7 can be really troublesome for white, as once this d4 move is played, white will struggle. I mean, it's just people who play the King's Gambit on a club level player. They are very much used to playing d4, e4, knight f3, and then just recapturing the pawn on f4. With you playing knight e7, knight to g6, yes, you've spent 2 moves developing your knight, but then your opponent will be like, but yeah, what do I do now? It's very unclear. So yeah, maybe if you guys like it, you can try it in your own games and hopefully win some nice ones as well. As you've seen that it's possible. Tani really played a beautiful game here, and the Hooded Gentleman really played a very strong game as well. I mean, it wasn't until maybe like move 25 that he did his first, not a blunder, but first inaccuracy. So I mean, even when the position was completely crazy, the engine said it was like 0.00. So it's a fun opening, but it doesn't seem that you risk all that much. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for suggesting such a lovely game. Like I said, in the description you can check out Fischer's game versus Spassky. In the King's Gambit, you can check out Bobby Fischer's article about the King's Gambit after he lost that game to Spassky, and also you can check out the actual footage of this game. Those will be the first 3 links in the description below. So if you have some extra time, do check it out. Not a bad way to spend the day. So yeah, once again, really hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Jack Obid, Goncalo Marovo, Martin Georg Paparik, Sofus Ferreson Fine, and Sashari Subramanian for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions, such as this one, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome back to the 1858 match between Daniel Harvitz and Paul Charles Morphy. We left it off in the previous video. We already showed the first game of the match, but this is a game that happened even before the match started. I knew that the game took place, but I didn't know that the moves were recorded. So I'm showing it now. Should have shown this game and then went on to the first game of the match, but it is as it is. So, like I said, when Morphy approached Daniel Horowitz to request a match with him, he wasn't really interested, but then the crowd started cheering, and then he said, okay, maybe we could play a match, but I first want to play a casual game against you. And this is the casual game that the 2 of them played. Horowitz insisted that Morphy has the black pieces and that Horowitz will play the King's Gambit and that Morphy should accept the King's Gambit. I guess it was just his way of checking Morphy's strength level and also Morphy's theory knowledge. So this is the game. It's really an awesome game, so I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy it. Without further ado, let's check it out. So Horowitz with the white pieces opens with e4. Sorry about that. We have e5 by Morphy, and like we said, the King's Gambit declined will be the King's Gambit accepted will be on the board. So f4, the King's Gambit is on the board, and e captures on f4. So this is pre-arranged. Morphy had to go for this. We have knight to f3, and now g5 by Morphy, defending that f4 pawn, and everything is perfectly fine. This is good for black, not a problem here. We have h4. This is the absolute best move in those days, and it's still being played today, although maybe not in serious games. g4 and now knight to e5. So here we have knight to f6 by black and bishop to c4 now, going after this f7 pawn. Today the engines have shown that just capturing on g4 is maybe a more solid way to play this for white, but in those days bishop to c4 was definitely the go-to move. We have d5 striking in the center, and now Horowitz can't really capture with the bishop, because if he captures with the bishop, Morphy is very happy. He just trades here, plays queen captures on d5, and has a nice attack on the knight and on the g pawn here, and not maybe the greatest of moves for black. So instead we have e captures on d5. Yes, Morphy gives up a pawn, but he now plays bishop to d6. Now this d5 pawn is blocked. You can never reach f7 again, and Morphy is perfectly happy with this position. So here Horowitz goes for d4, cementing that knight on e5, and now as this also opened up an attack towards the f4 pawn, Morphy defends it. We have knight to h5. We have bishop to b5 with check, and here we have c6, just blocking this idea. And let me just check something. After this, yeah, here, of course, you have to do something about this. D captures on c6 was played, and here you have to, again, do something about this. I just want to check. I forgot to check if this was ever played in actual games, but it seems that it was, yeah. From 1983. Yeah, there is one game that reached this position from 1983 that featured the move Morphy played. It's Arthur Bromland versus Peter Varley, and White was able to win this game. But here it's just completely crazy what happens. So here After this, d captures on c6. Morphy just has to capture the pawn back, but Morphy castled here, and this is just crazy. I will show, however, what happens if you just capture the pawn. If you just capture the pawn, it seems dangerous because white has a double attack on the c6 square. The problem is black is very happy to give up the rook, because after captures, and captures with check, you're just going to play bishop to d7, and white cannot capture the rook. If white captures the rook, then you have this knight to g3, and white is completely lost. You cannot castle. The king is in the center of the board. The rook is under attack. The bishop pair will very soon be fully operational. And just to give you an example, for example, you try rook g1, you save the rook, queen to e7 with check. King to f2, and now you're just gonna castle, and this king has no squares. You're just gonna completely destroy white from this position, even though you're down a rook. So this is what you should play here, but Morphy castled here, and he allowed white a most devious idea. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the absolute best move for white while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting C captures on B7. That's the way to go. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, yes, that is what was played here. Point is, you're attacking the rook, you're forcing bishop captures, and now the bishop will no longer be defending the g4 pawn. And it's very strange that Morphy allowed this. Captures was played, followed by captures with check. Now you have to move the knight, otherwise you're going to lose it. So knight to g7, and here just bishop captures on f4. Again, cementing that knight here. And it seems like Morphy's position is very active, but this is one such position where it doesn't matter what black plays, black will always be lost. And I think since this is the first game Morphy played against Harvitz, he didn't really try and play all the best moves. He really just wanted to test Harvitz, and maybe not to that exact extent, maybe even throw the game just so Harvitz would accept his offer of a match. But here Morphy played queen to b6, now playing for tricks a little bit. He's hoping for bishop to h6. It seems like Morphy's completely lost because the checkmate cannot be defended, but you actually lose to bishop captures on e5. The checkmate is now defended, and after captures you will also pick up the bishop on h6. But Harvitz, not a stranger to such fine moves himself, goes just knight to c3, defends the bishop, and offers the d4 pawn. If Morphy captures, he's just going to play rook to d1, and he's very happy here. So instead, Morphy plays bishop captures on e5, with bishop captures on e5, and now f6, pushing the bishop back, but it's very hard for Morphy to take advantage of this, because the bishop still covers the e8 square. There's no rook to e8. So here, knight to a6 by Morphy. Now he has to continue developing pieces. Maybe knight to b4 is an idea. And now Harvitz just castles. So both players have castled their kings now, and Morphy brings the rook into the game. Rook a to d8. Prepares to capture the pawn on d4, put more pressure on the queen here. So Harvitz defends it. Rook a to d1, and now Morphy gets the king out of the way. King to h8, now the knight can move, and also, if needed, you can bring the rook to the g file. So here, bishop captures on a6. There's also the idea of bishop to f2, just getting that bishop there, and then you start pushing your passed pawn. But Harvitz instead went for bishop captures on a6, bishop captures, and now rook f to e1. He shifted his rooks to the center of the board, but it seems odd giving up the bishop pair in a position this open. But okay, we have bishop back to c8 by Morphy, putting pressure on the queen. Queen to f3, and now bishop back to b7. So getting the bishop to b7 with tempo. If you just play bishop to b7, it's like giving white a move. This way you play bishop c8 back to b7, and then once the queen moves, it will again be your move. So queen to d3, and now rook to d7. Adding another defender to the 7th rank. Also, maybe now you can double up on the d file, put some pressure on the pawn here. But now queen to b5, wanting to exchange queens and offering a rook trade. And even though Morphy is down in material, he's actually down 3 pawns here. Exchanging queens is black's best hope here, because after captures and captures, you're going to play this knight to f5 move, attack the bishop, and once the bishop moves, shift the rook to the g file. You can bring the other rook to the g file, put a lot of pressure on the g2 pawn. So this seems like the way for black to achieve some counterplay. But here we have queen back to d8 by Morphy, and now d5. Not only a pawn push, but also prevents this bishop from reaching the g2 pawn. We have knight to f5 by Morphy, attacking the bishop here, bishop back to f2, and now rook to g8. So Morphy definitely has counterplay, but it's 3 pawns. If you don't have checkmate, 3 pawns is too much. So here, queen back to d3. Morphy attacks. Harvitz attacks Morphy's knight on f5, and now Morphy doesn't move the knight. Rather, he plays rook d to g7. And now it's a piece sacrifice for an attack. Rook captures and g2 check is coming, and Harvitz accepts the challenge. He plays queen captures on f5. Morphy grabs on g2 with check. King to f1, and now the seemingly crushing bishop to a6 check, but the problem is it's not. Knight blocks with knight to e2, and now queen to d6 by Morphy. Morphy blocked all of white's counterplay, and there doesn't seem to be anything white can do. Queen to h2 is coming, and just to give you an example, if you try something like b3 to play c4 to cut off this bishop's attack towards the knight and king here, queen h2, and it's game over. There is no way to defend against this queen to h1, and even queen captures on f6 check is just met with this, and still so much pressure along the g file, this will just be game over. There's nothing white can do here. But here Harvitz shows what an excellent defender he is, and here Harvitz plays rook to d3, and this is very instructional because the rook can now be captured, but Harvitz doesn't care. Harvitz is already up material, so he doesn't mind giving back a little bit of material to survive the attack, or something to always keep in mind when someone sacrifices material for the attack. And now rook to d3 isn't only allowing the knight to move, because now the rook is blocking this diagonal, but also covers the extremely important g3 square. What I mean by this, he stopped Morphy's queen to h2 idea with this rook to d3 move, and this is insane, because now after queen captures on f6 with check and the planned move rook d back to g7, now threatening queen to h1, is met with the very unpleasant rook to g3. This is awesome stuff, and now you don't really have anything here. After queen to h1, you can play bishop to g1, and the rook cannot be captured as this rook is pinned. So this was Harvitz's idea, and I think here Morphy realized, okay, maybe this guy knows his stuff, but it was still very. I still don't think Morphy even considered this to be a defeat. I think he just wanted to get a match with Harvitz, because he, as we already mentioned, he said that it doesn't matter what stakes Harvitz chooses, that Morphy will accept them. So if Harvitz chose, like, let's play for 1,000 horses, Morphy would accept that. So it was never even in Morphy's possible future outcome that he could lose a match, regardless of who he played. So very interesting. So rook to d3, like we said, now Morphy cannot go for this queen to h2 idea. He plays bishop captures on d3. He accepts this material, giving back c captures, and now rook to h2. What do you do here? The other rook can now come to g2, and here we have knight to f4, blocking the queen's diagonal and also preparing knight to e6, which will cut off the queen's defense to the f6 pawn. Morphy goes rook to h1 check, but now king e2. Everything is perfectly fine. If rook to e8 with check, doesn't matter. You can just block with the knight to e6. So here rook to h2. And now knight to e6. Even this, preparing queen captures on f6. And now you could go for this rook to g2, threatening to pick up the bishop with check. The problem is after queen captures on f6 check and king to g8, Harvitz has this amazing king to d1. And now you cannot capture the bishop, because if you capture, then you no longer guard the g7 square, and this is checkmate. So Harvitz really showing what a great player he is. So here Morphy adds another defender to the f6 pawn, rook to g6 is played. And now, what do you do here? Well, rook to c1. You could also play h5. h5 is very nice here. A rook to c1 is played, going for rook to c8. And now Morphy has to go back and defend. Morphy plays queen to b8 to keep an eye on the c8 square and also attack this b2 pawn. But Harvitz shows that he has all the time in the world. He just plays b3 and asks Morphy, what are you going to play here? So Morphy, without a good move, decides to go for rook g to g2. He offers the f6 pawn for some counterplay, but Harvitz knows his stuff. We have queen captures on f6 with check, king to g8, and now king to e3. Again, a great move by Harvitz. Now, of course, this is not possible because of, not that, obviously, because of checkmate. I still don't know why it's possible for me to do this arrow. Why would the queen be able to do this? But, you know, those are the joys of user interfaces. So here, rook to h3 with check, king to e2, and now Morphy, for the lack of a better move, goes for rook captures on f2 with check, queen captures on f2, and now rook to h2. It seems like Harvitz is losing his queen because the h2 square is defended, but he's actually not. There is only one good move for Harvitz here, and of course you all see it because it's the only move. Rook to g1 with check. That's the point. King has to move king to h8, and now comes rook to g2, and the queen is not lost. So here, queen to e5 check by Morphy, king to f3. We have queen captures on d5 with check, king to g3, now forcing a trade because the rook is under attack, captures with check, captures, and now Morphy wins the knight here, but it's to no avail. Just queen to a8 check by Harvitz, king to g7, now queen captures on a7 with check, and it was in this position on move 47 that Paul Charles Morphy resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Sure, he could prolong the game and, you know, deliver a million checks, but he did the gentlemanly thing to do, and he resigned the game. He's down 3 pawns, and of course, if he doesn't expect Harvitz to play like really bad, then it's really not a question of who will win this game. So this is the game that got Harvitz interested in the match, and he saw, okay, I've heard of this Morphy, but I can definitely not only hold my own, but I even outplay them many times. And now it's interesting because I don't know if this game was a part of the match. I don't know if Morphy would have gone for this after d6. I don't think it's. I mean, Morphy found way harder moves than just grabbing back the pawn, and even if this wasn't winning by force, giving up this rook just for a bishop pair is something Morphy did a lot of times. So here I think he just wanted to make the game interesting, see what Harvitz was able to do, and get him to accept the match. So I think that's the reason that this game had the outcome that it did. But okay, Harvitz accepted the match. As you all know, we already showed the first game of the match in the previous video. We are continuing with the second game of the match, which is also incredibly interesting. But this is one of the finest matches in Morphy's career. Maybe not the finest, but one of the finer ones. So we're gonna enjoy a lot of great games here. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Lewis Haywood, Dale Cook, John Uring, Steve Green, and Austin Del Rio for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and of course, whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing our 1858 clash between Paul Charles Morphy and Henry Edward Bird in London, and this is game 3, not game 3 of the actual match, but game 3 that we're showing. And if you're just joining the show, or if you've just joined the channel, you might think, why is Morphy already third game in a row white? Well, the problem is, it's not like if you were challenger you get white in every game. It's because not all games of this encounter were recorded, so we only have a few games. I'm not going to mention how much because I might spoil the result, but so far we've shown 2. Morphy has won both of them, and this is only the third game that we're showing. So that's why for the third time in a row Morphy has the white pieces. But without further ado, let's check out what happens in this game. So Morphy again opens with e4 as he usually does. We have e5 by Bird, and now comes f4. Morphy goes for the King's Gambit, and yeah, sorry about that, too loud. We have f4 and e captures on f4. Bird accepts the King's Gambit. So not the Queen's Gambit that everyone's talking about these days. This is the King's Gambit. We have knight to f3, and now g5. Seems a bit weird playing your pawn like this already on the third move, but this is actually the strongest reply by Black, and it is played even today in 2020 against the King's Gambit if Black accepts such a challenge. So here we have h4, immediately threatening to capture on g5, and now g4, and here knight to e5, now with a double attack on the g4 pawn. There are some lines of the King's Gambit where you can sacrifice this knight, but it's not one of them. For example, if bishop to c4 and you give up the knight, yes, you have a lot of development. You can play d4 castles, maybe capture on f4, but it's actually very easy for Black to play. Let's say just knight c6 captures, threatening checkmate, and just queen to f6, and Black is perfectly fine White doesn't really have anything to show for here. And you have to be extra careful, because if you capture on c7, this just traps white's queen and it's game over. So, although you can sacrifice the knight, there are some lines, not for real, only for fun, you know, for to play with your friends at the bar in the library, but this is not one of them. So, knight e5, and now knight to f6. Bird continues developing, showing that he knows the theory of the king's gambit. Bishop to c4, now threatening on f7, and now the absolute best reply, d5, giving back one pawn and opening up the light square bishop. So if you capture with the bishop, black is very happy to take away your light square bishop. So here we have e captures on d5 by Morphy, and now bishop to d6, blocking the pawn, attacking this knight, and saying you don't really have anything here. So here we have d4 by Morphy, defending the knight, and now, well, white would really enjoy capturing this f4 pawn, so here Bird defends it with knight to h5. Morphy continues development with knight to c3, and now comes the bishop to f5. There is the possibility of just going castles, but it's seems very odd since your king side is shattered like this, but white king is still in the center of the board, so it wouldn't be all that bad. But okay, he went for bishop to f5 instead, and now comes knight to e2. Here, Morphy misses a great opportunity to play, you know, very well, creatively with bishop captures on f4, but he probably thought that he would get the same amount of play with the move he played. Probably didn't play it for that reason. But here, if you accept the bishop, then just castles, and black is completely busted. You will give back the piece, and black king is still in the center. It's just going to be very hard. For example, even with the best possible defense, f6 attacking the knight here, you still get bishop to b5 check. Bishop back to d7, now saving one of those pieces, and now after captures here, you're gonna capture back, capture back with the knight, and now after knight captures on d7, you're gonna go queen captures on g4, and you're gonna have a really awesome position as rook a to d1, rook a to e1 is coming, and after you move the king or something like that, let's say you give back some material, you get this position where you have two rooks and a knight against a rook, a knight, and bishop. And even though black is up material, black will not survive this. The rook is coming into the game, and well, this rook will most likely never see the light of day. It will be a very quick victory for white. So instead, after this bishop to f5 move, this was a possibility. Morphy now prepares it with knight to e2 first, and now comes the bishop captures on e5, and it is as of move 10 that this position has never been repeated again. We have d captures on e5 by Morphy, and now f3. So Bird is on the attack, and he doesn't care. He gave Morphy a very strong center. He's on the attack, and well, it doesn't seem like Morphy has all that much to do. However, g captures on f3, we have g captures on f3, and now Morphy plays the absolute best bishop to g5, saying I don't mind anything, and you have to, well, you have to try a lot of things. For example, if you just capture here, then queen captures, and you really don't mind that you've given up this piece here. Because you're going to win it back after this is attended to. The queen has to move or play something, but then you're going to recapture, and you're just going to be in a much better position. Another thing you could do, although it doesn't do all that much here after this f6 idea, after bishop to g5, is maybe you have some play here with f2 check, but after king captures, there's just no good continuation here. So not really, not much you can do. Queen to d7 is one option, but then you get knight d4, attacking the bishop here, attacking the pawn, then you're going to go after the knight. e6 is always an option, so there are a lot of options here. However, Bird didn't really learn a lot from his previous game, where we said that f6 was a terrible mistake, and he plays f6 again. And here it's not so bad as in the previous game, but Morphy just continues with e captures on f6. And now, again, it's very difficult for black to find the move. Here, f2 is, again, a possibility, but you have no continuation. If you capture on e2, that is once again possible, but after queen captures, this comes with check now. You don't really have a good place to go, because f7 check will at some point attack the queen. If you go to f8, not really not really a lot for you to do. Bishop h6 check, queen captures on h5 is coming, and if king to d7, then we get the exquisite bishop to d3. And now there's really no move for black to play, because you either move the bishop and you get queen here, or you capture and then you get, well, just queen to e6 with checkmate again. And even if you don't capture, what are you going to play? If rook e8, seemingly winning white's queen, then you have bishop captures on f5 with check, and once the king moves, you're just going to block the rook's attack of the queen, and now black has a king on d6. It's just all over. So after e captures on f6, we have queen to d6 by bird, not allowing this check to come with an attack on the queen. However, Morphy goes for queen to d4 now. Now this check comes with queen captures on h8, so that's always an option. And here Bird really doesn't have all that many good moves. He plays captures on e2, but now Morphy doesn't rush into f7 check and picking up the rook, but rather he just calmly grabs the pawn with bishop captures, and he says, okay, I'm now threatening to capture your knight with check, and also this is still happening, so what are you going to play here? We have queen to g3 check, now looking for some counterplay here, but queen to d2 by Morphy. And here we have castle. So it seems like white really has something here, and you could go for bishop captures on h5. Of course, that's an option, but there's an even better move, one which ends the game on the spot. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find such a move while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on picking up either rook, and for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook 8 to g1, or rook h to g1 for that matter. It's all the same because the queen is under attack and you don't have a move. Or rather, once you move the queen somewhere, let's say queen d6 seems to be the only square, now a nice discovery wins the game. Pretty much anything wins the game. f7 check wins the game, you can capture on h5 wins the game, but the most straightforward is just bishop to f4, picks up the queen, and that's over. Your king is under attack and you don't have anything to do. Once this happens, black loses the queen and it's all over. So yeah, after this rook 8 to g1, Bird resigned, and we now have, of the 3 games we've shown, Morphy is now leading the match 3-0, and it seems like this is Staunton's weakest minion, but you know, Henry Edward Bird was actually an amazing player, and he played some brilliant games, and we will show a few of them, maybe even after his match against Morphy, just so you don't think that he was like a pushover or anything. But yeah, I mean, when you face Morphy, and now Morphy has played already a lot of players, a lot of games, and he's now much more into it, and it will be harder and harder to play against him. So it might have been better for Staunton to accept his challenge right away, rather than to allow him to, you know, get used to playing here, you know, overseas. But yeah, that's why you resign here, 3-0 in Morphy's favor. And next game that we show, Morphy will have the black pieces, so he's not going to be white in all games. Don't worry. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank 2 mystery people for a contribution to my channel: Mark Kaywood, Crafteva, and Joseph O'Regan for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, which are always more than welcome. You see under the board, there's use hashtag suggestion when suggesting a game for me to analyze, and everything else that happens in the chess world, of course. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing the 1858 second match between these 2 gentlemen, Paul Charles Morphy and Adolf Anderssen. After the first serious match, now we have this one that's basically taking place while the photographers are getting ready to take the photo of the 2 gentlemen. And a lot of you have sent me this, I think it's from Ed Winter's chess history website. So here it is. These are the gentlemen, Anderssen and Morphy, over the board playing. Overlooking the board are Riviere and not Max Lange, Riviere and Saint Amand, and it's well, it's not very detailed, but it's the best we have. So let's just enjoy that for a second before we return to this well, beautiful third game of the second match. So there you have it. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Now let's check it out. We're going to have a repetition of the first game, and then at some point Anderson will deviate, well, in hopes of improving his result from game one. Morphy with the white pieces opens with e4. We have e5, f4. Morphy goes for the king's gambit. E captures on f4, knight to f3, and g5. So everything like in game one. Bishop to c4 and bishop to g7. If you haven't checked out the video from game one of this match, do check it out, as we've discussed all of the moves that you're seeing here in length. We have castles by Morphy, and now d6. We have c3. Morphy now ready to grab the full center here with d4, and knight to c6. We have queen to b3, threatening to capture on f7, queen to e7, Anderson defends, and now d4. And here we had this position in game one of the match where Anderson replied with knight to f6, and we said that it was a pretty dangerous line, allowing the knight captures on g5 like this, and we discussed that instead of this, a move like h6 goes, well, really goes a long way. And there's no way for white to really do anything here. Black's position is perfectly fine. Your next moves are knight f6, castles, and you just continue playing the game. So for some reason, Anderson did not enjoy this. Anderson did not enjoy defending. He did not enjoy, grabbing pawns. He wanted to develop and he wanted to attack. Problem is, Morphy was just faster in doing those things. And even if white wanted to bust open with a move like g3, I'm just gonna show a fun line. It's perfectly fine to capture here. There's no way to take advantage of everything honing in on that f7 pawn. Even if knight captures on g5, h captures, and bishop captures on f7 check, we can play king to d8. And now if white wants to win back the piece, then it's a problem. G captures on h2 with check, and now if king h1, queen captures on e4 is a very quick checkmate. Rook f3, queen captures on f3, and if not, if you want to play something else like king to g2, doesn't really matter. Still, queen will go to e4 with check, king g3, rook h3 check, and that's just it. King f2, rook f3 check, and you're getting checkmated. King g2, queen e2 check, and now, well, doesn't really matter what you play, you're getting checkmated. So after h6, black's position is perfectly fine here, but the theory was not all that developed, and not so much theory, but the defending in chess wasn't that wasn't the point of the game, and the problem is Morphy just defended too well when he had to. So here Anderson tries a6 in this position, saying, okay, I didn't play knight to f6, there's really no way for white to take advantage of this position, but there is one way. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find this absolutely best move for Morphy while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on again going for the same move. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's knight captures on g5. This time it works because there's bishop captures on f4 on the next move, if you guys are wondering. So queen captures was played, we have bishop captures on f7 with check, and now if king to f8, it doesn't really help. We're not going to capture the knight here, we're just going to play bishop captures on f4, and now only after the queen moves we're going to capture the knight, and there's no way for black to answer this. You can't capture with the rook because all of the nasty discoveries then become possible, and of course the king cannot capture because the queen is defending the bishop. So here after bishop captures on f7, Morphy played Anderson played king to d8, and now bishop captures on f4, queen to e7, and now Morphy wins back his piece. Bishop captures on g8, and now Anderson has to find a reasonable way of how to continue the game, and he plays bishop to g4, nothing extreme like bishop to h3 like in the previous game. But okay, he's asking maybe Morphy is interested in the b7 pawn, but that makes little sense. If you capture here, then the rook will simply move, attack the queen, and once queen captures on c6, we're going to play rook captures on g8, and Morphy, for the price of one pawn, basically activated both of Anderson's rooks, so that's not the way you play chess. So Morphy continues by developing knight to d2, and now king to d7. The king will now also help out with the defense of the knight if this ever happens, although very unlikely, and the rooks are now connected, threatening to pick up the bishop here. So bishop back to d5 by Morphy, and now knight to d8. defending the b7 pawn once, but Morphy now even captures the pawn. There's no reason to do this. You could also play just e5. You could go knight to c4. A lot of candidate moves here, but Morphy says this is just sufficient. Bishop captures on b7. Point is that if rook b8, queen a4 check gets the queen out of harm's way. So knight captures on b7. We have queen captures on b7, and now Anderson played a5, saying that all right, now I'm gonna bring my rooks into the attack, and my king is perfectly safe here, but that could not be further from the truth. So feel free to pause the video for the second time here and win the game for Morphy while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding, bishop g5 is fine, knight to c4 is fine, all of these moves are fine, but the absolutely crushing move, and the one that Morphy played, is bishop captures on d6. And the point of it is, of course, removing the queen from the defense of the f7 square. And now it really doesn't matter what you play. Queen captures on c7 is a threat, bishop captures here is a threat, so you have to play something. Here, if you capture right away, then Morphy's idea, of course, is rook to f7 check, and there's no good way of replying here. We're gonna capture the bishop, and now whatever you play, let's say the rook is hanging here, rook to d8. Now we simply play knight to c4, attack the queen, and after the queen moves, now we play queen captures on c7. So the queen moved here to kind of defend the bishop, but it really doesn't help. If rook to d7, we can even trade here, captures, and queen e5 check picks up the other rook, and that's it. So Anderson said, all right, obviously the bishop cannot be captured. I'm gonna give up my bishop instead, because you will win it either way. We have c captures on d4, and now queen captures on d6, but now it's pretty much the same thing. Morphy simply played rook to f7 check, and it was in this position on move 19. Again, Morphy wins in 19 moves, that Adolf Anderson resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Whatever you play, let's say bring the king here. If you go to d8 or e8, you just lose the rook with check. So let's say king e6 runs into the beautiful queen b3 check, and the rook is preventing the king from escaping. The queen defends the rook, and this is, this is pretty awesome. I might even use this for a thumbnail. But yeah, you'd have to block with the queen, and then just queen captures on d5 is checkmate. So that's why Anderson resigned after this rook to f7 check, and yet another victory for Paul Charles Morphy in their second match in Paris in 1858. So it's 3-0 for Morphy. We'll see if it will be 6-0, or will maybe Anderson have something else to say about this. But like I said, the problem is not with Anderson's choice of openings or with his ideas. It's just that in this position, he's refusing to play h6. After h6, Morphy would definitely struggle with what to play here. Okay, it's an ugly move to play, but once you play it, there's really no easy way for white to break through. Maybe he will, stumble upon this, maybe not. We'll see what happens next in the saga. So there you have it. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Game 3 of the second match. I would like to thank Harry Walk, Peter Shugart, Michael Keane, Online Buy More, and Dimitar Angelo for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga until it ends. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing our match between, starting our match between Paul Charles Morphy and Henry Edward Bird. As we mentioned in the previous video of the Morphy saga, Henry Bird arrived into town and will now take on Paul Morphy. And I know what you guys are thinking: how many Staunton's minions must Morphy defeat before he actually faces the final boss? Well, imagine how Morphy felt. You're enjoying this match from the comfort of your own home, and Morphy had to travel all the way to England to face them, and of course, Staunton in the end. And here I will just read you a very, very short part from the book on Morphy. Can't remember who the author is due to the anesthesia, but I will put it in the description below. So while Morphy awaited a reply to his letter of August 14th, Henry Edward Bird, one of England's strongest players, returned to London, and the result of his encounter with Morphy was most dramatic. So this is what he says in the book, and we're not going to spoil anything by telling you what the result was, why the match was dramatic, but it was. And also something that very interesting about Henry Bird on his Wikipedia page. It says, although Bird was a practicing accountant, not a professional chess player, it has been said that he lived for chess and would play anybody, anywhere, anytime, under any conditions. And at the time, this game was played. He was not as old as in the photo here. He was actually 29 years of age. So that being said, let's check out the game, and this is the first game of their match. Or it might not be the first one because we don't have all the games from their match on record, on only a few of them, but we'll get back to that. So Morphy has the white pieces in this game, and he opens with e4. Sorry about that. And for those of you who are wondering why my hair is, going places, well, the place where I usually cut my hair has been closed because of, the thing that shall not be named on YouTube. So I had to find another one, and, I did find it, but it will only happen tomorrow. So e4, and Bird replies with e5, and Morphy of course goes ahead and launches the f-pawn, so the king's gambit is on the board, and with the white pieces he wants to see what Bird can do. So here we have bishop to c5. Bird declines the king's gambit, and he goes for rapid development with bishop to c5, which is fine. We have knight to f3 and d6 now. We have c3 by Morphy, saying that, okay, even if you capture it now, I have a massive center here after d4, and even if you don't capture, I'm still going to play d4 at some point. So here bishop to g4, pinning the knight. So now the knight is not really engaged in any struggle for the central squares, and here bishop to c4, and already Morphy has a very nice threat. For example, if you're not careful, for example, if you go for something like knight to f6, you immediately go f captures on e5, and black will not be able to capture. Black will have to give up the light square bishop, because if you capture, then it's the very simple trick: bishop captures on f7, captures, and knight captures on e5 with check, with a double attack on the bishop on g4. You'd have to move the king, and then just knight picks up the bishop, and white is practically winning if no funny business occurs. So here, after bishop to c4, we have knight to c6. This prevents the idea that we've just shown, because the e5 pawn is defended twice by the pawn and by the knight here. So here we have b4, the so-called almost delayed King's Evans gambit. But both of them are declined. It's not actually called that. I just call it that. When the f and b pawn are played, if you guys want, you can also call it that. It's totally cool. So here bishop back to b6, and now a4, preparing a5 to trap the bishop. So of course a6, Bird makes some room for the bishop, and now h3 by Morphy. And here we have already a very exciting moment, something that happens when black does not accept the gambit. White really extends with the pawns, and it's not a problem. But here you have to decide whether you want to capture the knight or you want to go back with the bishop. So it's an open game. It can very easily open up. So maybe keeping the bishop pair makes sense. However, Bird goes for bishop captures on f3. He has a different idea. Queen captures. Morphy brings the queen into the game. Still unable to castle as the bishop slices through this diagonal. And now knight to f6. Bird is now also ready to castle. We have d3 by Morphy, now preparing to bring the bishop into the game. The knight can also join the game, maybe go to e3, maybe to g3, all depends on what black plays. And queen to e7 now. Bird says, I might castle kingside, but I also might castle queenside, although it's a bit less likely that I'm gonna castle queenside with all of these pawns here. So here we have f5. Morphy now closes the structure, and it's not going to be easy to make a breakthrough. If anyone's going to be making a breakthrough, probably going to be black with d5. And here, while you could castle here, it's a bit dangerous. Bishop to g5 is coming, and it's just going to be very unpleasant. After bishop g5, you can bring the knight into the game, for example to h5 with a double attack on the knight, and it doesn't seem like black can do all that much here. So here Bird instead goes rook to d8, and now comes bishop to g5. But now it's a little bit different, as the king still hasn't castled, or the black king might not castle at all, and knight back to b8. This allows knight to d7 to add another defender to the knight, and also you are preparing a central breakthrough with c6 and d5. We have knight to d2, Morphy continues to develop, and c6 now by Bird. We have knight to f1, and now comes d5. So here, there are a couple of ways you could treat this position. For example, a5 is always welcome, knight bd7 always welcome. Bird wastes no time, and he strikes in the center with d5. And it's a very interesting idea, because you can actually capture on d5. For example, e captures on d5, you run into e4, and it looks very scary. I don't think Morphy had any trouble calculating this out, but as you know, Morphy was lazy in calculating when there was no need to do that, something that he shares with, for example, Hosiyar Capablanca. But here we could see a trade, for example, if queen captures on e4, very interesting because the knight is pinned, knight captures, bishop captures, and now bishop to f2 with check, tricking white a little bit, but not all that much. King e2, knight captures on c3 with check, captures, and now you can capture on e7. And we end this variation with white being up a pawn. It's not much, but all in all, white should be better. So instead of going for something like this, Morphy goes bishop back to b3. He wants to keep everything on the board. And now comes queen to d6. Here, again, a lot of moves are possible. The instant d4 is possible. a5 is always an idea because you really want to put pressure on that overextended queen side pawn majority. But okay, queen to d6. And now comes knight to g3 by Morphy. And again, a lot of very interesting options for Bird. Again, a5, always an idea, putting pressure here, just developing knight bd7, adding more, just more defense to this knight on f6. So these are all possibilities. However, Bird castles here, and it could be a little bit dangerous because Morphy immediately goes knight to h5. And now, what's Morphy's idea here? Well, his idea is that, of course, if the knight is captured, then Morphy will grab the rook on d8. But this is exactly what can be played, because after captures, yes, the queen recaptures, but now d4 is incredibly strong for black, and it's not going to be all that easy for white to mount the attack. The f7 pawn is nicely covered, and white has to figure out some way of bringing the rooks into the game. You can, of course, charge with g4, g5, but black is also very, very quick in the attack, and the knight can easily come and help out with the defense. So it is possible. However, after this, sorry about so many howevers, after knight to h5, Bird first played d captures on e4. He threw in a nice Zwischenzug, but this doesn't actually help him, because after d captures on e4 by Morphy, he played knight captures on h5 now. But now it doesn't work all that great, but you're gonna tell me why it doesn't work. So feel free to pause the video here and find the best move for Morphy while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on not grabbing the knight right away. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook to d1. Rook to d1 is the move, because if you go for the knight right away, then queen to d3 is really a nuisance, because you're threatening e4, you're threatening c3. You don't allow this capture, because then you lose control of the d2 square. For example, if bishop captures, rook captures, there's just no defending this. If queen f3 defending, just queen d2 check, king f1, and now rook to d3, and it's all over. The queen doesn't really have anywhere to go. You have to guard the f2 square because of checkmate, and if you block, for example, with this, then it's just queen f4 check, the king has nowhere to go, king e1, and rook e3 just wins on the spot. And another thing, after, if you capture on h5, queen to d3, you could go queen f3, seems like you're defending everything, but then it's just rook to d7, and the game continues. So it is possible to capture the knight, although you don't really gain anything with proper play. So here Morphy played rook to d1, and now it means problems for Bird, because after the queen moves, the rook will be attacked twice, and this is a problem. Morphy will win material here. We have queen to c7, and now bishop captures on d8. We have rook captures, and queen captures, and it doesn't seem like it's all that big of a deal. Of course, captures on h5. But it is a lot. Morphy's king is still in the center of the board, still unable to castle, so this is what Bird is hoping that will allow him to achieve something. But he still has to figure out a way of bringing the queen into the game, and also how to bring the knight into the game. So here we have bishop to e3. Preparing this very sneaky checkmate, queen d2 check, followed by queen to f2 checkmate. And now, while Morphy could capture on f7, not with the queen will be needed to guard the checkmate. Instead, he just goes back. Again, probably lazy to calculate stuff. He just goes back, says, I'm up material. If you want, we can trade queens. So, of course, Bird doesn't want to trade queens, and he goes queen to h4 check. And it's very interesting how Morphy allows this king walk, but it's not all that difficult to calculate. King e2, of course, only playable move that allows white to keep the advantage. And now, even queen f2 check king d3 doesn't do anything for black because there's no way of continuing the attack. The queen cannot deliver any checks, the bishop can't deliver checks. If knight d7, these squares are covered, so the knight cannot join the attack. So here, instead, after king to e2, we have bishop back to b6, now clearing some squares here for the queen. But Morphy just continues the king march, king to d2, and now Bird brings the knight into the game, knight to d7, but now queen g4. Morphy says, all right, we either trade now or you have to play a passive move, and of course, if you trade, Morphy is just up material, so he's going to beat you. So queen to f2 was played, now hoping for some checking opportunities. However, the game is now completely lost for black. Feel free to pause the video and win the game for Morphy while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, especially if you also got the first one correct. It is f6 for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, and it's such a strong move because it threatens checkmate and also threatens the knight here, and there's nothing you can do here. Like, you could try checking queen to e3 check, but after king to c2 it doesn't work. You can do one more check, queen to f2 with check, but then king b1, and there's just no continuing this. You could capture the pawn with the queen, but you give up the knight. But it's something you could have done right away. You didn't have to go for all of these checks. So after f6 you could also capture with the queen and then give up the knight, and now you're just down a whole rook. It doesn't really make sense to continue this. So what you could do after this f6 move to prevent checkmate is capture with the knight, but this doesn't actually prevent checkmate. You know, it only prolongs the game for 3 more moves, because after queen to c8 check, it's game over. You have to give up the 2 remaining pieces, or, you know, I'm just doing this for fun. You could also just give up one and get checkmated, but it would end in checkmate either way. So after this f6 move, Morphy wins the game, and what a victory for Morphy. Especially, I really enjoyed that Morphy won the game with f6 being the finishing move, as he has that, thorn in his eye when Mr. Barnes played f6, and that did not go well for Morphy. But yeah, this is the first game we're showing from the match, Paul Charles Morphy versus Henry Edward Bird. I do hope you guys enjoyed it, and the other games will also be very enjoyable. Now, I still don't know if all of the games that were played were lost, or maybe they just decided to save these ones, as these are the more enjoyable ones. But if I discover any clues about this while I'm reading the book, I will also share this with you. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Bjorn Brenna, Harry Berglund, Ralph Waite, Thomas Connors, and Johan Clayson for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the good stuff, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a really awesome game that comes as a suggestion from Ayun Damani. It's a game from the 2013 tournament in Beijing, China, the Sport Accord World Mind Games, and it's a game from round 7. Vasil Ivanchuk versus Anish Giri, and it features the greatest opening ever. Not the greatest gambit ever, the greatest opening ever, but also a very nice gambit, and that is of course the King's Gambit. And we haven't covered all that many games regarding the King's Gambit. We covered some, especially in the Morphy saga and in the older games, but in modern times, not really. And is this really the greatest King's Gambit game that was played? It's hard to say because there are some of them being played and some of them are really great, but that's why I chose the title, so you guys can suggest if there are some other games past 2013 that featured King's Gambit and maybe a nice miniature, maybe, where good things happen. But that being said, let's check it out, as Vasil has the white pieces, and he opens with e4. We have e5 by Anish, and now f4, going for the King's Gambit. Of course, e captures on f4 is played by Giri. He's an honorable person. Whenever someone plays the King's Gambit against you, you have to accept accept it. That's how it works. Although nowadays, if you play this in a blitz game or in a bullet game, most people will just go for the counter gambit, so Folger's counter gambit, because that also gives black so much counterplay. But e captures on f4, there is nothing wrong with that. And now the most often way to play against black is knight to f3, but just because it's the most often way to play, it's not maybe the best, because of course Giri knows how to play against this. So here we have bishop to c4, going for the bishop's gambit, and now here white is asking black, do you want to go for this check? And going for this check is something that might be playable in, for example, 1850, but nowadays it's just going to be really hard to play. For example, king to f1, and you don't care, you haven't castled, because next you're playing knight to f3, and you're going to start developing all of your pieces with tempo, as the black queen is very weirdly placed here on h4. For example, knight f6, we're going to attack the queen, and now after you move this queen, knight c3, then d4, then the bishop comes alive. And it's even though it might be playable for an engine, a human might struggle with it a bit too much. So instead, after bishop to c4, we have the immediate knight to f6, and now knight to c3, developing and defending. We have c6 now, controlling this knight on c3, and now bishop to b3. As you know, black is preparing d5, so here we have d5, and now you have to capture. If you go for e5, then knight to e4, and now it's black who's just all over the board. That's not what you want to see. So instead, after d5, we have e captures on d5, c captures, and now d4. So grabbing more space in the center, we have bishop to d6, now defending this pawn, and here we have knight g to e2. Sometimes black can play in a way that after he accepts the gambit with e captures on f4, he's gonna try and defend this pawn, but this usually never works out. So here there are some games that reach this exact same position. For example, there's one not so long ago in 2021. Yanni Pomnishi tried it against Levon Aronian. He played bishop to g4 here, or rather Levon played bishop to g4 here, and he won a very nice game against Nepo. It was in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. And also there's a game from 2013, some 6 months before this game between Ivanchuk and Giri, where simply castles was played. It was between Simon Williams and Marcus Ragar, and Ragar defeated Williams here. But for this game, Anish wanted something special. He wanted to play in great style, and he played f3. So he's giving back the pawn voluntarily, and now he says, all right, at least I'm going to mess up your pawn structure in front of the king. But this is maybe exactly what Vasil wants, because he wants to castle queen side. He doesn't want to castle king side. And since Giri will be castling king side, he's going to use the open g file for the attack. But okay. That is why we're showing the game. So g captures on f3, Anish castles here, and now bishop to g5. So now the queen will move, he will castle queenside, and then he's going to try to use the open g file, semi-open g file, for attacking purposes. We have bishop to e6, and now queen to d2. As planned, now preparing to castle queenside, bishop to e7, now the knight can move, and here we have queenside castles, and it is now, as of move 12, that we have a completely new game, but also a position that has never been reached a game. Since some of you ask me, why do I say this? I say it's a completely new game if I'm covering a game from 2021 or modern games, but if I cover a game from 1942, then I'm going to say it's a position that has never been reached again, because, it's weird to say it's a completely new position if the position happened 150 years ago. So that's why I use it, but it's basically the same stuff. So here, after this queenside castles, we have knight to c6, just continuing development. And now, while you might throw in a nice prophylactic king to b1, this is now no time to be prophylactic, and Vasil goes for knight to f4. So what do you do here? We have knight to a5 now, saying that, okay, you're attacking my d5 pawn 3 times, and also just preparing to eliminate one of the defenders. So I could lose material here. So Giri is ready to eliminate this bishop with check, so he eliminates one of the attackers to the d5 pawn. So here, rook h to e1. Here, again, one might expect just rook to g1, because we do have the semi-open g file. We want to double rooks on the g file, but Vasil decides to play it like they did in the old days. When you play the King's Gambit, the rooks belong on d1 and e1, and good things will happen. So here Anish grabs the bishop. We have knight captures on b3 with check, a captures, and now h6, giving Vasil deadly there. He might be interested in capturing here, but he's not. He plays bishop back to h4, and now queen to a5. And now you will see how black's position is completely hopeless after Vasil plays king to b1. So now the prophylactic king to b1 has to be played. Now it's not even prophylactic, now it's just a necessity. But after king to b1, there's no good move for black. Whatever you play is just bad. To give you an example, okay, there's maybe g5 here attacking two of white's pieces, but then we can just eliminate this bishop here and capture. We don't care about this. This is hanging, so black's entire king side just falls apart. And after king to b1, you could also play something like rook 8 to c8, but now you fall into a trap that many a player has fallen for when this diagonal is open. For example, there are plenty of games in the Sicilian you can find where this has happened, because now there you can just play knight captures on d5, and now you're threatening to capture black's queen, so you've just won material. You're threatening knight captures bishop on e7, and here there really is no there is no good move here for white. Whatever you play is just bad. If you trade queens, then you just lose a piece here with check. Only after the king moves, we're going to eliminate the queen, and now we're up a piece. So very, very easily winning. And other than that, you don't have a good move. You don't have a move here. You could go back, queen to d8, but then we just play knight captures, queen captures, and now knight to h5, attacking that pinned knight. And now we're just gonna capture, and everything just gets completely demolished here. So instead, after king to b1, Anish plays knight to e4. It's his last attempt to try and break through. The white queen is now under attack, and he's also attacking the bishop here on h4 that is undefended. But now we have f captures on e4, grabbing that knight. Bishop captures here, and now only now rook to g1. And rook to g1 is the only winning move here, as you have to be really, really quick. The problem is if black tries something like captures a pawn, then we can just eliminate this guy, and then we've opened up this diagonal. So just captures, queen captures on h6, and that's it. There's no defending this. The bishop is under attack. After the bishop defends, we can play knight captures on e4, add another attacker here, and if the queen comes to help out with the defense, we can just capture, and after, let's say, queen captures, just bring the rook into the game. For example, queen f7, rook g1, and there are many ways black can defend this, but in all of them, he will lose terribly. So instead, after rook to g1, we have bishop to g5, but it doesn't matter. Here, you could play something like queen to g2 and then threaten h4 to eliminate to remove the bishop from the defense of the g7 pawn, but Vasil goes for it right away. So here we have h4, bishop captures, queen captures, and now king to h8. This is still a threat. So king to h8, now the g pawn will be able to capture, but now only now e captures on d5. And this is just the absolute simplest way to win, because it's so beautiful. The bishop, of course, cannot capture, because then you play queen here to e5, and now you're threatening not only checkmate, but also to win the piece. So white would seriously lose material here. So instead, after this e captures on d5, we have bishop to d7. But now comes a move that you have to find. There are many moves are winning, but one is just completely winning. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the absolute most precise move to win this game for Vasil while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on always looking for a sacrifice first. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's queen captures on h6. No, it's not. I'm only tricking you. It's rook captures on g7. You had it right. So here, you don't really have a good response, and you have to capture the rook. Otherwise, let's say you try something like queen here to defend the pawn, we can just block this. Now the queen no longer defends. Now you have to capture, and now we go into the same line that actually happened in the game. So instead, king captures was played, but now comes rook to g1. And now the queen and the rook are completely cutting off the king from going anywhere. You have to go to the h file, and you have to go to h7 to guard the h6 pawn. So king to h7 was played, and now comes knight to e4. Again, showing how simple life is for Chucky, just going for that f6 square. Even though if he wanted to calculate, he could find the forcing queen to e4 check It's also very nice, so I'm going to show it. King to h8, queen to e5 check. Now you have to block this, otherwise it's just checkmate. So you have to block this, but now you go back. Queen e3, again threaten this, and now you try to force the king to h7 to get this queen to e7 check move in. So you have to defend this, but now comes this with check, and only now after the king moves, now comes this checkmate. So it's a very beautiful pattern, and it's important to know it, so you can use this to check the black king. Not like that. And then at some point the f pawn will have to move, and then you're gonna remaneuver the queen and deliver checkmate. So it might be useful for you at some point. But he goes for the more simpler line, knight to e4. Now just going for knight to f6 check, queen to h6 checkmate, f6. There's no defense, you have to play something. Knight captures with check, rook captures, and queen captures, now threatening checkmate here. And after bishop to g4 was played here, okay, this bishop to g4 is the one last super sneaky attempt by Anish to trick Vasil into falling for it. If the bishop is captured, then you have a draw by perpetual checking, just queen e1 check, king here, queen goes here, king to b1, and then, to infinity, or 3 times, as the modern rules are like that now. So after bishop to g4, Vasil just played queen to e7 with check, again the absolute simplest way to win, and it was in this position on move 28 that Anish Giri resigned the game, and this brilliant victory was achieved by Vasil Ivanchuk in round 7 of this very nice tournament. So, very interesting here. Of course, you resign because the e1 square is now covered, so you will not be able to use this e1 square for perpetual checking. And after the king moves, we're just going to capture on g4, and that's it. Again, we're threatening checkmate. There is no defense. Once you block this, now we just go in for the kill. You can deliver check here, and now whatever happens is just going to be checkmate. Rook captures or even queen captures. So, after queen to e7, Giri resigned, and really an awesome game. So, like I said, if you have any other suggestions of the King's Gambit being played past 2013, do suggest it, as well. It's a beautiful opening, and always, very impressive games arise from using it. So thank you again for such a wonderful suggestion. I would like to thank Andre Tigla, Vlatko Milev, happy birthday, Paul, Gregory Williams, and Derek King for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, checking up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing with the Morphy saga, and we are in the second game of the second match, so the not so serious one between Adolf Anderssen and Paul Charles Morphy, and it's 6 games of King's Gambit exclusively. And as both of the players are very well versed in the art of the King's Gambit, the games should be very exciting. But as the match progresses, the games will be getting more and more exciting, with the 6th game being just a masterpiece. But that being said, let's check out the game. In the previous game, Morphy won in only 19 moves. So let's see if Anderssen can strike back. He now has the white pieces. The King's Gambit is the opening. Let's see what happens. So Anderssen with the white pieces opens with e4. We have e5 and f4. The King's Gambit, of course, is on the board. Morphy accepts it, and now knight to f3 and g5. So nothing out of the ordinary here. As we already mentioned in the previous video, this is the to date the strongest reply from black. We have h4 by Anderssen, and now Morphy accepts the challenge and plays g4. This somewhat weakens the f4 pawn, but black will definitely have compensation. We have knight to e5 now, ready to pick up the g4 pawn with the queen or the knight, but also depending on what black plays, even bishop to c4 might be an idea going after this f7. Even a sacrifice on f7 is playable in some lines. But like I said, all depends on what Morphy plays. Morphy replies with the strongest move, knight to f6, and now we have knight captures on g4. And this knight captures on g4 is also to date the strongest reply, although you could play d4 here. There is a known game from 2001. Alexei Fedorov played it against Vasil Ivanchuk, and Ivanchuk defeated him in a very interesting game. But d4 is also played here, even though knight captures on g4 is considered to be the strongest. Bishop to c4 also playable. Bishop to c4 is actually the most played move here, because this line is also still played sometimes in even in 2021. But okay. Okay, Anderson goes for the absolute strongest move recommended by the engine, knight captures on g4, and now there is a really fun line with knight captures on e4, and this is the strongest move for black, but we're gonna get to that as this is game 6 is all about this variation, so I don't want to spoil it for you. We have d5 by Morphy, and it is as of move 6 that this position has never been reached again, so obviously d5 maybe not the most promising reply from black, but for those days it was quite sufficient. So knight captures on f6, queen captures on f6, and now knight to c3, developing and attacking on d5, and Morphy just plays queen to g6. A very tricky move, prevents white from developing the light square bishop here. Also is attacking the e4 pawn twice, so d captures. Sorry about that. D captures on e4 is an idea, and you could play e captures on d5 here, but I mean, why would you do that? If you go for e captures on d5, it's queen g3 check, king to e2, and now bishop to g4 is checkmate. So you can't play that. So instead, after queen to g6, we have queen to f3. Anderson develops while defending, and now Morphy says, all right, I'm still not going to capture on e4, even though I should. I'm just going to continue developing. Bishop to d6. And now Anderson should just, pause for a moment and say, all right, now I have to capture the pawn. It's a free pawn, and when I capture, there's really not all that much you can do here. Yes, there are some ideas. Maybe the bishop can come to g4, could be very unpleasant, but even if bishop to g4, we can simply capture it. Queen captures on g4, that's the problem. Queen captures, knight f6 check, Anderson wins the queen. So bishop to g4 would not be an option for the moment. You could play something like just knight to c6, continue developing, going for those d4 and the e5 squares for, attacking the queen. But still, we could, pretty much play anything here. Knight captures on f4, attacks the queen. We could also just pin the knight with bishop to b5. And after queen f6, attack the knight here. We can simply play knight back to d5, and the position is fine for Anderson. But for some reason, Anderson again trusts Morphy, and he doesn't go for the pawn. He plays bishop to d3. And okay, now you are threatening some e5 ideas with an attack on the bishop and the queen, but not really. Morphy just plays bishop to g4, queen to f2, and now knight to d7. He just continues development, saying e5, that's not going to help you all that much. If you play e5, yes, there's an attack on the queen and on the bishop, but I can play queen e6, pin your pawn, and you can't really capture anything. I'm just better here. So after this knight to d7, e captures on d5 is played by Anderson. He finally captures the pawn, but that pawn could have been captured much more elegantly. And now, okay, the queen is under attack, but Morphy just plays f5, and we have this very weird structure here. The bishop guards this pawn, this bishop guards this pawn, and it really is a problem for Anderson to develop his entire queen side. First, he has to move the bishop, then this pawn has to move, then the dark square bishop can be developed. And even then, you can't really castle queen side. The bishop is guarding that d1 square, and do you really want to castle king side here? I mean, it doesn't look all that impressive. So bishop to e2 is one option if you want to make room for this pawn push, or bishop to b5. This is what Anderson played, and now he will try to push the pawn, maybe capture on f4 and get some development in. So a6 by Morphy. Morphy even encourages this capture because he doesn't want to castle. He just wants to move the king, connect the rooks, and then get the e8 square for his rooks to start an attack on Anderson's king. So here, bishop captures on d5. You could also try something else, but there really isn't all that much to try here. Bishop captures on d7 is played. King captures on d7, and now you could castle, and you would survive for some time, but not very long. The rook is coming to g8, the other rook is coming to e8. You're going to push f3 at some point, and the white king will not be able to withstand all this pressure, and Anderson still needs at least 3 moves to develop his queen side. So after king captures on d7, we have d3, now ready to develop this by capturing on f4, for example, but Morphy now starts the attack. Rook a to e8 check, king to f1, and now rook to g8, and all of Morphy's forces are now fully mobilized. We have rook to h2, adding another defender to the g2 pawn here, but this is just asking for trouble. All the moves here are asking for trouble, so Morphy plays f3, opens up a discovery here towards the rook, but now g3. Okay, now you're guarding everything, but there will be a triple attack on this pawn here. So bishop to h5, now Morphy is ready to capture this pawn, and now bishop to g5 by Anderson. And now there really isn't all that much for for Anderson to hold on to. This bishop can be easily disposed of by playing h6. This is exactly what Morphy plays, and now Anderson's position is completely lost. If you move the bishop, that's just it. You could try bishop to f4, but that's not going to help you. We're just going to play captures, and rook to e2, and that's it. Even this is enough to win the game. If knight captures, f captures on e2 with check, the bishop nicely covers this pawn, and once the queen moves, now we deliver queen to g1 check, and that's it. For example, captures, king to d2, and now we're going to capture the a1 rook as well. We're up a piece. We have a beautiful pass pawn here on e2, of course, completely winning for Morphy. So Anderson says, all right, there's really nothing you can do here. Let's play queen to a7, and now I'm going to try some sort of a counterattack with knight a4, knight to b6 check. Maybe it works out because I'm really out of options here. And Morphy goes on a capture fest on the king side. H captures on g5. Knight to a4 by Anderson, g captures on h4, now comes queen captures on b7. Morphy ignores the queen side, h captures on g3, these pawns are now just monsters here, and knight to b6 with check. Morphy has the option of going king to d8 or king to e7. King to e7 seems much safer. Rook to e1 with check, king to f7, and it was in this position on move 24 that Adolf Anderson resigned the game, and game 2 also goes to Morphy, where he, basically crushes Anderson with the black pieces in this, a very enjoyable line of the King's Gambit. So here you resign, there's really no attack happening here, the knight can't help out with the attack, the queen is useless here, the bishop here really does a nice job of defending that c7 pawn, and there's nothing you can play here. Your rook is hanging here. If you play rook h4, it's just a very quick checkmate to g2 check, king f2, g1, queen, rook captures, and queen captures will be checkmated. The rook covers the entire e-file. And other than that, there really isn't anything else to play. Like I said, game 2 goes to Morphy. Game 3, Morphy will have the white pieces, and we will again have a very, very enjoyable line of the King's Gambit. I'm expecting at least one more video today from this match, so stay tuned, as the games are pretty wild, as you can see. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. While the photographers are preparing their cameras, these gentlemen are playing fine chess. I would like to thank Harry Walk, Peter Shugart, Michael Keane, Online Buy More, and Dimitar Angelo for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga until it ends. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing the 1858, not the match, but the second match between Paul Charles Morphy and Adolf Anderson. The actual match ended by Morphy winning 7 games, which was enough to win the match. Anderson winning 2, and 2 games were drawn. But now we have the second match between Morphy and Anderson, which occurred the second day after the end of the first match, and it's basically 2 of them enjoying some chess while the photographers were, preparing everything to take a photo. The match lasted for some 3 hours, even though it doesn't take as much to take a photo in those days. The photography, as I understand it, is around since 1839 officially, and since this is 1858, technology has advanced somewhat, but you still needed at least an hour to make a good photo if it was outside in noon, for example. Taking the actual photo did not take all that much, but preparing everything for the photo did. If anyone is a photographer and is well versed in the history of photography, maybe you could link something to us, or maybe write something in the comments that we can all learn from. But as they were preparing to have their photograph taken, they played this match, 6 games of nothing but the King's Gambit, and this is the first game of this second match. Morphy will be having the white pieces, and some of you asked me if there is anywhere is it possible to see this photo anywhere. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find any trace of it because it was published next year, and it was published in Max Lane's Paul Morphy's Skizze aus der Schachwelt Part 2. It was the cover, and if anyone has that, maybe from their great grandfather, maybe you can take a photo and share it so we can all enjoy it. But other than that, I don't think this photo is available anywhere. But if any of you do have it, I would also very much like to see it. So do share in the comments. But yeah, getting back to this game, it's going to be really awesome, and 6 games of King's Gambit. So Anderson lost the actual match where the winner was decided. But now he will definitely try and have his revenge on Morphy, trying to create at least some sort of a brilliancy. In this game, he attempts just that. So let's see how it went. Morphy with the white pieces opens with e4. We have e5, and like we said, all 6 games will include the king's gambit. So f4, Morphy goes for the king's gambit, e captures on f4, knight f3, and now g5. Black plays this move, and although I remember when I first started learning some chess openings, pretty much started with the open games, King's Gambit, Evans Gambit, and maybe the Scotch and some fine gambits. But the G5 seemed like a really bad move for Black, because you never really do this, weaken the king side like this. But even though this was played in 1848, to this day it stands as the strongest reply from Black to this variation of the King's Gambit. They played it just as well back then. So here, bishop to c4 by Morphy and bishop to g7. And nowadays, d4 is considered the absolute best here, but Morphy first castles. He says, I'm going to play d4 at some point either way. So d6 by Anderson, we have c3 now ready to grab the full center. With the d4, we have knight to c6, and now there are a couple of games. I think last one was played in 2016 where d4 was played, but Morphy plays queen to b3, and it is now as of move 7 that this position has never been repeated again. The f7 pawn is hanging here, so queen to e7. Anderson defends it, and now Morphy grabs the full center with d4. Now having this beautiful setup here. I know what you guys are considering. You guys are considering knight captures on g5, captures, and then bishop captures on f7. Sorry about the weird arrow, but this doesn't really do all that much, but it kind of seems like it does, because, for example, king e7, bishop captures here. You might think to yourself, but why not? This is, winning for white. Well, it would be if Black did not have rook captures on g8. That's the problem. And now queen captures on g8, bishop d4 check, and the Morphy would lose the queen. So that's the problem of this entire plan. So Morphy plays d4, grabs the center, as we said, and now comes knight to f6 by Anderson. You might also consider h6 here. It's knight to f6 is a pawn sacrifice, which is very, very risky. h6 is a boring way to play this, but definitely a modern approach, and Black would be considered even better here. But I will show a fun line what happens after g4, because you also have to consider this. Then we would have knight to g5, and now queen captures on g5. But now white can play bishop captures on f7, and if king to e7, now we simply play bishop captures on f4. And now the queen cannot remain here, and once the queen moves, then we can capture here, because there will be no bishop to d4 check, and white will not lose a queen. So here you'd have to move the black queen. We're gonna capture the knight, and now white is just winning here with e5 coming next. It's very, very difficult position for Black. But okay, Anderson did not go for that. He didn't go for h6. He didn't go for g4. He played knight to f6. He gives up the g5 pawn, and he wants to start the attack on Morphy with his own king still being in the center of the board. So here, knight captures on g5 by Morphy, and now you might think, okay, Anderson gave up a pawn, he's now gonna castle, and he did it to, gain some quick development. But no, Anderson plays knight captures on e4. He allows bishop captures on f7. So Morphy plays it. We have bishop captures on f7 with check, king to d8, and now comes knight captures on e4. We have queen captures on e4, and now bishop captures on f4. So what is Anderson's plan here? The knight can hardly get into the game. The pawn prevents it from entering. The rook can't really go to g8. The bishop stops it. You can't go to here. The bishop also controls that. Well, Anderson is truly a madman. A gentleman, but also a madman. Anderson plays bishop to h3. And now Anderson is threatening checkmate here, and Morphy has to deal with this somehow. You could maybe defend checkmate. You could also just grab the bishop. Morphy decides that grabbing the bishop is the way to go here. You could also go bishop d5 here, just attack the queen and guard this g2 square. But Morphy says, all right, Anderson, let's see what you got. G captures on h3, and now Anderson continues happily sacrificing with knight captures on d4. And indeed, this second sacrifice cannot be accepted. If c captures, then Anderson captures with the bishop, and it's game over. There's no square for Morphy's king. If you block it, we can simply capture it. Bishop captures with check, rook f2, but now even queen f3 is enough. now we're gonna win like this, and if queen to c2, then we can simply pick up the bishop, so it's completely crushing. But here, after knight captures on d4, Morphy says, dude, I'm not gonna take your knight. And here, Morphy just played knight to d2. He just continues development. There is a tricky way you can completely destroy black here, and you know, it's a pretty funny line. Bishop to g5 check, making it really a problem for the white king to do anything. King to d7, and now queen to d5. And now after knight to e2 check, the white king has only one square. King to f2, but now you don't really have any move with black. There's no way to continue the attack here, and you're just gonna, you know, end up being down material. So this is one way to do it. Morphy decides to do it, you know, in a calm way. Knight to d2, now saying, okay, we can trade queens, but trading queens doesn't really do anything for Anderson, because if he goes for this, he already sacrificed for the attack. Yes, he could grab the exchange here, but after rook captures on a1, rook to f8, going after the bishops, but simply bishop g5 check, king to d7, now the bishop moves, and Morphy would have a bishop and a knight for a rook, in a completely pretty much winning position for white. So instead, after this knight to d2 idea, Anderson continues with his original plan, that is knight to e2 with check, and here we have king to f2. Now Morphy is asking, what are you going to do now? Well, Anderson grabs the bishop with check, now king captures on e2, and now queen to g5. So again, what are you going to do here? Maybe some queen to g2 check is possible. Maybe the bishop is coming to h6, maybe to threaten the knight on d2. It doesn't look all that promising, but, you know, Morphy still has to be very careful that his king is on e2. So here, rook a to e1. Morphy, of course, brings his last rook into the center of the board, and then he's going to hide his king to d1, king to c1, and so on. Anderson continues with bishop to h6, now threatening queen captures here, and now queen to d5, offering a queen trade and just defending the knight here. So Morphy is defending the entire game, but Anderson is, well, isn't really leaving him any choice. So here Anderson tries one last trick, and that is rook to e8 with check, saying, okay, if you capture my rook, I'm gonna capture your queen. But Morphy just says king to d1, and it was in this position on move 19 that Adolf Anderson resigned game 1, and Morphy starts with a lead in the second match. So different than in the first match, where Anderson started with a lead, and now Morphy starts with a lead. But this was it was simply too brief of a game, and it was too crushing. I think Anderson understands that, okay, I lost the first match. Now this second match, even if I win it, it's not going to mean as much as the first match, since the first match was the official match. I can at least try to create some sort of a brilliancy that might be, you know, published everywhere, you know, in the chess world. And I think this is what happened here. But there are more fine games, so you know, we will check all of them out. 5 more left, so stay tuned for that. And here you resign because you're already down material. The rook is under attack, the queen is under attack. There's not much you can do here. If you trade here once, for example, captures, again, not much to be done here. There is no useful check that you can give here, so you might as well trade here, captures, and now you are down a whole piece. So of course, completely winning for Morphy. This is game 1 of their second match. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Very brief, only 19 moves, but you know, such were the times. Once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Tom Derolo, happy birthday Will, Simon Novak, Gordon Gutman, and Harry Walk for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga until it ends. Thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to Bobby Fischer's first ever recorded game. It comes as a suggestion from several subscribers throughout the years, but I just never got around to it. And I really was interested in what was Bobby Fischer's first ever recorded game, because I had no idea. And what I found was very interesting, and I was most impressed by not only the game, but by his opponent, gentleman Dan E. Myers. Now, I'm just going to read you a small part of his obituary, and I will put a link to it in the description below. The first link you will see is a link to his entire obituary. It was made by the Shakaguchi Society, International Shakaguchi Society. He was the president of this society, And this is a Shakaguchi flute. It's made of bamboo, and it's a very nice instrument, as I understand. But just listen to this small part. So after graduation with a degree in geology from University of Arizona in 1944, Myers was drafted into the U.S. Army, and he was assigned to work at the Manhattan Project in Los Alamos. While there, he developed an interest in magic. After studying at Harvard, Myers set off on what would become a lifetime of traveling. During a business trip to Europe, he met his wife Barbara, and they moved to Mexico with where the first children were born. In 1958, they moved to England, and it was there that Myers embarked on creating a unique wilderness garden called Lorien, with a vast collection of azaleas and rhododendrons from all around the world. Now, this is, sorry, not that, this is Lorien. This is what they talk about in the obituary. It's sort of I imagine, as I understand from reading about it, some sort of a Tolkien-themed house, something where maybe hobbits would live, but in real size. I didn't really do any research on it, but it's supposed to be in that style. And these are the flowers that they are discussing: the azaleas and rhododendrons. So I mean, pretty wild stuff. And also, they mentioned that apart from chess, Den had many other interests and passions. He was successful as a distributor of emeralds and amethysts from Africa. He was also an aficionado of the Japanese shakuhachi flute that we've shown, and became the president of the International Shakuhachi Society. Obviously, that's why they posted his obituary very extensively. After his wife Barbara passed away, he moved to spend his final years in the Sun Valley, but continued playing chess to the end of his life. In 1996, he won the British Senior Championship, and in 2004, he won the U.S. Senior Championship. Just the days before he passed away, he was competing in the North American Open at Bally's Casino Resort in Las Vegas. So basically, he played chess his entire life, and he played chess in the moment he died. So that's who Fischer's opponent is in this game. Also, he had a black belt in judo, and he's as I mean, I only read this obituary, but he does appear to be a most remarkable individual. So do check it out. It will be the first link in the description below. Might get you more hyped for the game, and also understand the result of the game. So let's check it out. And it's also well known that Bobby Fischer faced the King's Gambit only 2 times in his life. In this game here, the first game he ever played, the Blitz game against Dan Myers in 1953, and the second game he ever played in the King's Gambit as black was against Boris Spassky in 1960 in Mar del Plata. I covered that game. It was about a year ago. I think I covered it 6 years ago. Then I did a remake like a year ago. I will put a link to that also in the description below, as these will be the only 2 games where Bobby faced the King's Gambit. So the second link in the description below is a video to his game versus Boris Spassky. Do check it out if you haven't, but maybe check out this one first. So let's see what happened. Dan opens with e4, and Fischer replies with pawn to e5. In 1953, here Bobby was 9 years old. He still wasn't 10. So pawn to f4, going for the King's Gambit. E captures on f4, and now not knight to f3, but bishop to c4. This is the bishop's gambit, second most popular way of dealing with the e captures on f4. And now knight to f6. Fischer not interested in queen to h4 check because, well, it's just suboptimal. Knight to f6 is much better. And okay, in the days of Morphy and Anderson, this was played quite a lot, but nowadays, okay, king f1, and you really have nothing. Knight f6, knight to f3, and now white will happily challenge the black queen with pretty much every move he makes, and gain free tempi. So after bishop c4, we have knight to f6 by Fischer, knight to c3, and now pawn to c6. We have pawn to d4, and now bishop to b4. Fischer pins the knight and puts pressure on the e4 pawn. So pawn to e5, and now knight to e4, and now queen to h5. Something definitely worthy of a blitz game, threatening checkmate. And now a modern grandmaster would play d5. He would give up a pawn temporarily here, just castle to safety, and then later on you could pick up that pawn whenever you want. But okay, Fischer played castles, still a valid idea. Knight to e2, and now we have pawn to d5. Now he goes for it. We have bishop back to b3, but not putting your bishop on d3 is weird, to say the least. But b3 It's hard to say what that bishop will do there for the rest of the game. But okay, g6 by Fischer. We have queen to h6, and now okay, you should play something like f6, but it's a blitz game. You have to remember that. And in those days, you had no increment, so it was probably a 5+0. So you should play something like f4, and then once white recaptures on f4, you should play rook f7, and even give up on f6, and then just continue development, because you do not want to be behind on development. But in the game, Fischer played bishop to g4, and now comes bishop to d2. Again, not the greatest move by Myers, but here comes knight captures on d2, king captures on d2, and now Fischer should just play bishop captures on e2. The knight cannot move, so you have to capture with the king, and now f6, you're gonna bust open the center and go after that white king on e2. But Fischer played pawn to g5, and it's weird to see that pawn to g5 as black in the king's gambit is a mistake or a blunder, because it's a standard move you play. You play e captures on f4, you accept the king's gambit, and then you play g5, defending that f4 pawn. It's the most standard way to play the king's gambit with black. But here it just doesn't work because of a very specific idea from white, and that is pawn to h4. And okay, Fischer knows that Dan will open up the h file, go after the h7 pawn, but he has his bishop. He's just going to put it on f7, on f5, go to g6 maybe, and defend the h7 pawn. However, here g captures on h4. Bishop f5 right away also isn't all that spectacular, because after captures on bishop g6, there's knight captures on f4. And now how do you deal with knight captures and checkmate? You can play bishop to e7. It's a very tricky idea. Knight captures on g6 now is impossible because of bishop captures on g5 with a beautiful fork here, forking the king and the queen. But still, white would be much better. You would bring the rook into the game, you would artificially castle queenside, and white would be better. But this was definitely the way to go. Fischer played g captures on h4, and now comes rook captures on h4, bishop to f5, now guarding the h7 pawn here, but now just rook a to h1. And here Fischer played bishop to e7, and now, incredible as it is, Dan Myers has a winning idea against 9-year-old Bobby Fischer. So feel free to pause the video and win the game for Dan while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting any of the winning moves, because there are plenty of them, but this one is absolutely crushing, and this is what the Dan played. So congratulations to everyone who found it, and that is rook to g4 check. This is what Bobby missed, because now bishop captures is impossible due to queen captures on h7 checkmate. So naturally he played bishop to g6, but now comes queen captures on h7, and this is now checkmate as the bishop cannot move. So Fischer's first recorded game is this. This is Fischer's first ever recorded game. It's a blitz game against the King's Gambit, and he just got absolutely destroyed. He played a great game for a 9-year-old, and up until the point where he played g5, he was crushing it. He was much better here. But after g5, he just allowed this attack, and he couldn't bounce back. But it's absolutely amazing that the two games Fischer played, the only two games Fischer ever played as black against the King's Gambit is this one and the one against Boris Spassky in Mar del Plata 1960, and he lost both of them. So I mean, Fischer is Fischer, but King's Gambit is quite an opening. I'm sure you'll agree. So do check it out if you haven't. Second link in the description below is his game against Spassky, also an incredible game. Like I said, do check it out. But yeah, and also do check out the obituary by the Shakaguchi Society about Dan Myers. A lot about his life that's interesting. So do check that out as well. But yeah, incredible guy. He really did everything in life, including defeating Bobby Fischer. Like, I mean, you really can't complain. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. First ever recorded game by Robert James Fischer. I would like to thank Paul Hinemund, Duitran, Ravishing Reptiles YouTube, Mike Wagner, and Thought Dreams for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions, such as this one, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing the Morphy saga and we are currently in match 2 of the famous encounter Adolf Anderssen versus Paul Charles Morphy in Paris in 1858, and this is game 4 of the second match. It's 6 games of the King's Gambit and the photographers are still getting ready to take the photo. So without further ado, let's check it out, as this game is quite a bit more intriguing than the previous ones, and a bit longer. So Anderssen with the white pieces opens with e4, and Anderssen already lost 3 games in this second match, so Anderssen would really enjoy a victory here, and that's why here he will attempt something different. So here e5, we have f4 by Anderssen going for the King's Gambit. We have e captures on f4, Morphy accepts the gambit, and now not knight to f3 but rather bishop to c4, also known as the bishop's gambit. We have knight to f6, the Cosio defense, but also known as the Morphy defense. And nowadays, even between top grandmasters, this is still played. Knight to c3 is what white usually plays here. And there are many games between top grandmasters where this was employed. Niepo lost this position to Levon Aronian. Vasily Ivanchuk defeated Ding Liren with this move. Morozevich lost 1 game to Anand, also won 1 game against Anand. So many games between top grandmasters in this line. But here we have a different approach. Anderssen plays e5, and there's something wrong with e5. Although it wasn't known at that time all that much. So what do you play here? Basically, your choice is between knight to e4 and d5. You, of course, don't want to play anything else. So you either go knight to e4 with the threat of queen to h4 check, and then if g3, you are guarding that g3 square many times. So white will play f3, and then you're going to play d5. And this is one way to play this. The other way is to strike with after e5, to strike with d5 right away, but we kind of get a very similar thing. And now Anderssen has to decide whether to go e captures on f6, but I'm just going to show this because it doesn't work. E captures, d captures, and now, for example, captures on g7, bishop captures, queen to e2 check. Now we're going to play bishop to e6, and you can see that the black is getting too much development in, where white is really struggling to develop. Knight to f3, knight to c6, and now after white castles, now we already can play knight to d4, and we're putting a lot of pressure on white here. If knight captures, we're going to capture with the queen, with check, get another developing move in, then queenside castles, and black is basically completely developed while white is still struggling. So black would have a very easy game here. So after d5, we have bishop back to b3 by Anderssen, and now knight to e4, again threatening that queen to h4 check, so Anderssen has to defend this with knight to f3, and now bishop to g4. Morphy just continues development, although g5 would be also a very nice approach here, with that g4 idea in mind, but then d3 comes, knight gets attacked, then knight c5, but all in all, black would always be better here. So after knight to f3, bishop to g4 by Morphy, and now there is one game that was played in 1876 in New York between James Mason and Henry Bird, where castles was played, where d4 was played by Mason, but here we have castles, and it is now as of move 7 that this position has never been reached again. So here we have knight to c6, continuing development. The thing with knight to c6 is that if Morphy goes bishop to c5 check right away, of course Anderssen will not play king h2 and allow knight to f2 check. He's just going to block with the d4, and this is now perfectly fine for white. So Morphy prepares this. He plays knight to c6, and now bishop to c5 check is a threat, because now the knight also guards the d4 square, and d4 will not be an option. So here, basically, you can play king to h1 to avoid any checks, but Anderssen plays bishop to a4. He simply pins this knight, so the knight will not be able to capture on d4, but it's also kind of a loss of a tempo. And here Morphy can do some serious damage. If he goes knight to g5, this is just great for him. He's going to capture on f3, bust open the king side. Let's say d4, we're going to capture here. G captures bishop h3, and he has a very nice game. But he prefers the g5 move now. And this is something that almost always happens in the King's Gambit. You will at some point play g5. So here bishop captures on c6, b captures, and now d4. And here Anderssen says, all right, my position is not very solid. I have a very nice center. But Morphy, in the spirit of modern chess players, dare I say it, goes for c5, and he attacks Anderssen's center here. We have c3, defending, and now bishop to e7. Morphy is now also ready to castle, and then he's going to be able to do some h5, f6 ideas and, well, attack the white king. We have b4 by Anderson, trying to give up the b4 pawn to keep his center, but Morphy says it's not a problem since I have another c pawn. So c captures, and yes, he does have a very strong center, but now comes castles, and the queen to b3 by Anderson. We have rook to b8 now with a double attack on the b4 pawn. Anderson defends it, but now comes c5. And now you can't capture with the b pawn, and the center again is being attacked. But Anderson plays knight to c3 here, and now Morphy says, all right, I don't even have to go for a center. I can just win a pawn here because your center isn't really doing anything in this game. So knight captures, queen captures, and now not capturing on d4, but rather capturing here on b4. You could also just play c4. This also creates a passed pawn, but Morphy prefers this as he will get a passed a pawn and he will be up material. So here a captures with bishop captures, queen to d3, and now as the a7 pawn is being attacked by the rook, we just push it to a5. We have a beautiful passed pawn on a5. The bishop defends it. So Morphy's position is just great here, and Anderson still needs to figure out how to do something here. So he starts by attacking h4, and now comes the move that Anderson has been missing in all of his games with black, and that is h6. You have to play this, not just in this line, but pretty much in every line to survive white's attacks, and Morphy of course plays it. So h captures on g5, h captures, and now Anderson has to continue the attack, g3. He wants to open up this file for the rook, and now Morphy plays rook to b6, and this comes with the idea of shifting the rook over to g6, or if white, for example, captures and opens up the d file, or even h6. But one slight improvement to Morphy's idea is bishop to h3. Just getting the bishop away from that g file will be very useful in the future, and it comes with tempo. Anderson would have to react to this. Now queen to c8, and now you can play a rook here to g6. To here you can play queen to g4, so maybe a slight improvement to Morphy's immediate rook to b6. But okay, he played rook to b6, and now Anderson defends with rook to a2. But now Anderson could have played, for example, this, and well, basically the thing that the bishop is still on g4. And now if you capture, for example, g captures on f4, we're going to play bishop captures on f4, and now if rook to g6, Anderson could play king to f2. So we have this position where black is of course better. Queen to b6 can be played, and it's going to be hard for him, but he could play it. Another thing, after g captures on f4, if Morphy tries rook to h6 right away, we just play knight captures on g5, and we're still okay here. Black is better, but you know, maybe we can hold it. We do have some threats of our own. But Anderson, instead, after rook to b6, played rook to a2. He wants to be able to play rook to g2 if Morphy plays rook to g6. So rook to g6, and now the immediate rook to g2. And rook to g2 isn't very ambitious here. Rook to h2, on the other hand, could be something, because you constantly give black something to worry about. But still, it would be very hard for him to do it. The king can come to g7, the other rook to h8. You could easily counter this rook. So after rook to g6, rook to g2 by Anderson. But now pretty much anything wins for Morphy, and Morphy chooses the absolutely cleanest way, and that is bishop to h3. So he just goes for more material, and it doesn't seem like Anderson has anything here, but Anderson plays e6. We reach the position from the thumbnail, and now, of course, Morphy cannot capture with the f-pawn because queen captures rook, but you could capture with the rook. You could also maybe capture with the bishop, but if you capture with the bishop, then you just go all the way back, and then 95 Anderson really gets his counterplay. So maybe not capturing with the bishop, but Morphy says, all right, I'm just going to capture the rook, and I don't see anything that could go wrong here. So here we have e captures on f7 with check, king to g7, and now king captures on g2. But now just queen to c8. Now Morphy is preparing rook to h6, and then the queen is coming to h3. The other rook will come to h8 to also help out with the attack along the h file. And what can Anderson do here? He brings his knight to e5, now threatens queen captures on g6, rook to h6, now of course threatening to bring the queen over to h3. So g captures on f4, now the white queen is guarding the h3 square, but now rook f to h8. And now there is nothing more for white to try here. He played f captures on g5, but now we have a series of checks. Rook to h2 check, king g1, rook h1 check, king f2, now rook to h2 check, king to e3, and now comes rook to h3 check. And now Anderson can't move the king because rook captures queen, and there really isn't all that much you can play. If you block with the rook, then you're no longer guarding the bishop, so Anderson played the only thing he could. That's knight to f3, but now the simplest way to win the game, it's actually mate in 5. Feel free to pause the video and win the game in the quickest possible way while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this, pretty straightforward idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook captures on f3. That's right, we just removed the defender of the bishop here, and there's really nothing to be done. The strongest defense is king to e2, but we're not even gonna try that because you expose the queen. So here, rook captures on f3 was played. If you play king captures on f3, which is also possible, it's checkmate, but via the other side. King to f2, we're gonna play rook h2 check. The bishop covers the e1 square, so the king can't go there. Only square is king g1, and then rook to g2 is checkmate. So after this rook captures on f3, we have rook captures, but now queen captures on c1 with check. And it was in this position that Adolf Anderssen resigned the game. And with this victory, Morphy takes the lead 4-0 in this match. 2 more games to go. We'll see what happens. So now the king is in check. You have to move anywhere you go ends in checkmate. If king to e2, then queen to e1 is checkmate. If you block with the queen, then just queen captures is checkmate. So best is just to play king f2 and get checkmated in 2 moves instead of 1. Queen to g1 with check, king e2, and now queen to e1 is this amazing checkmate here. That's game 4 of their second match. Six games of nothing but the King's Gambit. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I would like to thank Peter Shugart, Michael Keane, Online Buy More, Dimitar Angelov, and Sean Vijashkera for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga until it ends. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing the 1858 match between Adolf Anderssen and Paul Charles Morphy. It is the second match the 2 of them are playing, and it is 6 games of the King's Gambit. So this is game 6, and Morphy is already leading the match 5-0. So this is Anderssen's last chance to avoid being, just crushed by 6-0. Although what he's shown so far in the King's Gambit, it does not look promising. But this is the last game, so let's check it out, and then we're gonna discuss what is happening. So Anderssen with the white pieces opens with e4. We have e5 by Morphy, and now f4 going for the King's Gambit. E captures on f4, knight to f3, and the g5. So Anderssen did not go for the bishop's opening. He's now trying again with knight to f3 variation, and it is what he tried in game 1 of their match. We have h4 challenging the g5 pawn. Morphy accepts this, plays g4, knight to e5, and now knight to f6. Morphy again with the absolute best reply, knight captures on g4, and now Morphy with his never again seen gambit because it simply doesn't work, d5. We've discussed this in length in the last time he played it, but okay, knight captures on f6 by Anderssen, queen captures, and now in the game 1 that we've already shown, Anderssen continued with knight to c3, and this is today considered the strongest reply for white here. But in this game, Anderssen tries queen to e2, and it is now as of move 8 that we have a completely new game. So let's see how Morphy deals with this. Morphy continues with bishop to d6, but a nice positional idea might be d4. d4 because white only has a queen developed. It's very difficult to develop the bishop, the rook, the knight now can't be developed to c3, so it doesn't look as good as white might want it to look. But okay, in the game Morphy played bishop to d6 and now knight to c3, going after this c5 pawn, and now c6. Again, Morphy is offering a pawn here, but it looks very dangerous. You don't really want to open up the e file. Black might play something like king d8, bring the rook to e8, and the white might lose the queen. But it does work. Simply capture on d5, and after this, of course, delivers check to the black king, king to d8, now threatening rook to e8, but not a problem. Knight e4 attacks the queen here and the bishop, and after the queen moves, now we pick up the bishop, queen captures, and queen to f3. and white is perfectly fine here. If black tries rook to e8 check, we simply play bishop to e2, and white is better here. But okay, Anderson goes for d4. Again, he declines the free pawn, and well, not a free pawn, but just a very tricky pawn, and the queen captures on d4 by Morphy. What does Anderson play here? He continues with bishop to d2, and we are only at move 11, but the position is a complete mess. So how do you continue here? Well, Morphy could just move the king away from the e file, or play rook to g8. Not castles. Castle would be maybe a bit dangerous. He plays rook to g8, now puts his rook on a semi-open g file, and e captures on d5 with check. Now Morphy plays king to d8, and now Morphy's saying, I'm going to play rook to e8, and if you castle, well, then your rook is coming to d1, and then I'm just going to play bishop to g4 and attack your queen and your rook. But of course, Anderson being Anderson, this is exactly what he does. He castles queenside, and this is a chess equivalent of spitting in your opponent's face, basically. Saying to Morphy, okay, play bishop to g4, I really don't mind. So Morphy goes for bishop to g4, and now queen to e4 by Anderson, saying your queen is hanging here, so what do you play? Well, Morphy says, all right, I capture queen, you capture back, I capture rook, you capture the bishop here. Seems like I will be up material, but it doesn't seem like there's anything better to play here. So queen captures on e4, Anderson captures back, and now Morphy accepts the rook here. Bishop captures on d1. We have knight captures on d6 by Anderson, now attacking the f7 pawn, attacking the b7 pawn, the bishop still hanging here, and you have to figure out how you want to play this. So here Morphy just went back with bishop to h5. Worthy consideration is f3, now saying that, okay, if you capture here, I can capture here, and my pawn is guarded by the rook. But here we would have knight captures on f7 check, and after king e8, knight g5 blocks the rook's reach to the g2 pawn, and now after, let's say, bishop to e2, we could trade here, g captures on f3, bishop captures, rook captures, and now let's say c captures on d5, and we would get this position where Anderson would be up a pawn, but Morphy would be up the exchange. So it'd be tricky to play this with black, even being up the exchange, because you're completely undeveloped and a lot of things are hanging here. The white king still in the center of the board, so white will be better here. But okay, Anderson says, while that's possible, Morphy did not go for that. He played bishop to h5, and now Anderson just captures the pawn on f4. We have c captures on d5, and now knight captures on b7 with check. We have king to e7 by Morphy, and now bishop to b5. So preparing that rook to come to e1 with check. And now Morphy would really like to continue development because he is up the exchange, but there's just no way to do it. The bishop covers all of these squares, and even if you try knight to d7, it's just losing by force. Well, bishop to d6 check just takes the king away from the defense of the knight. It doesn't matter. If you go here, then just rook to e1 check, and if you go to f6, then we're just going to play rook to f1 check first, and after you move it, then rook to e1 check, and then after king f6, we can even play bishop to e7 check, and then we're going to grab the knight. For example, king g7, bishop captures on d7, and Anderson would get his famous evergreen bishop pair and have a completely winning position. So instead we have rook captures on g2. Now Morphy has some ideas of playing bishop to g6 and honing in on that c2 pawn, but Anderson just continues with his plan. Rook to e1 with check, and now king to f6. If you go to f8, it's game over. The rook is controlling the e file, bishop h6 check, king here, and that's just it. Rook to e8 will be checkmate, the bishop covering this diagonal. So after rook to e1, we have king to f6, but now rook to e8 by Anderson. Really a nice move. This completely prevents Morphy from developing anything, but not just that, the knight is now being threatened. It's attacked twice, and there really is no good way of dealing with this. So Morphy plays a very interesting move. Morphy plays bishop to g6, attacks the c2 pawn, and he says, all right, what do you play here? You might go, try and win some material, but maybe it's not gonna be all that great. But feel free to pause the video here and try to find the absolute best move for white while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on not playing anything weird like rook captures on b8, because then we simply capture on b8 and, well, there's not much you can do. The knight is attacked here, and if you capture the rook here with bishop captures on b8, then we have rook captures on c2 with check. If you go here, then you go under the mask of the bishop, so you have to go king to d1, but then just rook captures on b1, and here black would have well, a hard time choosing what to grab. So this doesn't really work for white. What does work for white is the move knight to d6, and this is by far the best. Bishop to e5 is fine, but it's not the absolute best. Knight to d6 takes away the f5 square from the black king, and now, as you can see, pawn covers g5, knight covers f5, the rook cuts off the king completely from the e file, and the threat is bishop to e5 checkmate. If black does anything weird, bishop to e5 is just checkmate. So Morphy needs to deal with this threat. So how can he do it? Well, there aren't a lot of options. You could go king to g7, but this is agreeing to play a very, very passive position for a very long time. For example, rook to c8, guarding that c2 pawn, and there's just no good move for Morphy. If king back to f6, we're just going to play knight to e8 with check. You don't really have a way of dealing with this. If king to e7, we're going to play knight to c7, win the rook, and that's it. Okay, you could go for rook captures and c2 check now because the rook isn't covering the c2 pawn, but still king d1, and the rook is falling. If you try rook c5 to maybe grab the bishop after white captures the rook, we have this very annoying rook to e8 check. The king now has to step away. We're going to play something like king to f6, and then even bishop to d6. First, we're going to chase away the rook from attacking the bishop here, then we're going to capture the rook here. So king to g7 in this position, although does offer some resilience, not nearly enough. So here Morphy tries knight to c6. He says, all right, I have to give something away, so I might as well give up not a knight, but here rook captures on a8 is played. If you capture this knight, then of course rook captures on c2 will be perfectly fine for black, winning back the bishop. So here we have rook captures on a8, and now rook captures on c2 check by Morphy. King d1, now knight to d4. And Morphy has, a decent amount of pieces surrounding Andersen's king, but it's if it's not decisive, it's not decisive, and Andersen has so much material. So rook back to e8 by Andersen. Now comes bishop to h5 with check. King to e1, knight f3 check, king to f1, and now, unfortunately for Morphy, he does not have rook to f2 checkmate, as the f2 square is not covered by anything, so he doesn't have basically a better move than to capture a pawn here, which he does. He plays rook captures on b2, and now bishop back to e2 by Andersen. We have rook captures on a2, and now for the second and final time, feel free to pause the video here and try to find the absolute best winning idea for Andersen while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this wild idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's bishop to g5 with check. Bishop captures on f3 is fine, but bishop to g5 check is just game over. The problem is if you move the king, let's say king g7, it's just a very sneaky checkmate. Knight to f7 check, the rook cuts off the king from the back rank, you have to go to g6. Now knight e7 check, you have to go back, and then rook to g8 will be checkmate. So after bishop to g5 check, Morphy had to capture the bishop. Knight captures bishop. We have h captures, and now again king g7. You just give up the bishop for free, so that's obviously not an option. We have to capture on g5, and now comes the idea behind all of this, and that is rook to e5 with check. Now the bishop falls. Morphy played king f6. Andersen played rook captures on h5, and it was now in this position on move 32 that Paul Morphy resigned the game, and the sixth game of this King's Gambit marathon goes to Adolf Andersen, who finishes the match by taking away a point from Morphy. So Morphy wins the first match rather easily, 7-2 with 2 draws, and wins the second match against Andersen with a score of 5-1. So incredibly impressive. Well, finally the photographers were ready, and they took a photo. We don't have the actual original of the photo, but we do have the one that we've already shown. So this is supposedly the one as it's on the cover of Max Lange's magazine that we discussed. So let's enjoy that for a second. And basically this video and this game, the sixth game of the second match against Adolf Andersen, is what marks the end of the Morphy saga. Morphy did play some more chess, and he played chess for some years, but nothing serious. He played a game here and there, and a few matches that aren't really worth mentioning, but he never faced an opponent nearly as skilled as Adolf Andersen here, so I decided to end the saga with his second match against Andersen. And there's a lot more to Morphy's life that you could discuss, but I urge you to get Lawson's book on Paul Morphy, The Pride and Sorrow of Chess, because there's simply so much to learn. And if you guys really want, I could make like one condensed video. It's probably gonna last like an hour, okay, maybe half an hour, maybe it's not gonna be an hour, but it might, where we're just gonna discuss everything that happened, from this point on, maybe until the end of Morphy's life in 1884. He died at the age of 47. But I will just mention one interesting story that happened. Of course, after this match, he had a great time with everyone there. He had dinner with Andersen, and they parted on very good terms. Andersen, wherever he came, he spoke very highly of Morphy. And even though when he came back to Breslau, they were like, "Oh, how could you lose to Morphy like that? You played poorly." But Andersen was convinced that he didn't. That Morphy was simply so strong, and they said that, okay, maybe you didn't have to go to Paris to face Morphy. Morphy is younger. Morphy is the one that's looking for blood. He wants to prove himself against the world. You should have let him come to Breslau and challenge you here, on your own turf, and maybe the result would be different. But Andersen was convinced that that would not be the case. So that's just a little bit about what a great gentleman Andersen was, and unlike some people, and why I'm ending the saga, well, basically Paul Morphy's saga, with a loss by Morphy to Adolf Andersen. But as you know, I'm convinced that you guys agree that Andersen deserves it, and Morphy would definitely not mind. If we asked Morphy now, I think he would agree that this could be the last video in the saga. So the thing that I wanted to mention is that we're gonna skip ahead a little bit. Morphy, of course, returned to England, then he returned to home to America, and then he was introduced to a very ugly truth. At some point, Staunton published, yes, Howard Staunton, our good friend who eluded Morphy for so very long, published a series of games which consisted of, well, a lot of games, but some of them were Morphy's games. And there was this gentleman named Deacon that supposedly played against Morphy, and two of the games that he played against Morphy were shown in this publication. One where Morphy won, and one where this gentleman Deacon won. But Morphy, after seeing this back in New Orleans, said, but that event never happened. I never played against this gentleman. I know of this gentleman as I did meet him once when I was in England, but we never played a match. Or no, not in England, in Paris, but they never played a match. And well, that was a problem, because everyone knew that Staunton was just greedy for drama, as you know, drama sells, and there was a lot regarding this supposedly played match that happened or never happened. But in the end, it seems that it didn't. They asked for specific details of when the match was played, and Deacon says that the match was played at one point where he and his cousin came up to Morphy's room, and Morphy was showing them an analysis of a game he won, and then after the analysis, he played a game against Deacon, and the one game he lost, and the one game he won. But Morphy has proof and evidence, and he has witnesses, renowned chess masters who will support his claim that that event just never happened, and that he was not there at the specific time. But there's so much about this that I'm just trying to get you to get the book and really enjoy it. But yeah. That's pretty much it. Later on, as this wasn't really explained very well, since you can't really prove in those days if something happened or didn't happen. It was mostly, credibility, and something that lacks in the world today. But Steinitz had a similar experience with the same gentleman. Deacon also published some games where he supposedly played against Steinitz, and Steinitz said no, that most definitely did not happen. And when it happened to Steinitz, and then everyone knows that he tried to pull the same thing on Morphy, then it was pretty much agreed that the publication was a fabrication, and just something that maybe Staunton used to sell drama, because even though Staunton wasn't present at the time they were played, all of Morphy's games were published, and pretty much every game that Morphy played there was published everywhere, on all continents, but not these games until Howard Staunton published them. So also something that's very, very interesting. And we're gonna be discussing what happened in the chess world after this point, what happens later on when Steinitz gets into the picture, because interestingly, here you've seen Morphy's match against Adolf Anderssen. He crushed him in the first match, he crushed him in the second match, but some years later, Anderssen will play a match against Wilhelm Steinitz, of course, the gentleman that will be the first ever world chess champion. Even though Morphy is considered the unofficial world champion, but Anderssen played a fairly equal match against him. Steinitz won by a 1-point margin, and if you check all of Anderssen's games against Steinitz, Steinitz is up by only 1 point. So Anderssen was very much still a formidable opponent when he faced Steinitz, but when he faced Morphy, it simply, it didn't go his way. Whether it was the trip here or Morphy was just that strong, well, I guess we'll never know. But that's the thing with Morphy, because he played chess for not for very long. We'll never know how strong Morphy really was, because he kept adapting, he kept developing his style. He was just doesn't matter how strong his opponent was, he always came out on top and he was stronger. So in this regard, I consider Morphy to be like maybe Goku or Superman. He's always as strong as he needs to be. But yeah, very, very interesting. But also one thing I wanted to mention is that even though Morphy, pretty much retired from chess completely, he played, some not so serious games where he would give opponents the odds of a move and the pawn, at least, sometimes a knight, sometimes more. But other than his match against Anderssen here and his games, he never pretty much faced a worthy opponent after. So, like I said, one of the reasons why we're ending the saga here. But Anderssen continued playing, and he continued having great results. Well, although he lost the match to Steinitz, the first official World Chess Championship match was between Wilhelm Steinitz and Johannes Zukertort, who was taught by none other than Adolf Anderssen here. So even though he did not contest for the title of world champion himself, he made sure that his student is the one who challenges Steinitz for the title. Steinitz won, of course, but Steinitz says that he would very much prefer to have faced Morphy. Unfortunately, that could not happen, but that's basically it. And okay, so I don't want to make this video too long, but I would like to end the saga with something that we started the saga with, and that is a few lines from David Lawson's book on Morphy that well, we read. I believe we did, or maybe we didn't. I don't know, because we started the saga more than a year ago. So let me just pop this up. As Lawson says, this is the story of the birth of modern chess, when the possibilities of chess as an art, a science, and a sport all converged. The point of convergence was a young boy from Louisiana named Paul Morphy. At a time when America was seen as a backwoods nation with little cultural history and even less intellectual impetus, at a time when chess was considered the exclusive property of a few European countries, at a time when the game was played successfully by a handful of men wizened by years, Paul Morphy, in the brief span of 19 months and with seemingly little effort, defeated conclusively every player he ever met. While today few non-chess players know his name, he was one of the most famous celebrities of his time, and within the hallowed halls of the chess-playing community, he is considered by some as the greatest chess player of all time. But this diminutive, unassuming boy rose to fame almost out of nowhere, and once he secured his place in history, he retired back into that hazy unknown, shunning the public eye, never again to play serious chess. Not only was he one of the great practitioners of the game, but also one of its greatest enigmas. He's been given the sobriquet, the pride and sorrow of chess. So there we have it. Hope you guys enjoyed it. This is the match against Anderssen. This concludes the Morphy saga. And like I said, if you guys really want, we could make like a short video of everything that happened in Morphy's life after the match with Anderssen. But if you guys really want to, I definitely wouldn't mind. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Everything ended the saga. That's it for now. We'll see where it takes us and what will be the next saga. But I'm thinking the next saga will not be so big as, with so many current events happening in the world. It's very hard to conclude such a big saga. So maybe like a 8 video series of a certain player, and then we can conclude it properly, like maybe in a week's time or 2 weeks time, something like that. I'm thinking for in the future. But yeah, that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Dimitar Angelov, Shanovi Jashkera, Luke Sims, Harry Barton, and Tom Deralo for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing everything else that's happening in the chess world. Thank you all, and see you soon. Hello everyone and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing the Morphy saga with another game between Paul Charles Morphy and Samuel Standish Bowden from 1858 London. Before Howard Staunton gets ready for his match with Morphy, supposedly. And I still haven't decided how many games I'm going to show between Morphy and Bowden, but as long as I find them interesting, I'm definitely going to show as many as possible. So, and 2 very small announcements. I am starting the Agad Matter Friday tournaments on Leeches, so tomorrow will be the first tournament. And if you are interested in joining, I will put a link to it in the description below. So it's going to be 7 p.m. Central European Time. It's going to last for 2 hours, 3+0. And also, I'm creating another tournament which will be 1 hour prior to that one, which will be for sub 1700 players. So if you are rated lower than 1700, then that's the tournament for you. As you guys requested, you want one such tournament. So we're gonna do both of them. First the sub 1700 one, then the normal one, and then I'm just gonna be streaming both of them tomorrow, and we're gonna be showcasing your games. So should be a lot of fun. And also, I would like to mention that I have, acquired the first guest for my podcast. I will not yet mention who it is, but you are more than welcome to try and guess in the comment section. It's someone from the chess world. So that being said, let's check out the game. Morphy again opens with e4, we have e5, and again Morphy with the white pieces goes for the king's gambit, so f4. We have bishop to c5, declining it, as Bowden already did in the game we've shown. Knight f3, we have d6 and c3 now. Morphy just preparing to bust open with d4. We have bishop to g4, pinning Morphy's knight, and now bishop to c4. Nicely developing. We have queen to e7 and now d4. And interestingly, already as of move 6, this position was never repeated again. So Bowden captures it, we have pawn captures, and Morphy often did this. You wanna, as castling was not allowed because of the bishop on c5, so here Morphy gives up some material to be able to castle to safety. So we have e captures on d4, Morphy now just castles, and now knight to c6 by Bowden, not being greedy and going for captures with check, king h1, and then captures here, which would fully develop Morphy's bishops, and with the black king being still in the center of the board, would be very hard to play. A modern player would definitely accept such a challenge, but Bowden not interested. So knight to c6, now Bowden continues development, and now b4. Morphy now continues his expansion on the queen side. We have bishop to b6 and now a4, preparing a5 to trap the bishop here. So d captures on c3. Now freeing up the d4 square, and now comes and this also comes with check, of course. So king to h1, and now here comes c2 by Bowden, forcing queen captures on c2. So Morphy does it, of course, and now bishop captures on f3. The idea is that if now Morphy captures with the rook, then knight d4 just forks the queen and the rook, and Bowden wins a lot of material here. So instead, Morphy played g captures on f3, and now knight captures on b4, attacking the queen, queen to b3, and a5 defending the knight. So here Morphy really gave up a lot of material. As you can see, it's 7 pawns to Morphy's 5, and well, it's just everything's all over the place. The king is on h1, the king side completely shattered. But for the moment, there's no actual good way for black to attack the king side. However, this bishop slicing all the way here to g1, if you know some pieces find their way near Morphy's king, could get very ugly. But Morphy normally just continues development. Knight to c3. We have knight to f6 and now e5, keeping the black king in the center of the board for as long as possible. D captures, we have f captures on e5, and now, of course, not capturing with the queen. You have to keep defending the f7 pawn. So knight to h5. And now comes knight to e4. Again, Morphy just starts bringing pieces in front of the black king, and Boden here decided to castle king side, which is a bit odd, as the king does appear to be much safer on the queen side, and also you want to attack Morphy's king on the king side. So I guess Boden thought that his king would be safer on the king side for some reason. But Morphy just continues developing bishop to b2. Now both of the bishops are slicing over to the king side, and now knight to f4 by Boden, and taking up a lot of squares in front of Morphy's king. Now if queen to h4, then already even the queen joins the attack. Maybe the rook can also join the game, and it could be very, very interesting. But Morphy now shows him what it means to play against Morphy. Here Morphy goes rook to g1. He offers the rook, and now probably you should capture it, but if bishop captures, then your rook captures. You still have a rook on the g file, and it's still hard to defend. For example, if king h8, you get e6, opening up the dark square bishop, and now you have to play a move like f6 to block both of the bishops, and it's a really tricky position. But okay, Boden for the moment decided not to capture the rook. He went rook 8 to d8, but now Morphy finds the very exciting e6, now opening up the dark square bishop. And now the problem is you can't go into the line that we've already shown. The problem is if you go captures now, rook captures and f6, now it doesn't work. f6 is bad here. But even pause the video and try to figure out why f6 doesn't work here, and it worked a moment before, while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting that at some point when this pawn is pushed with check, you will be attacking the rook here, which was previously here. So by playing rook 8 to d8, Boden is no longer able to go for this defense, because now knight captures on f6 with check. You're gonna play rook captures, bishop captures, and queen captures now, pretty much only move, and now e7 check will win you the rook on d8 after the king moves king here. You're gonna bring a queen into the game, queen captures, and you get this endgame where Morphy would be up the exchange. So that's why this rook 8 to d8 prevents such a defense. But Boden played it here so he can play bishop to d4 to block Morphy's dark square bishop. And now Morphy goes for e captures on f7 with check. We have king to h8 and now rook to g4, getting the rook out of harm's way. And also perhaps it will be possible to double rooks later on the g file. So bishop captures on b2. This was Boden's plan. Queen captures, threatening checkmate. And now there's no good way to defend checkmate other than to go rook captures on f7 and try and give back some material. Also, knight to g6 is a possibility, but then you get the rook 8 to g1. Slowly white will start pushing, and that knight will not stay there for very long. So rook captures on f7. The engine very much agrees with Boden. It is the best move. Bishop captures on f7. We have queen captures, and now knight to g5 with an attack on the queen. We have queen to d5. Queen to f5 is a little bit better here, but okay, queen to d5 now with the rook-queen battery along the d file. But now comes rook captures on f4. Boden said it's not needed to defend the knight, since I can always capture on g5. But that's exactly what Morphy goes for. Rook captures on f4. Okay, queen captures on g5. And now rook to g1, offering the rook here for a nice checkmate on g7. So what do you do here? Queen to h6 was played. Queen to e7 was a little bit better, but well, you can't have everything and always play the correct move. Here Boden defended with queen to h6, but now the problem is that Morphy is able to add even more attackers. Rook to f7 was played by Morphy, now with a triple attack on the g7 pawn here. As you can see, Boden defended it with rook to g8, but now rook captures on c7. And now there's not much black can do. Your queen and rook are stuck here guarding the g7 pawn. So Boden played knight to d3, but now Morphy just played queen to d4, and it was in this position on move 30 that Samuel Standish Boden resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Your knight is under attack, you have to bring it back, but now pretty much anything wins for white. You could just grab a pawn here, but even the straightforward rook captures on g7 just wins on the spot, because if you capture with the rook, rook to c8 is mate, since the rook is now pinned, and if you capture with the queen, then of course Morphy would happily win the queen, and then let's say check, rook blocks, and then you pick up the a5 pawn, and black will not have much to go on. It will be a very quick win for white. So after queen d4, Boden resigned, and yet another victory for Paul Morphy in their match. Like I said, I'm still gonna decide whether to show more games between the two of them, as if I decide more of them are interesting, I'm definitely gonna show them before we go to Staunton's next minion, of course, Mr. Barnes, the legendary Mr. Barnes. But we'll see how it goes. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. Do check out the links in the description below. Join the tournament tomorrow. It's gonna be great. So I will see you there. I would like to thank Robert Vasquez, Christopher Drake, Peter Mogensen, Sebastian Berg, and Thomas Giannakodimos for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing the 1858 clash between Paul Charles Morphy and Adolf Anderssen, so the Morphy saga, and it's the 5th game of the 2nd match. So if you've been following what's happening so far, Morphy won the first match, the big one, and now while the photographers are getting ready to take their photo, they are already playing the 5th game. So as some of you noticed in the comments, luckily it took such a long time to take a photo, otherwise this match would never happen and we would not have this beautiful 6 games featuring only the King's Gambit. So this is I believe the most famous game from the 2nd match. Some of you have seen it, some of you haven't, but for those of you who will see it for the first time, get ready, because well, it's gonna be a real treat, and it will definitely improve your Sunday, or maybe a Monday if you're not watching this maybe right now. So without further ado, let's check it out. Morphy has the white pieces, and he opens with e4. This does not come as a surprise to you, as it's 6 games of the King's Gambit. Sorry about that. And Anderssen replies with e5. We have f4, the King's Gambit is on the board, e captures on f4, Anderssen accepts the gambit, knight to f3, and the g5. We already mentioned the strongest reply for black, and then now comes h4 by Morphy. We have g4 and knight to e5, and we've already seen all of this. If you, we're not going to be discussing all of the lines, since we've covered most of them in the previous videos of this match, so if you haven't seen the other games from this match, do check it out to understand this a little bit better. Knight to f6, and now knight captures on g4. And now there are well, some moves that you can play here, some moves you can't. Anderssen tried some that you really can, but here he goes for the absolute best continuation. Knight captures on e4. We have d3 challenging Anderssen's knight to g3, now attacking the rook, and the bishop captures on f4. And this is the first moment where we have to well, check what do you do. Basically, our candidate moves are knight captures rook, and maybe queen to e7 check first, maybe trade off the queens, and then capture the rook. So let's see what's happening if queen to e7 check. Well, it's a fine move. Anderssen is already down 4 points in the match, so maybe trading queens this early on in the game doesn't really help him, but it's a really funny line, so I will show it. Let's say bishop to e2, queen to b4 check. Now we're gonna block with the queen, and now you can't capture the pawn and go after the rook, because bishop to e5 check just wins the game for white. The knight here nicely defends this bishop. So instead you would have to go for a queen trade here, and after, let's say, king captures on d2, black would grab the rook, but now comes knight to f6 check. King to d8, and now knight to d5, going after the c7 pawn. Black would defend it, and now we get bishop to g5 check. And while black could somehow try to avoid going into a perpetual here, maybe with king to e7, it doesn't look like something that black would be willing to do. So most likely what we would see here is a nice perpetual. Knight d5 opens up a discovery, then we repeat, and we have another perpetual. So after bishop captures on f4, Anderson doesn't really enjoy this queen to e7 move, so he goes for knight captures on h1. And okay, now Morphy plays queen to e2 with check, and you have to block with the queen. If you block with the bishop, then it's just a very quick checkmate. Knight f6 check, the bishop cannot capture, it's pinned. King to f8, and now bishop to h6 will be checkmate. The knight covers this, bishop covers this, knight covers this, so obviously you can't go there. So Anderson has to block with the queen, but it doesn't matter. Still knight to f6 check, king to d8, and now there is only one good move for Morphy here, so feel free to pause the video and try to find this idea while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting it. It's not a winning move, but it's the only move that allows white to stay in the game. So to all of you who found it, congratulations, as it's bishop captures on c7 with check. The king now has no squares. Your only move is to capture the bishop. So king captures bishop, and now Morphy delivers knight to d5 check, forking the king and the queen. And while this seems like, okay, Anderson should just resign now, not really, because after king to d8, Morphy grabs the queen, bishop captures on e7, and we get this position where, yes, Morphy has a queen, but Anderson has a rook, a dark square bishop, and a knight for, or rather, we can choose this knight for a queen. So it's not bad. Two pieces and a rook are definitely better than a queen. The problem for Anderson is that all of his pieces are still undeveloped, and this knight still has to figure out how to get back into the game. And Morphy plays queen to g4. He takes away the g3 square from Anderson's knight and is planning to win it. Queen h3 will capture the knight, and that's it. Then Morphy will simply be up material. And interestingly, this position happened also a year after this game was played, but Anderson had the white pieces, only he didn't go queen to g4, he played queen to h5, and he won a very nice game against Bertolt Schule in his hometown of Breslau, where he came from to visit Morphy here in Paris. But here Morphy played queen to g4, and now comes well, a nice d6, attacking the queen and also taking away the h3 square for the white queen. We have queen to f4 now, going after the f7 pawn, but Anderson says, I have to develop, I don't really care about pawns now. Rook to g8, and now knight is coming to g3, that's the point. So Morphy has to do something. He plays queen captures on f7, now threatens to pick up the rook, but now bishop captures on h4 with check. King to d2, king to d2, and now comes rook to e8. And here Morphy has to decide how to continue this game, and it's not an easy choice because, well, of course you want to develop, but if you just continue knight to c3 and think you're getting a rook into the game, not really. The bishop is covering the e1 square, and just bishop g5 check, you've just blocked the c3 square, so your king doesn't have anywhere to go. The rook covers these three squares, bishop covers c1, it's, well, king to d1, knight is coming to g3, it's just looking very ugly for white. And another thing, after rook to e8, Morphy could go for queen to h5. Seems like it's winning. The bishop is attacked, and if the bishop moves, we win the knight. The problem is there's this bishop to e1 check. And now after the king moves, we're going to play knight to g3, attack the queen, get our pieces into the game, and black is just, well, pretty much winning now because there's no way to win that knight. So after rook to e8, Morphy plays knight to a3. Now it's a little bit better, since bishop to g5 will be met with king to c3. But this is something that black should do nonetheless, because if bishop g5, king c3, then we simply continue developing. Bishop to d7, and well, although it's looking pretty shaky, I mean the king is still on d8, it's actually perfectly fine for black. If knight to c4, going after the pawn, we defend it, king c7. If queen to d5, e5 going after the pawn, bishop to f4, and black is holding this. But Anderson, after knight to a3, played knight to a6, and this is now a problem, because now Morphy just goes for it. Queen to h5. Now this is possible, as well, there is no bishop to e1 with check, the rook covers that square, and there is no bishop g5, the queen covers that. So here we have bishop to f6 by Anderson, and now Morphy simply picks up the knight on h1. There's also a fun line that starts with rook to e1, because we're now threatening to pick up the rook here. Anderson would have to trade, captures, you get a knight into the game, but now queen to f7 goes after the bishop, and only after the bishop moves, now we go knight to b5, and now we're controlling a lot of critical squares here, and we're going to start winning some of the pieces, because there are so many checks in the position, and we're going to be able to pick up at least one of these pieces. If bishop to d7 attacks the knight, we're going to deliver queen to g8 check, and after the bishop blocks, now we simply play queen to g5 check, king to c8, and now we pick up the knight on g3. And now the problem is, if bishop captures here, then we deliver queen to g8 check, and we pick up the rook here. So white will always be up material. It was another way of treating the position instead of Morphy's direct queen captures on h1. But okay, here Anderson has to figure out how to continue, and he plays bishop captures on b2. And this will simply not to do. Another one way that could allow him to continue is bishop to g5 check, but this entire game is so complicated that we could simply show lines, endlessly. But I'm going to show this one as it's also very nice. King to c3, and now bishop to e6, and it really seems like Anderson has Morphy's king on the run, bishop covering all of these squares, the knight covering this, the rook coming to c8, but Morphy would be able to defend with b3. It looks very ugly, but it works. Bishop f6 check, now we play d4, and only after rook to c8 check, now we play king back to b2 and allow the capture of the d4 pawn. Bishop captures, king to b1, we've escaped, and white should be better here, even though it looks incredibly ugly, but it's definitely black's best way of trying to defend this position. So instead, after queen captures on h1, Anderson doesn't find this idea of bishop to g5. He plays bishop captures on b2. I mean, who wouldn't? And now Morphy simply finds the quickest way to victory. Queen to h4 with check, king to d7, and now rook to b1. That's the good stuff. Anderson captures the knight here, and now we have queen to a4 with check, and it was in this position on move 23 that Adolf Anderson resigned the game. So interestingly, Morphy wins all of his games with white in less than 25 moves. First with white in 19, second with white also in 19, and third now with the white pieces in 23 moves. And it doesn't really matter what you play here. If you move the king away from the defense of the rook, we simply capture the rook. If you go king to e7, we play rook to e1 check, and then capture the rook. And if you try to defend with king to d8, it's not a problem. We're just going to capture on a3, attacking the d6 pawn, and there's no good way to defend this. Whatever you try, you can't move the bishop, the b7 pawn falls, it's just really ugly. If rook to e6, we're going to play d4, now prepare bishop to c4, and if knight to c7, now trying to get some pieces into the game, we attack the rook, bishop to c4, let's say rook to g6, and now queen to f3, and that's it. There is no good reply here. You can't really move anything. If the bishop moves, we capture on b7. The rook can't really move anywhere. We're really going for that f8 square, and if knight to e8, then we simply play rook to e1, and again black is simply in too big of a zugzwang almost, because whatever you play here simply just ruins your position. There really is no way to play this. Bishop to f7 can be played attacking the rook and the knight. It's just ugly. You could play rook captures followed by bishop to f7 check. You pick up the rook. There are some lines are good, some are better, but all of them are winning. So yeah, after queen to a4 check, Anderson resigned, and this is Morphy's 5th victory in a row in the second match, which leaves us only with one more game while the photographers are getting ready to take their photo. So will this match end by a Fischer result of a 6-0, or will we have a nice comeback by Anderson? Stay tuned and check it out in the next episode of the Morphy saga. So yeah, That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. A very nice King's Gambit adventure. Always play the King's Gambit. I would like to thank Online Buy More, Dimitar Angelov, Sean Shkera, Luke Sims, and Barry Barton for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphe saga until it ends. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome to round 2 of this year's Norway Chess. It's a game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja. As you know, Jan did not play his yesterday's game against Sergei Karyakin. His flight was delayed, so that game I believe will be played on a free day. But now this one, it's a really awesome one. It features the greatest opening of all, or some would say the second greatest opening of all. And it feels like this game is straight out of our newly finished Morphe saga, as it features, like I mentioned, a very special opening. So this is the Armageddon. Of course, their classical game ended in a draw. It was a fairly quick Rui Lopez, not much was going on. At some point, Nepo gained some advantage, but Alireza quickly equalized, and they agreed to a draw by repeating moves. But now this is Armageddon. Let's check it out. Really an awesome one. So Nepo with the white pieces opens with e4. We have e5 by Alireza, and now Nepo doesn't go for knight to f3 like he did in their classical match. He plays f4. Yes, he goes for the King's Gambit, as you might have assumed, judging from the thumbnail. Alireza accepts the gambit, and now knight to f3. So what do you play here? We've had this position many times during our Morphe saga, and I often mentioned that g5 was played there then. It was considered the strongest, and it's still considered the strongest by today's standards. But Alireza plays knight to f6, and already trying to take Nepo out of his repertoire, if there is such a thing, regarding the King's Gambit. We have e5 immediately challenging this knight, and knight to h5. And now this knight is looking rather weird here, but the plus side is after Nepo plays d4, attacks the f4 pawn, the knight from h5 will already be defending this pawn. So d6 challenging the strong center, and the queen to e2 now, threatening to capture here and open up a discovery towards the black king. And now black could decide to keep the center closed with d5, but Alireza plays d captures on e5. And now there are a few games in the database where just queen captures on e5 was played. This delivers check, also attacks the knight here, but you will not be winning the knight, just queen e7, and we will have a queen trade. But Nepo doesn't want to trade queens. He plays knight captures on e5, and now it is only as of move 7 that we have a completely new game, and this knight is attacked. So what can Alireza do? Well, queen to h4 with check, why not, if white allows it. We have g3 by Nepo, played in the true spirit of the King's Gambit, and Alireza continues just happily going forward. Knight captures on g3. Now Nepo doesn't have time to do any discoveries because his queen is under attack, but also the rook is attacked here. So of course h captures on g3. Nepo very happily offers this rook. We have queen captures on h1, and now just bishop captures on f4. Without this bishop captures on f4, you could continue with some discoveries, but there really aren't any that do any damage. Like, okay, knight to g6 check can be played, but after bishop to e6, it's really not a lot. Yes, you can pick up the rook on h8, but I mean, okay, you won that rook, but the knight will not be able to get out, and black has a very, very active position here. So Nepo continues in the true spirit of the King's Gambit. Bishop captures on f4. We have to go for rapid development, and now Alireza also has to start developing his pieces. He has a queen on h1. He won the exchange, but all of his other pieces are still on their starting squares. And you might consider some maybe bishop to b4 check, then retreat with bishop to e7. Just prevent any sneaky checks, but the move Alireza plays actually loses the game for him. He plays bishop to e6, and it seems like a very normal idea, especially for an Armageddon game where you have so little time on the clock. And now, okay, you don't have any discoveries. The bishop now is blocking the queen's check towards the black king, but the game is lost nevertheless. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find this, incredibly elusive move that wins the game for Nepo while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on, well, developing a piece. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's knight to c3, gaining control of the d5 square, and now black is just busted. To give you an example, if you just want to prevent d5, I mean, why wouldn't you? You have to first play knight to c3, because here the queen is also guarding the d5 square. So knight to c3 has to be played, and now let's say you play c6. Okay, you gain control of this square, but now just queenside castles. And where is the black queen going? There's no square for the black queen. All of the squares are covered, and there's just no good move here. There's really nothing you can do. Bishop to g2 is coming, and that queen is lost. Just to give you an example, it's a bishop d6, bishop to g2, and you lose the queen. If you play queen to h2, it kind of seems like you can play this, just bishop captures on c6 check, and we pick up the black queen. So Alireza has to try something else. He plays g5. He wants to, create some discomfort between white's pieces, but Nepo not interested. He continues with his plan of d5. So g captures on f4, d captures on e6, and now again, what can Alireza play here? If you just capture the pawn, which seems like you should be able to do, queen to c4, and now everything is hanging. This is hanging, this is hanging. There's not much to be done here. If you try something like queen to h6 to guard this pawn, we're just going to capture on c7. And now whatever you try, let's say queen g7, offer a queen trade, queen to c8 check, king to e7. Now we can just castle queenside. We don't really care. We're going to pick up this pawn next, pick up the rook here. And even if the black queen picks up the knight, we can play some like queen captures on b7 with check, king to f6, and now even knight to e4 check, king to g6, and now even bishop to d3. So this would be a terrible attack to face for Alireza. Let's say king h6. Now we're going to play queen to f7, and there's no defense against rook to h1. That's just game. Of course, if queen to h5, trying to trade queens and guard the h1 square, now just queen f6 check, queen to g6, and now rook to h1 will be checkmate. So a bit of a longer variation, but just to give you an idea of how dangerous f captures on e6 is. So we have bishop to d6 by Alireza, and now Nepo just castles queenside. You could also start capturing here with the pawn, with the knight, but Nepo says, nope, let's keep this, in the style of the King's Gambit. So here, queen back to h6, bringing the queen back to help out with the defense, and now, okay, threatening some f3 ideas, maybe opening up a discovery towards Nepo's king, but just queen to b5 with check. We have knight to c6 blocking, and now knight captures on f7, so not allowing any tricks here. The black queen is under attack, so queen captures on e6, and now not going for something like capturing the rook. That wouldn't really do you all that much. So bishop to c4, just going for development. Everything is development, attacking the queen. The bishop also defends the knight, so luckily the queen can escape with tempo. Queen to e3 check, king to b1, and now queen to c5, offering a queen trade, but Nepo says that will not happen. Knight captures on d6 with check, c captures, and now queen captures on b7, attacking the rook here. So what can you do? You can't really save that rook. If you try something like rook here, we're just going to deliver queen to f7 checkmate, so you have to guard against that as well. So queen captures on c4, Alireza picks up the bishop here, but now queen captures on a8 with check. Knight to d8, otherwise you lose the other rook as well. And now rook to e1 with check. King f7, now comes queen captures on a7 with check. King to g6, and now g captures on f4. Again, in the style of Morphy, just opening up the g file for the rook. And here Alireza tries queen to c5, offers a queen trade, and guards against rook to g1, but not really. Nepo just played rook to g1 check, and it was in this position on move 25. Yes, on move 25, truly in the spirit of the King's Gambit, Alireza Firouzja resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Some of the more enjoyable continuations, let's say king to f6, we're just going to deliver knight to e4 check, and we pick up the queen. So nothing fun for black there. If you try something like king to h6, we just deliver queen g7 check, king h5, and again rook to h1 will be checkmate. So what's left is maybe to try and be ambitious with king to h5, but still we're going to play rook to h1 check, king to g6, and now even f5 with check. Queen captures on f5, now rook g1 check. King's gonna move to h5, now queen to g7. And again, there's no defense against rook to h1, or if you try to defend the h1 square, then we just deliver queen to g5 checkmate, or, you know, pretty much anything just wins here, so it doesn't really matter. So after rook to g1 check, Alireza resigned, and he loses the second clash in a row. But it's actually not that bad, because if you think about it, Alireza drew Magnus, the World Chess Champion, in the first round in Classical, and now he drew the World Chess Championship Challenger in the second round in Classical chess. He lost both of the Armageddon games, but still, definitely not bad for his Classical rating and, you know, just his playing style in general. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We're gonna cover some other games as well, but as soon as I saw the King's Gambit, I knew, yes, this is the one that we're covering first, so really hope you enjoyed that one. And you keep playing the King's Gambit. As you can see, you can win as much as you want with it. So once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank David Marcus, John Rabbits, F. Lightheart, Suhas Raja Chandragupta, and Liv Sunhen for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this very nice tournament, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a game a lot of you have requested already. It was played yesterday on Samai's stream, and it's a game featuring the legendary Indian stand-up comedian slash streamer Samai Raina, and of course the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen. It took place almost at the end of Samai's stream, and it was a blitz game, but not an actual blitz game. It was more of a Bill Gates challenge type of blitz game, where Magnus allowed his time to run out until he had 15 seconds on the clock. I think he also had 15 seconds against Bill Gates. So it's 3 minutes for Samai and only 15 seconds for Magnus. So a good idea here would be maybe to play a sort of a defensive opening, really just try and protect your king and basically try and flag Magnus in those 15 seconds, but let's see what actually happened in the game. Samai opened with e4, and here he issued a dare to Magnus. He said something like, "I dare you to play e5 here," and Magnus said, "Okay, I'm gonna play e5." He played e5, and then Samai replied with f4. Like I said, it would be a good idea to play some sort of a defensive opening, but he wouldn't be much of a comedian if he didn't try to make the most of this opportunity. So he went for almost the greatest opening of all, the King's Gambit. There are some better gambits, as you might have heard. But here, Magnus just allowed his clock to go to 15 seconds, and then he started playing. So bishop to c5, this is what Magnus goes for. He doesn't accept the gambit, rather he wants to get some rapid development in. And as it usually is when you have 15 seconds on the clock, I don't know if you've ever tried playing with 15 seconds on the clock, almost every move will be a pre-move until you reach at least some part of the middle game. So here, Samai continued development, knight to f3, and here d5, sort of like a postponed Folkbeer's Gambit, where you will either capture on e5 or you're going to go e-captures on d5. Samai captured on d5, and Magnus most likely pre-moved e4. So the knight is under attack, and here Magnus, of course, is expecting e5. However, Samai tricked him, as Magnus pre-moved knight to f6, but Samai went to d4. And here Magnus pre-moved knight to f6, as this move doesn't really make all that much sense. It is already as of move 5 that we have a completely new game. And here Samai could get a lot of activity in. For example, if knight e5, then Magnus would really be in trouble, because he still has to react to his bishop being under attack. This doesn't work. This check just c3, and the black doesn't gain any tempi. So just bishop back to b6, and now you can do a lot of things. You can go bishop b5 check. You can defend this pawn with c4. It would be tough. However, Samai went for a nice trade with the d captures on c5. He just wanted to trade. We have e captures on f3 and Samai recaptures. Queen captures on f3, and the Magnus castles king side. Samai's king is still in the center of the board. and Magnus doesn't have time for some sort of a long end game if he traded queens. He of course just wants to checkmate Samai's king that's still in the center of the board. So Samai of course does the correct thing. He plays bishop to d3. He wants to castle his king to safety, and Magnus prevents this for the moment. He goes rook to e8 check. And here, this is not a problem. Oftentimes, when you play the King's Gambit, there are some very nice lines where you even allow Queen to h4 check or even Bishop to h4 check, where you will play King to f1, for example. Later on, you can play King to f2, and then you're going to bring the Rook into the game. However, here, Samai played Bishop to e3, and this will be a big problem for Samai, as well. Now this is now something that Magnus can really sink his teeth into. So here, bishop to g4 first, attacking Samai's queen, queen to g3, and now knight captures on d5, just adding another attacker here, offering this this bishop here for the bishop on e3. So you could either go for queen captures, or you could move the king, or you could do what Samai did, which is h3. But h3 is a bit of a problematic issue, because Magnus just plays knight captures on e3, and now you can't really capture this, because if pawn captures, then just knight f5 check and you lose the queen. So not an option for Samai. So Samai goes king to f2. He gets away from any nasty discoveries, but now comes queen to d4 for Magnus. Now threatening again all sorts of nasty discoveries, and there just isn't all that much you can do here. Whatever you do, you're just going to lose. You can't kick the queen away. If c3, then the bishop hangs. So you have to give up something. Samai played rook to e1, but now it's actually a forced checkmate in 7 with best defense from Samai. So feel free to pause the video here and checkmate Samai while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this, well, forced mating sequence in 7. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's knight to f5 with check. Just a nice discovered check. Also connecting with the queen. So here, rook to e3 is the most resilient defense, but it doesn't matter. It only prolongs the mate for 2 moves. So here, Samai gave up the queen just right away. We have rook captures on e3, rook captures, and queen captures on e3. Only one more move left for Samai. King to f1, and now Magnus finished the game with knight to g3 checkmate. So really nice checkmate. The queen prevents the king from escaping. The knight delivers check, and that's a very nice queen-knight combo. And it's very interesting that out of those 15 seconds that Magnus started with, he ended the game with 8.2 seconds on the clock. So it took Magnus less than 7 seconds to play this entire game. Now, like I said, you should definitely go for some sort of a defensive approach and try and hold off. But Samai bravely went like brave Sir Robin, and he wasn't afraid of anything, and he just took Magnus head on. But then this happened. And also after the stream, Samai tweeted something. So here is a tweet from Samai. He thanked everyone for joining the stream, and he says that he had the most beautiful time of quarantine and learned that King's Gambit is the worst opening. Now, I'm sure that it was a very enjoyable stream and that he had a wonderful time, but I must urge you, the King's Gambit is not the worst possible opening. There are way worse openings, and you should play it. You're going to have fun with it, and most of the times when you play it, good things will happen. So yeah, that's the game. Like I said, a lot of you have requested it, so I thought it was a good idea to show it. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Nathan and Lauren Lanier, Vinesh P, Bart Carpenter, Tom Haythornthwaite, and Derek Van Morik for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the St. Louis event, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your weekend. And if you want to check out the original footage of this game being played, the link will be the first thing you see in the description below. See you soon. Hello everyone and welcome to another spectacular game that happened in round 2 of this year's Tata Steel Challengers edition. It is a game between Jergush Pehac and Amin Tabatabai, and the title pretty much sums it up. One player blunders a piece on move 6 and ends up winning the game. How is this possible? Well, as it turns out, the resulting positions after this blunder are so complicated that, it seems that even classical control is not enough time to figure out everything that's possible. So let's dive straight into it. Pehac with the white pieces opens with e4, and yes, it features the greatest opening of all times after that one opening, and that is the King's Gambit, e5 and pawn to f4. The King's Gambit is on the board. E captures on f4, accepting the Gambit, and now knight to f3. And there are many ways to deal with the King's Gambit. You could play d6, you could play d5, you could go for g5, still the most played move. Yeah, you know, it was played in the olden days in matches between, for example, Morphy and Anderson, and still to this day the top move. But here we have knight to f6, and now comes pawn to e5. And okay, still, this is all very well-known theory. Knight to h5. Now, if the knight moves, for example, queen to h4 check can be very unpleasant. So d for d6, and now comes queen to e2. And here, okay, you are threatening e captures on d6 with check. You should really do something about this. And there are various ways you could deal with this. You could just close the center with d5. You could also play d captures on e5, for example, knight captures on e5 and queen to h4 check. Now, let's say king to d1. This is a very standard King's Gambit compensation, if you want to call it that. Bishop to e7, knight to f3 now attacks the queen. For example, queen goes back, and now knight to c3. And it's not easy. Black can't really castle due to the bishop on e7 hanging, so you still have to figure out how to deal with this. But it is very much playable. However, in the game, Amin played bishop to e7, and there is a very good reason why he played it, even though it's a move that should lose you the game. But I will not tell you why. I will just link an interview with Amin that he gave after the game. Will be the first link in the description below, so do check it out. It's a very nice interview. So bishop to e7, and this just straight out blunders a piece. Now the problem is, look at this, queen b5 check. What's up with that? And the knight on h5 is undefended. So you just clear the e file. First, e captures on d6. Now the bishop is hanging, and also queen b5 check will pick up the knight. So you have to decide, do you want to lose the knight or do you want to lose the bishop? And here, I mean, as I understand it, he got off from the table. He went to the bathroom. He was, I imagine, disgusted with himself. But he recollected himself, came back to the board, and he said, all right, I'm gonna make my opponent work for his meal. And he continued with queen captures on d6, giving up the knight on h5. So queen b5 check, knight to c6, and now queen captures on h5. So what he has for compensation is he will grab another pawn, knight captures on d4, and this is where the position really becomes interesting. And if you're white here, you know that your opponent just blundered. You know that your opponent, okay, will play, but chances are you are completely winning. And of course you know this. The problem is there's only one winning variation for white here, and it's not that clear. I will just show it to you. So here you have to play knight captures on d4. It's not a move you want to play. You want to continue development, of course. That's kind of in the spirit of the King's Gambit. But your opponent just blundered a piece. You no longer care about the spirit of the King's Gambit. So you have to capture on d4. And after queen captures, now you're going to play knight to c3, preparing bishop to d3. After, let's say, black castles, bishop to d3. g6, now you have to stop checkmate. Also the queen is attacked, queen back to f3. Now bishop to h4 check. Of course you will not allow white to hide the king to safety. King to d1. Now let's say c5, preparing c4 to win back material. Now you're going to play knight e2, attack the queen, and once the queen moves somewhere, anywhere, let's say queen d8, you're still threatening c4, you're going to play bishop to d2. Now c4 is not a problem, you can just capture that, and after something like bishop to e6, you will play knight captures on f4, and slowly but surely you will hide the king to the queen side, get this rook into the game. It will take you several moves, but you will finally get to enjoy your extra piece and have a completely winning position without any positional issues. So here after knight captures on d4, that was not played in the game. Here, Yergush played bishop to d3, which is a nice developing move. Of course, he stops castling as checkmate is being threatened, but the problem is pawn to g6. And now you have to move the queen away from the defense of the knight on f3, and the black will, well, just cripple white's king side. So here, queen to a5 is played, knight captures on f3, check, g captures, and here black castles. And okay, now if you look at this position, white is still up a piece, but this definitely looks like a position black might play even voluntarily if you offer it to someone. I know a few players that would very much love to play a position like this. So now white will have to figure out a way how to get his king to safety. Knight to c3. Okay, you want to develop the bishop, move the king. Queen to e6 with check now. We have knight to e2 and bishop to h4 with check. King to d1 and now queen to h3, attacking the pawn on f3. So bishop captures on f4, you want to clear this path for the white king. Queen captures on f3 and now king to d2, hoping to get your rook into the game and hide the king all the way to the queen side. But now comes bishop to h3 and again, incredibly complicated position. Now, if you try rook a to d1, which seems like it solves all of your problems, the problem is rook f to e8. And now you can't move the king. There are all sorts of problems, like rook captures on e2, and then queen captures on f4 will just win black material. So you're going to have to move the bishop. But now even ideas like rook a to d8, okay, now you're going to play knight to g4, because if you don't, again, you can just play rook captures on d3, and then if you move the king, rook captures on d3, and then pick up the knight. So here you're going to play knight to g3, but now queen to f6 goes after the b2 pawn, and finally after king to c1, it seems like white cleared everything. White is now safe. There's g5 wins back material. So very, very complicated. So instead we have bishop to g3, getting that bishop out of harm's way, and now pawn to b6. An incredible move by black, because it takes away the queen away from the 5th rank, and that's a really important thing to do. You want to play bishop to g5 check and stop the white king from escaping. So queen b5, but now a6. We have queen to c4, and finally bishop to g5 with check. So bishop to f4, and now bishop to f6, putting pressure on the b2 pawn, and now rook h to g1. And here you could consider a lot of things. One thing you don't want to consider is capture on b2. It seems like a great move because then the white king will be in the center of the board indefinitely. The problem is if you capture here, then comes bishop captures on g6 and black can just resign. There's no good way to handle this. For example, if captures, so rook captures, you're going to have to move the king. Of course, the f pawn cannot move. King h7, king h7, rook to h6 check, and now once you go to the g file, the rook comes to g1. Let's say bishop to g4, rook to h4, and here you resign. There's nothing here. I mean, if f5, just queen captures on c7, everything is just falling apart here. Rook f7, bishop e5 check, king to g6, and now you just checkmate the black king. For example, queen to h6 with checkmate. So after this rook h to g1 move, rook f to e8 was played, again with some very nasty tricks here. Here, best for white would be to play rook to g3, but here Yergush rushed it a little bit. His position is still better, slightly better, but he has to play rook to g3. However, he rushed it with rook a to e1, and now it's black's time to shine, and he does it again by playing pawn to b5. Absolutely wonderful here. The problem is now, how are you defending the bishop on f4? Yes, the knight is defending it, but rook captures on e2 will remove the defender of the bishop, and then queen captures on f4. And there's a problem. You can't really do all that much. If queen b4, just a5. This takes away the entire 4th rank from the white queen. So queen captures on c7. This is the only good way to continue. But now rook a to c8. Queen to d6, still keeping an eye on that bishop. But now here we have rook to e6. Bishop captures on b2 is also fine. You decide, okay, I'm not going to win back material. I'm just going to keep the king on d2, and chances are you will very likely win this game. But he played rook to e6. Now, what do you play? Rook to g3. Very, very important move here. If you go queen to b4, there's bishop e7. I mean, disgusting stuff here. Queen to d4, now rook to d8, and you are never getting away from here. Whatever you play here, I mean, there's just nothing here. Bishop to b4 check is coming. You're not going to be able to play c3 because then the bishop and d3 hangs there. I mean, there's nothing here. So instead, after rook e6, rook to g3, only move for white, and now queen to f2, and now bishop to e3, going after the queen. If you go for rook captures on h3, there's just rook captures on d6, and after bishop captures on b2. So okay, you might argue that you have compensation for the queen. Indeed, you have. Okay, let's check. Rook, bishop. You will have a bishop, knight, and rook for the black queen here. But I mean, your king is stuck on d2 with no squares whatsoever. Very sad position for white. So instead, that's why bishop to e3. You cannot give up the queen. And now queen captures on e1. This is how the trade happens. King captures on e1, rook captures on d6, rook captures on h3, and now bishop captures on b2. And if you count everything now, you will see that both players have a rook here, both players have a dark square bishop, and white has a bishop and knight for a rook. So okay, if you count it that way, white is definitely better, but black is up 2 pawns, so it's very, very tricky. So rook to h4, preparing pawn to a4 to eliminate these two queenside pawns, but now we have f5. Pawn to a4, and now bishop to f6. Here, Tabatabai starts playing pretty much with engine-level precision. Bishop to f6 attacks the rook, trying to get the rook away from the defense of the a4 pawn. Rook to b4, and now the tricky bishop to e7. Spectacular move to find. Now, if you try capturing, just rook captures on d3, and the white resigns. You will be down too much material. So you have to move the rook to b1, and now look at this. B captures on a4, rook to a1, and now a3, again with the same trick. Now if rook captures on a3, rook e6 attacks the rook on a3 and the bishop on e3. That's undefended. So here, bishop back to c1, and now rook to d5. Preparing to put the rook on the a file, because now rook captures is impossible due to bishop captures, and you really should reconsider about this bishop captures on a3. But I think Yergush was already pretty much completely demoralized by not nurturing that advantage from move 6 all the way to a win, that he just went for bishop captures on a3, but now black is just straight up winning. So rook to a5 attacks the bishop, bishop to b2, rook captures on a1, bishop captures, and now pawn to a5. So now it's a rook for bishop and knight, but black with 2 extra pawns and with the passed a pawn will be incredibly difficult to stop. We have knight to f4, king to f7. Tabatabai starts bringing the king into the game, knight to d5, and bishop to d6. Goes after the h2 pawn, so h3, and the rook to e8 with check. King to d2, and now bishop to e5. He wants to trade even more material, so it will be easier to push his advantage to a win. So bishop captures, rook captures, and now pawn to c4, defending the knight. King to e6, and here pretty much anything you do loses the game for black. Not pretty much, everything you do loses the game for white. But here after king to c3, there's just a very, very cool way to end the game. So feel free to pause the video and try to find the winning idea for Tabatabai while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting that you don't need pieces to win this endgame. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is a rook captures on d5. This is what Amin played, and it was in this position on move 45 that Yergush Behac resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Once you captured the rook, okay, white is up a full piece, but regardless of how you play this, there's just no way to hold. To give you an example, let's say you go bishop c2, you want to try to cover as many squares here in front of the black king. Also keep an eye on the a4 square. Black easily infiltrates the king side. And now let's say king to d2, you're going to play king f4. Now you lose the h3 pawn. Or you can try to defend it, let's say bishop d3, king g3, and bishop to f1, but now a4. Now the king has to go stop the a pawn. Let's say king c3, you're going to play pawn to f4. And after king to b4, now you just start advancing those pawns, and they will be too impossible to stop. For example, g5, you're going to start bringing the king into the game, king b3, g4 captures. The two connected pass pawns are stronger than anything, especially a bishop. So king c4, let's say king f2, and that's it. Bishop d3, g3, and you advance your pawn to victory. So absolutely spectacular game. Rook captures on d5 ends it. Truly remarkable. And again, not just an absolutely spectacular game, absolutely spectacular by Amin for not just resigning here or starting to play whatever or just going for nonsense aggressive moves to try and make something out of the positions that arise. He just played good chess. Yergush gave him a few chances. He took them, and in the end, he wasn't just able to save the game. He was able to even win the game. But yeah. I mean, very very hard to even play this with white, even after winning the piece. It was, I mean, like I said, only one after knight captures on d4. Only one move that allows white to keep the advantage. Everything else just allows black to get back into the game. So not the greatest, ad for King's Gambit, as I know, a lot of you like myself are big fans of the King's Gambit. But it's a great opening. You can play it, you can win positions, but you have to be very, very, very precise. It's a very tactical opening, and even if you win a piece on move 6, it will not guarantee you a victory. So yeah, once again, huge congratulations to Amin for winning a game being a full piece down in classical chess. Not something you see very often. I remember like a few years ago, Magnus Carlsen won against Gawain Jones, also after blundering a piece, but you just don't see that very often. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Play the King's Gambit, but also know what you are doing. I would like to thank Duitran, Ravishing Reptiles YouTube, SafeShelter.org, Bernardo Smarani, and Radboud Brunisma Outwater for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Tata Steel, both Challenger and Masters Edition, until they finish. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a very nice game that comes as a suggestion from quite a few subscribers. It's Riza versus Lex Friedman. Now, you guys are probably thinking, oh, it's 1st of April, he's just tricking us again, this game never really happened, or who knows why he's showing this game. And yes, I deserve that, as I've tricked you pretty severely the last time, but no, this is not such a video. It'd be hard to make a video now on the 1st of April, regardless of what I do, since you guys will be thinking I'm just tricking you, but this is an actual game. So Reza was a guest on the Lex Friedman podcast last year in October, and they played a game throughout the entire podcast, and it's a quite a lovely game. Features a very cool opening, features the King's Gambit, and I will just show it because it's really, really nice. But also, if you guys want to check out the entire podcast, I will put a link to it in the description below. And also, there is a video of just the game that was played. It's some 15 minutes long, so you guys are welcome to check that out as well, as then you can enjoy commentary by both Reza and Lex themselves. So that being said, let's check out the game. And if you're wondering what you could expect in such a podcast, well, there's really everything in there. There's stuff from life and death. There's kung fu. There's Bruce Lee. There's artificial intelligence. There is even quite a large portion of the podcast is dedicated to chess. So there's really a lot to enjoy. If you have some 3 hours to spare, the links are in the description below. Now let's check out what happened in the actual game. So Reza has the white pieces, and he opens with e4. Sorry about that. Lex replies with e5, very, very solid, and Reza goes for the very aggressive King's Gambit. He plays f4, and Lex does not accept the Gambit. He plays d6. He's probably thinking, okay, Reza plays the King's Gambit. I'm pretty sure he knows all the theory on the King's Gambit accepted. Let's surprise him and decline the Gambit. So here, knight to f3, a continuing development, and knight to c6. Lex does the same with bishop to c4. White's plan is very, very direct. He played f4, he played the King's Gambit. The f file will open up at some point, and he will have immense pressure over the f7 pawn. It is the weakest pawn in black's camp. The rook will come to f1, probably by castling. Then we're going to put more pressure on the f7 pawn, and so on. So these are very standard ideas, and Lex will, of course, try everything to prevent this. He develops the bishop to g4, a natural developing square, as the knight is now pinned and cannot move, and here Reza just castles. Now Lex plays bishop captures on f3. And here, if you really wanted to make it a sharp game, you could actually accept the gambit now, and after white grabs the full center, play this g5 idea. You guys, of course, know this, as we've covered so many King's Gambit games during the Paul Morphy saga, and even nowadays, g5 is a key move in defending against the King's Gambit. But Lex goes for bishop captures on f3 instead. Queen captures on f3, and now you can see that there is a whole lot of pressure aimed towards that f7 square. Now Lex plays knight to d4, and yes, Lex is neglecting development a little bit here, but it comes with a certain threat, so it's justified. He's attacking the queen, and also if the queen moves to a weird square, the knight captures on c2 will win the rook on a1. So Reza goes back here. If again he wanted, he could give up the rook with a move like queen to g3, but this would be maybe too much. So queen back to d1, and only now e captures on f4. Probably going for, if white now plays d3 with the idea of capturing on f4 with the bishop, then Lex would defend the pawn with the g5. So Reza doesn't allow him that. He plays rook captures on f4 right away. And now what do? The f7 pawn is hanging, so obviously we should defend this with a move like knight to f6, but Lex wants to get pieces into the game. He wants to develop rapidly, and he doesn't care about king's safety. He plays queen to g5, and now now things get very, very interesting, as the f7 pawn can just be captured. So bishop captures on f7 with check. We have king to d8, and now pawn to d3. We have to defend the rook, and best way to defend it is by playing d3. Now we are not just defending the rook, but also we are threatening a lot of nasty discoveries. When the rook moves, the queen will be hanging here. So knight to f6. Here Lex says you don't have any good discoveries. Whatever you play, I can just move the queen. There really isn't a good discovery here, and he is correct in that regard. So knight to c3. Reza just continues developing, and now Lex goes full attacking mode with the d5. Here, maybe a safer approach would be something like c6. We put a king on c7, try and bring the rook into the game somehow, but Lex plays d5, and again, this is a very, very aggressive idea. He wants to bring the bishop to c5 and then threaten some very nasty discoveries with the king still being on g1. And okay, knight captures on d5. Reza says, go ahead, do your thing. We have bishop to c5, now threatening a lot of nasty discoveries, and here this is a critical moment, and in fact the black's position is not as steady as you might think, even though black has so many pieces out, but it's very, very complicated. So here bishop to e3 was played. Reza was too worried about these discoveries, but if you just wanted to play this out, rook captures on f6 should win the game for white, because now as you might have imagined, there are no good discoveries, but it's quite a lot to calculate. Imagine knight to e2, allowing a double check from the knight and the bishop. The king will have to move. King h1, now knight captures on g3 with check, for example. And now you have to see all of this and see that after h captures on g3, the bishop covers g1, so the king cannot escape. And if you had one more check, it would be checkmate. Luckily, white is defending all of the three squares, so you cannot deliver checkmate here. So if you try and solve all of this out, you will play a move like rook captures on f6, but Reza plays the bishop to e3, and now Lex is back in the game. He plays knight captures on d5. We have bishop captures on d5, and now comes a move that, completely blows up the game. Here, with knight to e6, you are sort of back in the game. If you play knight to e6, you are threatening to pick up the bishop with check. You are attacking the rook here twice, and there really isn't all that much you can do. If you try to win the black queen with something like rook to f8 check, the joke would be on you, because after black happily accepts the rook, you can't capture the queen. The bishop cannot move. The bishop is immobilized by the other dark square bishop on c5. So your best bet after knight to e6 would be something like d4, blocking the dark square bishop, and now we're going to have something like knight captures on f4, and after bishop captures on f4, queen captures, d captures on c5, and this is the position you would get where black would be up material. It would be two rooks against the bishop and a rook. However, the black king still needs quite a few moves to get to safety, and it would be a pretty crazy game. So a move with the knight back is the correct way to go, and you guys know that in most of the times in complicated positions, a move with the knight back is the correct move. However, here Lex goes forward, he plays knight captures on c2, and it's a similar idea, attacking the rook, attacking the bishop twice. Now if the bishop moves, we're attacking the rook, so it's a complete mess of a position, and Lex is completely winning here unless Reza finds one move that wins the game for him. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find this move for Reza while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on not playing something weird like capturing the knight here or capturing something else. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, the move is bishop captures on c5. This is the only move that wins the game. To show you what happens if you play something else like queen captures on c2, well then we just pick up the bishop on e3 with check, and that's it. Once the rook moves, because you don't want to give it up for free, we're going to play rook to f8, pile up on this rook, and that's it. Here white will just resign. So here Reza played the absolute best, bishop captures on c5, and now both of his rooks are on free. You can capture either of them, but well, it's not all that simple. If you capture the f4 rook, we're just going to play queen captures on c2, and now here Reza would have two bishops for a rook that's yet to be developed. It's not a pretty sight to look at. So instead, after bishop captures on c1, knight captures on a1 is played by Lex, and now just the bishop back to e3. Our rook on f4 is still hanging, so bishop to e3. Now we are threatening a lot of nasty discoveries, and there really is no safe square for Lex's queen to go to. Wherever you put the queen, we're just gonna play rook to f8 check, and that's pretty much it. Or rather, okay, if you move the queen from here, you might be able to save it. But let's say you try queen to e7, still just rook to f7. There's too many squares are now controlled by white. After we move the queen, we're going to play something like queen captures on a1, also bishop to g5 check, and there's just, I mean, it's just game over. So instead, after bishop to e3, king to d7 was played by Lex, trying to avoid this, and well, he also mentioned during the video that putting the king in a center this way could be a little bit dangerous, but now, of course, we just go for the discovery. Rook to f7 check, king to d8, and now bishop captures on g5 with check. King to e8, rook to e7 check, and he was in this position on move 19 that Alex Friedman resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So if you go king d8, then, well, so many moves win, but just queen g4 delivers checkmate on d7. There's no way to defend this. And if you go here, then even a nice queen to f1 is checkmate. That's all there is. So yeah, a wonderful game from a very interesting podcast. Like I said, if you guys have a lot of time, check out the entire podcast in the description below. If you only have time to check out a game with their commentary, it will be the second link in the description below. So it's like some 15 minutes long, and you can see that Reza is very much into chess. He if you watch the podcast, he enjoys talking about chess quite a lot, and both of them played a really nice game. Alex mentioned that he did not play a lot, like in the past 25 years he played maybe 5 games, but you can see that the understanding of the position is still there. He was very much into chess when he was young. Then he just stopped playing because he says it was too addictive. It took up too much of his time, and if he wanted to do anything else in life, he would have to quit chess. So he did, so he could focus on other things. But you can see that the positional side is still there that he acquired when he was very young. So yeah, a very interesting game. Hope you guys enjoyed this. I'm not trying to trick you or anything, just because it's April's Fool's Day. Hope you really enjoyed this one. I would like to thank Adam Tomchak, Ferdi, OpenSea Smoky Dule, and Richard McKevin for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of everything else that's happening in the chess world and checking up your suggestions such as this one. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. And yeah, I know what you guys are saying. How did Lex lose this? I mean, we all know that he's a robot. He should have just obliterated Reza. It's a chess game. But you also guys know that the first sentient life form that will be able to pass the Turing test will fail it on purpose. So I'm just putting that out there. So yeah, really hope you enjoyed it. See you soon. Hello everyone and welcome to a very nice game that comes as a suggestion from a subscriber. It's from 1991, it was played in Bogota and it features a very cool line of the King's Gambit. It's between two Colombian players, Marcio Melgosa and Jaime Zulaga. So let's check it out. It's quite a wild one, you guys will enjoy it. Ponte e4, we have Ponte e5, not that, Ponte e5 and Ponte f4. The King's Gambit is on the board, we have e captures on f4, and now not the standard knight f3 but bishop to c4. This is the bishop's gambit of the King's Gambit, and it's inviting black to go for queen to h4 check, which looks nice, but it's nothing spectacular. White will play king to f1, and later black will have to waste the tempo once white attacks the queen with knight to f3, and then white will try to keep harassing the black queen. There are many cool games throughout history that have been played this way. So instead of just knight to f6, ignoring white, we have knight to c3 defending the e4 pawn, and now pawn to c6, getting ready for that d5 central thrust. We have pawn bishop to b3, d5, we have e captures on d5, c captures, and now pawn to d4. So nothing wrong with this. We have bishop to d6, and now comes knight g to e2. And it's interesting that even though this game is from 1991, we reached the exact same position that Yanni Pomnici and Levon Aronian had it in their game in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational preliminaries, where bishop to g4 was played, and Aronian just destroyed Nepo with his bishop to g4 move, which was sad for Nepo because he really wanted to win this and promote his chessable course on the King's Gambit. But what are you going to do? Bishop to g4 is the way to go. But here we have pawn to f3, which appears to be even stronger, but it's actually not. G captures on f3, we have castles, and now bishop to g5. The White's king's defenses have been ruined on the king's side, but white just doesn't care. What is black to do here to attack the white king? So bishop to e6, you could go rook to e8, but it's nothing spectacular. You're not really threatening anything. So bishop to e6, getting another defender to this d5 pawn, and also trying to get white to sort of hang a piece here. If knight captures on d5, seems like you should be able to do this because the knight is pinned. The problem is this queen to a5 check. You will of course capture first, and then after bishop captures, queen to a5 check, collects the bishop on d5. Even if knight to c3 defending it, now you can play knight captures on d5 because the queen is no longer on d8. So white ignored this. White plays queen to d2. White wants the castle queenside and then put the rooks on the g file to attack the black king. We have bishop to e7 and now queenside castles. And now again, there is a game where knight to c6 was played. It was played in 2013 between none other than Vasil Ivanchuk and Anish Giri, and Vasil won that game very nicely. But here we have knight b to d7, and it is now as of move 12 that this position has never been reached again. And it concludes fairly quickly. Rook h to g1, just putting the rook on the nice semi-open g file. King to h8. The problem is if you go something like rook to c8, just bishop h6, and now you're in a whole lot of trouble. If you play g6, you just give up the rook, and if you move the knight, then you no longer defend the d5 pawn, so it's pretty bad. So that's why king to h8, so you don't have to worry about bishop to h6. Now comes knight to f4, just getting as many pieces as possible, as close to the black king as possible. Knight to b6, if black can play knight to c4, black will be very happy, but white just ignores that completely. Queen to g2. Now imagine if the bishop was gone, queen captures on g7 would be checkmate. So here we have rook to e8. Rook to g8 also possible, but black figures that it's better to play rook to e8 and then move the bishop to f8 to defend the g7 pawn. So rook d to e1, a beautiful silent move by white, and now comes queen to d7, adding another defender to this bishop on e6, but it doesn't work. Feel free to pause the video and try to figure out why this is now completely winning for white while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting that the black king simply cannot be defended. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is bishop to h6. This is the only way to do it. You don't want to capture, then bishop captures, defends the g7 pawn, or play something weird. This is the way to do it. And now you can't really capture because queen to g7 is checkmate, so that's out of the question. The g7, this is a true weakness for black, regardless of what happens to the bishop, because it's attacked 3 times. So here, pawn to g6, also one of the reasons why rook to 8 was played, so white cannot capture the rook here. But now look at white's real idea behind bishop to h6. That's rook captures on e6. Queen captures is impossible because the knight covers the e6 square, so you have to play f captures, and this now weakens the g6 pawn, and that's why the knight to f4 now comes into play very nicely. Knight captures on g6 with check. You have to capture. If you don't capture, your only other option is king to g8, then you play knight captures on e7 with check, and after the king moves, queen to g7 will just be a checkmate. There's no way for the black king to escape this. So you would have to play h captures on g6, but now just queen captures on g6, and there's no defense. If bishop to f8 guarding g7, you'll just play bishop captures on f6 check, and after king h7, queen to g6 check, king h8, and this will now be checkmate. So that's out of the question. So after rook captures on e6, knight to g8 was played. This is one last attempt for black to try and hold everything together. But now look at the journey this this rook undertakes. Rook captures on g6 now. And again, not all that much to do. There are too many lines open here. If you do nothing, just bishop g7 is checkmate. So the rook has to be captured. You could try knight captures, but then rook captures on h6. You're just down a piece. There's no playing this. So instead, f captures on g6 was played, and now knight captures on g6 with check. H captures on g6, only move, and now you don't want to ruin the game by playing queen captures on g6. I hope none of you were considering that, because then bishop f6 and everything is covered. There's no way to continue the attack. But in the game after h captures on g6, white just played bishop to g7 with check, and he was in this position on move 21, as the title suggests, that Jaime Zuluaga resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. The only way to play this is to move the king, and then queen captures on g6 is checkmate, or to capture the bishop, and then just a nice queen captures on g6, king to h8, or a king to f8, or king to h8, doesn't really matter because both end in checkmate. Now queen to g7 will be checkmate, but also queen captures on g8 will be checkmate. I myself, if I have the option of checkmating with or without capture, I will always do it without capture, because it kind of seems cooler to checkmate your opponent when he has as many pieces on the board as possible, and I think your friends at the bar and the library will agree with this. So I hope this rubs off on you at least a little bit. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Very nicely played by Marcio Melgosa. Very nicely done in this beautiful line of the King's Gambit. And like I said, even though it was played in 1991, we reach a game that was played between Ivanchuk and Nishigiri, where this position was reached, where knight b to d7 was, where knight to c6 was played, and also even sooner this position where Levon Aronian crushed Yanni Pomnashi with bishop to g4 here. But so the theory expands. We will find new things, but the main ideas have always been present, and they are merely being improved with the help of the engines. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Merino Shmodi, Frank Brown III, Stefano Steinbach, Alejandro Maldonado, and David Kimura for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions such as this one and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the moment you've all been waiting for. It is round 3 of this year's Norway Chess, and it's Hikaru Nakamura versus Magnus Carlsen. Now, everyone was expecting a thriller in the classical time section, but the classical game ended in a very, very quick draw. I'm going to show it that they actually played a very exciting opening. They played the martial attack, but they played a well-known line, which just ends up in a draw. So I'm just going to quickly go over the classical game, and then we are going to discuss what happened in the Armageddon. So in the classical section, we had the martial attack. So of course, it started off with a Ruy Lopez, knight f6, castles, bishop to e7, rook e1, b5, bishop to b3, castle c3, and pawn to d5. Magnus opted for the martial attack, e captures on d5, knight captures, knight captures, knight captures, rook captures, and pawn to c6, the so-called modern variation of the martial attack. We have d3, bishop to d6, and rook to e1. So everything that we've seen many times. Bishop to f5 now, and queen to f3. We have queen to h4 now, going for queen captures on h2, g3 defending it, queen to h3, and knight to d2. Again, all been seen before. Rook e to a8. And knight to e4. We have bishop to g4 attacking the queen, queen to g2, and now we have a queen trade. Captures, captures, and now pawn to f5. And it seems like white should be lost here, as the rook on e1 would hang once the knight moves, but luckily there is pawn to h3, attacks the bishop, bishop moves, and now even bishop to f4, offers a trade of dark square bishops, captures, captures, and now f captures on e4. We have d captures on e4, so it seems that the knight on d5 will hang, but again, all been seen before. Bishop to f3 check, and this quickly concluded into a draw. So now you have to capture, rook captures on f4 check, g3, rook f captures on e4, the rooks got traded off, and now of course you don't want to allow rook to e2, so king f3, and now they just repeated. Rook to f4 check, king g3, rook to e4, king f3, and a few more moves, and they repeated up until move 31, and they agreed to a draw. And they pretty much played the entire game in 5 minutes, you know, which is pretty crazy, as it's a classical game, but basically they're showing off their great theory knowledge of the martial attack. So now we go into the Armageddon game, and the Armageddon game features an even greater opening. No, it's not the Evans Gambit, I know, but it features the King's Gambit. So here, Hikaru played pawn to e4, we have pawn to e5, and now Hikaru goes for it. Pawn to f4, he goes for the King's Gambit, and this is where the gloves are definitely off. This is not ending in a draw. So e captures on f4, Magnus accepts the Gambit, even though, okay, nowadays it's popular to even go for the Folkbeer counter Gambit. Magnus, you know, meets the Gambit head on. Knight to f3 and pawn to g5, in the style of the great players of the past, like Paul Morphy, Adolf Andersen, even Steinitz played it, Lasker played it. But yeah, I think the player with the most positions of this exact position would be Adolf Andersen. So here pawn to h4, and now g4, attacking the knight, and now knight to e5. There are even some moves where d4 can be played, even bishop to c4, but that would be underestimating Magnus a bit too much. So knight to e5, and now pawn to d6, chasing away the knight. Knight to f6 is the most common move here. We have pawn to d6 by Magnus, asking Hikaru, is he maybe interested in a knight captures on f7? Even though this looks like a move that you would play in Blitz and Bullet, it has only been played once by the great attacker of the past, Karl Schlechter, who also was a World Chess Championship challenger. He played it against Geza Marozzi, and he even got a very nice game, but as the move is objectively bad, he lost in some 45 moves. But that was the only instance where it was played. So of course, knight captures on g4. This is the standard way to play this. Knight to f6, and now a knight captures on f6. We have queen captures on f6, and now knight to c3 and d4 are the most common moves here, and it makes sense. Pretty much everyone plays knight to c3 instantly because the queen is on f6, and you really want to play knight to d5 and attack that queen. But Hikaru just plays pawn to d3. It's a weird move to play in a crazy position like the King's Gambit, but it's also a new move, so as of move 8, we have a completely new game. So let's see how Magnus deals with this novelty. Knight to c6, we have queen to f3, going after the f4 pawn, and the Magnus just defends it. Bishop to h6. We have queen to f2, now not worrying about knight to d4, attacking the queen, putting pressure on the c2 pawn, and rook to g8, just putting pressure on Hikaru's king side. Next is bishop to e6, and probably castling queen side. So knight to c3, bishop to e6, and here bishop to d2. Magnus castles queen side, and Hikaru does the same. We have queen to d4. Magnus very happy with his position, and a draw is enough for him to win the game, as this is Armageddon. So he offers a queen trade, and Hikaru must decline. Even though objectively trading queens is probably best, we have queen back to e1, and now queen back to e5 by Magnus. We have knight to e2 now, guarding that d4 square. Now you might even have some ideas of king to b1, c3, d4, and so on, if you can somehow defend the e4 pawn. And now pawn to f5 by Magnus. You might be thinking, but what about bishop captures on a2? Well, you could play it. Hikaru's plan is mostly to play g3, as the bishop on h6 is undefended, now capture on f4, and you don't really care about the a2 pawn. You have to play like this if you're playing for the win, and I mean, you have played the King's Gambit. You can play the King's Gambit and, you know, be all turtle-like. So after knight to e2, Magnus plays pawn to f5, and now pawn to g3. With the same idea, the bishop on h6 is hanging, f captures on e4, we have g captures on f4, attacking the queen, queen to f5, and now knight to g3, attacking the queen and the pawn on e4, queen to f7, now putting even more pressure on this diagonal, but Hikaru doesn't care. He just plays pawn to f5, now exposing the dark square bishop to an attack, and also the light square bishop. Luckily, the bishop on d2 can be captured with check, so Magnus plays this, bishop captures on d2, with check, rook captures, and now bishop to d7. Again, ignoring this bishop here, as then knight captures on e4 would be very strong. So just bishop to d7, and now he's asking, are you maybe interested in this pawn? And while it can be played, now queen captures on a2 would be much scarier. So king to b1, now comes knight to e5, putting pressure on that f3 square, knight to f3 will be winning material. So queen to e3 by Hikaru, and e captures on d3. We have c captures on d3, not allowing the bishop to be captured. You really want your light square bishop to grab hold of some long diagonal. We have bishop to c6, which Magnus does, attacking the rook here, and knight to e4. And here we have king to b8. It's sort of an necessary move, because if you play the move that you really want to play, queen captures on f5, then you run into bishop to h3, and your king is on c8. And even though you can defend this, for example, knight to g4, let's say queen to e2, going after the knight, and you can even play pawn to h5, is just very annoying to have your all of your pieces on the same diagonal as Hikaru's light square bishop, let's say rook to f1, and you have to burn a lot of time here looking for answers. So after knight to e4, Magnus just moves the king to b8. He's not in any rush to win this. He's, like I said, very happy with a draw. Bishop to h3, and now rook d to e8. We have rook to c1 now, putting pressure on Magnus's king side, and now bishop to d5. Magnus again puts pressure on that a2 pawn, and because it's Armageddon, because he doesn't want to waste time for nothing, he misses an instant win here. Do you see the instant win here? It's not an easy one to spot. Feel free to pause the video and try to find this idea while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on always being a true master of tactics. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is knight captures on d3, just removing the defender of the knight on e4. Yes, it is as simple as that. Now, of course, everyone sees that if rook captures, bishop captures on e4, skewers the rook, and there's no defending this. The problem, and probably why Magnus decided against this, is maybe he saw rook captures on c6, sort of Hikaru giving up the rook for 2 pieces, but even this loses the knight to b4, attacks the rook, and also threatens queen captures on a2, and there is no defense here. You have to defend against the checkmate, so queen captures, and now you're just capturing the rook, and you are, of course, completely winning here. Up the exchange, up a pawn, you know, another trouble in the world. So after rook to c1, Magnus misses this. He plays bishop to d5, and now rook to e2. Probably also Magnus doesn't actually need to win. He's happy with a draw, so maybe that's why he's not looking for the killing blow too much. Bishop captures on a2 with check, king to a1, and now bishop back to d5, and Hikaru goes knight to g5. That was the whole point of giving up the pawn on a2, but it doesn't work. Okay, if Magnus plays the queen to a weird square, then it could be very strong if the knight comes to e6 with some sort of a forcing maneuver, but after queen to d7, there is nothing here. Now you don't even have a move like a d4, as everything is nicely defended, and also checkmate is being threatened. If you play something like f6, which is also kind of the idea, the knight on g5 prepares f6, f7, but here if you play f6, just queen to a4 check, and you run into one of the oldest checkmates in the book. As the queen is covering c2, you just have bishop to a2 check, king a1, bishop to b3, a discovery from the queen, king to b1, and queen to a2 will be checkmate. It's a very nice mate to know, because you will always have it, you know, you won't have to calculate 10 moves ahead. It's enough to calculate 6 if you know that this checkmate exists. So here, queen to d4, now opening up the d file for the rook, and also guarding that a4 square, so the black queen cannot deliver check. queen to b5 now, going for the a file, via different means. So king to b1, and now even knight to c6, attacking the queen. Rook captures on e8 with check, rook captures, and now queen to c3. Now comes bishop to b3, and now queen to a4, queen to a2, check is coming. Will it be checkmate or just a check? That's up to Hikaru. Of course, Hikaru will try to avoid this. He played knight to e4. At least this closes off the e-file for the black rook. Queen to a4, threatening mate in 1, and now Hikaru plays rook to f1. He has to allow queen to a2 check, but Magnus doesn't rush it. He plays knight to d4, brings another piece into the attack. Now even more squares are being covered in front of the white king. Bishop to g4, and now just bishop to c2 with check. d5 is also winning. Pretty much any move is winning here. Magnus opts for bishop to c2 check, king to c1, and now queen to a1 with check. We have king to d2, only move for white. Queen captures on f1, and now the problem is, okay, now queen captures on d4 is possible, and it is what Hikaru played, but it is not enough. Bishop captures on d3, and there is nothing you can do. If you capture the bishop, for example, queen captures, just queen to f4 with check, and once the king moves, you will play rook captures on e4, and you're up the exchange, you're up too much material, the white king is on the run, there is no playing this. So after bishop captures on d3, Hikaru tried one last idea, knight to f6, but to no avail. Magnus just played rook to e2 with check, and he was in this position on move 40 that Hikaru Nakamura resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. You either get checkmated or you accept the gift on d3. King captures. Now comes queen to d1 with check, and it doesn't matter what you do. King to c4 or queen to c3. All runs into pretty much the same idea. You will go queen to a4 with check, attack the king. Once the king goes back, let's say king to d3, now queen to c2 is checkmate. But pretty much any other square you go to either loses the queen, or you just get checkmated, or both. Very nicely done by Magnus. Hikaru did play, okay, he allowed Magnus. No one allows Magnus to go for the martial attack. He allowed it. He showed that, he has nothing to fear from Magnus with the white pieces in the martial. He went for a quick draw. It was sort of a Gambit thing, not just the opening of choice, but also the entire strategy, and then went for an even greater Gambit. Okay, first he allowed Magnus the martial attack, but then he went for the King's Gambit, which is, the crown of chess openings. Basically, when you play the King's Gambit, you know that you are a true gentleman, and that everyone in the world salutes you. If they are somewhere in a bar or a library, they will salute you, for at least a week. Too bad for Hikaru, it didn't work for him, but Magnus also shows that he knows the theory of King's Gambit quite well, and that it will not be that easy to challenge him, even in a lower time control such as Armageddon. But yeah, you have to win, you have to try something, so King's Gambit was definitely the way to go. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. First game that we are covering from round 3, as it is the first one that finished. So there we have it. I would like to thank Buntiak Pyang, Revshing Reptiles YouTube, Michal Sakarias, David Kasparian, and Brandon Fukuda for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this wonderful tournament until it finishes. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing our 1858 match between Paul Charles Morphy and the Johann Jakob Lowenthal. And like we said, Lowenthal is trying to avenge his loss from the 1850, where he lost to the 12-year-old Morphy, and he's not doing all that great. We're gonna skip game 3, as it was a bit of a snooze fest. Morphy with the black pieces grind out a nice victory, but it took him some 90 moves, so I thought you guys might want to skip that one. But this is game 4, and it again features the very nice King's Gambit Morphy employed in game 2. And if you remember, we've covered that game in the previous video. Morphy really struggled, and it was, Lowenthal basically defeated himself. I mean, he was awarded the Barnes head for his attempt. But in this game, Morphy improves on his opening a little bit. So let's see what happens here. And before we check out the game, I would just like to invite anyone who's interested. There is a very nice article. It's the first link in the description below by Manu Gurtu. for Chess-Based India regarding what really happened in the match India versus Russia and that entire well, sort of scandal that happened, regarding India versus Mongolia, and regarding the entire event, and regarding the issues they had with their internet. So do check it out. It's very thorough, very detailed if you guys are into that. Now, let's get back to the match. So Morphy again opens with e4, and we have e5, like in game 2. Knight f3. Sorry, not knight f3, you already said, was the king's gambit. So f4, the king's gambit is on the board, and bishop to c5. So Lowenthal liked his position. He got in game 2, so he repeats everything. Knight f3, we have d6 and c3 now. Again, not going for king's evans here. We have c3 and bishop to g4. And in game 2, Morphy went for bishop to c4, which is very active, but he very quickly got into a really bad position. So here he plays a bit more timid. He plays bishop to e2, and now the knight isn't pinned. So already there's the threat of capturing on e5. Of course, Lowenthal captures on f3. We have bishop captures and knight to c6. He just continues development. Now b4 challenges the bishop. We have bishop to b6 and b5 as well, getting rid of the knight, as white really wants to play d4, so you need to get rid of one of the defenders of the d4 square. We have knight c to e7 and now d4. So Morphy, with full control of the center, is now ready to enjoy his position and castle. We have e captures on f4, finally accepting the king's gambit, and it is as of move 9 that this position never happened again. We have bishop captures on f4, and now knight to g6. Remaneuvering the knight, attacking the bishop, bishop back to e3, helping out with the defense here, and knight to f6. Now Lowenthal ready to castle. We have knight to d2, adding another defender to the e4 pawn, and both players castle here. We have castles, and h6, now taking away the g5 square from Morphy's bishop. We have a4, now preparing a5, which is a very nice threat, as the bishop would be trapped. So here Lowenthal plays c6, frees the c7 square for his bishop, and the queen to e2 now. Morphy develops the queen, connects the rooks, and adds more protection to the b5 pawn. Rook to e8, now with more pressure on the e4 pawn, and the queen to d3, just nicely defending that pawn. And here we have d5. So of course Lowenthal would be very happy to trade off some pawns in the center, but Morphy would definitely like to keep it closed, as he wants to start attacking on the king's side. So e5 here, challenging the knight, knight to d7, and here Morphy goes for bishop to h5, and it's a very nice move, as it comes with tempo. There's just the threat of bishop captures on g6, and also you free up the rook. Maybe a nice rook lift will be possible. Maybe you can bring another rook into the game. However, this bishop to h5 move allows Lowenthal a very nice defensive idea. So even pause the video here and try to find this move while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting a really strong defensive idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, give me just 1 second here. Realized I forgot to update the interface. Sorry about that. That's not by him. Sorry about that. There we go. I left I just left the name up there. So yeah, there we go. Nicely done. Alright, so for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, congratulations on finding knight d captures on e5. And it's a really strong idea because the bishop controls this diagonal. And also, now you just added another defender to the knight here. So what you could do is you could capture it. You should go queen to f5. That's what you should do with the threat of this just being captured. But what you really want to do is get your queen out of harm's way. And if the knight moves, you already have a very nice threat on the f7 pawn. However, the point is, if this is played, then you get the rook captures on e5. And then if bishop captures on b6, you get queen captures on b6 with check. And once you move the king, now you recapture the piece. And now everything is nice, as you've recaptured the piece, and you will enjoy a very nice position. You are up 2 pawns, and if anything, black at least equalized here. So while white will have a very nice attack, for example, queen f3 going after the rook and the f7 pawn, but you can go rook to g5, give up the f7 pawn, and black continues the game very nicely. There are no actual dangers here. So was a very nice idea. However, Lowenthal played rook to e6. He added a defender to the knight here, but now it's actually Morphy who has a winning position. Rook to e6 loses the game on the spot, but it's not, again, not an easy move to find. Whether Morphy found it or not, we will find out after you pause the video and try to find now a winning move for Morphy while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this, well, incredible idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook captures on f7. But not just yet. Before playing rook captures on f7, you have to play a5. So a5 is the actual winning move here. Rook captures on f7 is nice. However, if you play rook captures on f7 right away, Lowenthal still gets to exploit the bishop being on this diagonal. So you can go knight d captures on e5 now, and now you attack the queen and the rook here. So again, it's the same idea. If you capture the knight, then you go into knight captures again with a double attack here, queen f5, and now bishop captures on e3 with check, king h1, and now rook to e7, getting the rook out of harm's way, rook captures, queen captures, and black has a very enjoyable position here. What you actually want to do after this, well, sort of rook captures on f7 idea, knight captures on d5, immediately go queen to f5. And now you have to give up the rook on f7, queen captures on e6, and now queen e7, offering a queen trade. Because if you go after the knight, then black wins the bishop with check, and if you trade queens, then the knight is no longer under attack here, and everything is fine. So this is what could have happened if Morphy played, well, rook captures on f7 right away. But Morphy finds a5, and he realizes that this bishop on this diagonal is simply too strong of a defensive resource. So a5 by Morphy, we have bishop to c7, and only now rook captures on f7. And now things are a bit different because you don't really have a bishop here, so any knight captures here can just be met with pawn captures. You don't really care. So king captures on f7, and now queen to f5 check first. First getting the king away from the defense either of the knight or the rook here. So if you move the king, then queen just wins the rook. So you have to guard the rook, but now bishop captures on g6, already threatening queen to f7 checkmate. So here, queen to g8 by Lowenthal. If you go queen to f8, which seems like a better defensive resource as it offers a queen trade, you just move the queen, and then rook to f1 will kick away the black queen. So the black queen doesn't really get to stay on the f file. So after this, bishop captures on g6 with queen to g8, guarding against checkmate, and now bishop to f2. Now Morphy shifts the bishop over here to finish the job. So here comes knight captures on e5. You have to play something, either this or maybe rook captures on g6 was an option, just trying to give your king some breathing squares. So d captures on e5, and only now rook to f8. But now, other than rook to f8, there really aren't any good moves here. You could go for rook captures here, but it doesn't really help you. Bishop to h4 will come, and then it's just you don't really have any good squares. For example, rook captures, bishop to a4 check, and where is your king gonna go? If king to d6, you can even just play this, and the bishop, I mean, just completely winning. So what happened here after d captures on e5, rook to f8 was played, but now Morphy just strikes from the other side. Instead of this check, Morphy gives this check, and now the rook falls as well. So you can see this game completely opposite of what happened in game 2. Even though Morphy played the exact same King's Gambit with that different bishop to e2 instead of bishop to c4, but in that game Lowenthal was all over the board, and in this game he's just nowhere to be found. So king d8 was played, and Morphy of course grabs the rook. Bishop captures. So again, what do you play? Even ideas like bishop to h7 are here, which really put some problems for your queen, as the rook will fall. So here rook captures on e5, getting the queen out of the way, but just queen f2. Not much for Lowenthal to do. Queen to e6, trying to put some resistance, attacking the bishop. Maybe a nice rook lift will be possible, but now just b6. Morphy just doesn't care. We have a captures, and here, well, if you go rook bishop here, then rook to a8 is extremely strong. There's not much you can do here. I will show one line as it's really interesting. For example, rook e1 check, you can block with the knight, and now you have to guard the bishop. So if you move the king, now comes the incredible queen captures on e1. Even ideas like these are in the position. Queen captures, and now bishop f5 check. King d8 and rook captures is checkmate. The two bishops cover cover this, and of course the pawn covers this, so there's nowhere for the black king to go to. So after a captures on b6, we have queen to g6. Lowenthal tries the last resource, trying to trade off some pieces. We have b captures on c7 with check, king captures, and here Morphy just played rook to b1, and it was in this position on move 31 that Johann Jakob Lowenthal resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Morphy is threatening to jump in with queen to b6, and while you could prolong the game, there's really not all that much to hope for. Morphy is up 2 pieces, and Lowenthal has no attack whatsoever happening. So yeah, here he resigns, and Morphy wins game 4, which means that first game was drawn, and then Morphy won 3 in a row. So Lowenthal not doing all that great in trying to avenge his loss from their 1850 match. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Gokul G, Sarah Jones Larson, Grant McGregor, Stephen Yaffe, and Mario Fabri for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing the Paul Morphy saga, and I know what you're all thinking. You're thinking, if this is the Staunton challenge video, why is there this Samuel Standage Bowden person here instead of Staunton? We will get to that. It might take us a while, but we're definitely gonna get there. And I would just like to mention, in the previous video, a lot of you realized this. I myself haven't. When I presented, not this, but when I presented all of Morphy's games that he played during his stay in New York in 1857, I said that he won some games against his rival Paulsen with games at odds, but I misinterpreted the table. So as you can see, those games Morphy won with odds. For example, with Queen's Knight odds were against Perrin, not against Paulsen. So even games are on the left, games at odds are on the right. So I missed that for some reason. I did think it was weird when I mentioned it, but I thought maybe there were some games behind closed doors where we didn't have the moves, and maybe they had a lot of wine. I don't know. But yeah, definitely, he did not play any games at odds against Paulsen. So just wanted to mention that. And also, I mentioned in the previous video that the game we've shown was actually game 5 of the match between Morphy and Stanley, when in fact it was game 1. So it wasn't, like I said, first game won by Morphy, then game 5 drawn. It was actually first game drawn, and then 4 games won by Morphy. So no idea how I mixed that up, but just putting it out there. And thanks to everyone for reminding me. Now, getting back to our Staunton challenge. So Morphy spent some 3.5 months in New York during 1857, and he played all those games. And then he returned, of course, to New Orleans, where he received a nice welcome. They had a party. Everyone was very excited to see Morphy, and chess became even more popular in New Orleans. They had a lot more new members. Everyone, was happy to be in the same place as Morphy was, and Morphy started playing a lot more chess. He started throwing a lot more simultaneous exhibitions. He played games at odds, and the challenge he threw at the New York Chess Club, that he will play anyone at the odds of a pawn and the move, he now shifted to the entire United States, not just to New York, and he said that he will play anyone on those terms with $100 per stake. And no one accepted this offer. And then the members of the New Orleans Chess Club issued a challenge to none other than Howard Staunton. So here they challenged Staunton to a match. They said that Morphy would very gladly visit England, but due to some family issues, he's unable to travel at the moment, and that they would enjoy if Staunton came to New Orleans for the match to be played there. And there were 10 points of the match, 10 terms, but only 3 of them are basically the important ones for us. It's that the match would be played at $5,000 a stake, so Staunton would have to present $5,000 if he wanted to face Morphy, and even if Staunton lost, he would still be reimbursed $1,000 to cover traveling expenses and the acceptance of the match. Also, it would be probably after Morphy's match against Louis Paulson, it would not be allowed to think more than half an hour for one move. And another term I found interesting was that Morphy and Staunton were to be given exclusive rights for the publishing of the games, no one else. So it would be their right and privilege to do with their games and their moves as they please. But Staunton replied a few months after that via Telegraph that he's unable to accept the match on those terms, that Staunton is extremely busy now, and he hasn't been playing professional chess for quite some time now, and it would take him some time, let's say a month, to brush up on his skills. But he's currently so busy that he cannot simply leave work and travel to New Orleans to accept such a match. But okay, some time passed, and Morphy decided that he will go to England. He was invited to the Birmingham chess meeting, and he accepted their invitation. First, Morphy's family said that he shouldn't go, that he will soon be accepted in the bar. He will soon be able to start practicing being a lawyer, as that's what he's supposed to do. But he said that he would very much enjoy going to Europe and challenging some masters there, and also to attend the famous Birmingham chess meeting. So Morphy departed for Birmingham, but in that exact moment, I think it was a day after Morphy actually left, that Staunton challenged Morphy to a match via Telegraph. He said that since there's he cannot, if Morphy cannot come to England and Staunton cannot come to New Orleans, that they should organize a match via Telegraph. And such matches were already organized, not on such a long distance. It was more of a city next to city telegraph match, but never on such a big distance. But since Morphy already left for England, he could not accept that. And Morphy later said that if he knew that Staunton was going to challenge him to a telegraph match, that he would definitely stay and postpone his trip to England. But okay, Morphy arrives, I think he first arrived in Liverpool, then he went to Birmingham, and when he arrived to Birmingham, everyone who heard of Morphy, they expected like this really, big muscular dude with facial hair, a very, very strong expression, but Morphy was nothing of the sort. And then when Morphy came to Birmingham, they took him to a photographer, and they made a very nice portrait of him, and they hanged it in the Birmingham Chess Club. So if you are maybe from Birmingham and you have access to Birmingham Chess Club, maybe you can check if Morphy's portrait is still there and share with us in the comments. That would be pretty great. The problem was the Birmingham chess meeting that Morphy so hastily rushed into was supposed to start some 2 days after Morphy's arrival to Birmingham, but then they switched it. It was supposed to be in June, and they switched it to August. So Morphy really arrived prematurely to the event. And then he had a lot of free time on his hands, so he did have he wasn't really a good sailor. He was very sick when he arrived, so it took him some time to recover. But he then decided to go to London. He went to London, and he met Staunton there, Howard Staunton, the strongest player in England. And amongst the strongest players in Europe, and Morphy was a guest at Staunton's house, where Morphy again issued a challenge to Howard Staunton. He said, "Okay, I've arrived in England. I challenge you to a match now." And Staunton accepted. He said, "Okay, not a problem. Just give me 1 month to brush up on my endgame and opening skills, and we will then commence our match with terms to be decided afterwards." And while there, Morphy said that maybe since they're already here, Staunton shared Morphy with Morphy his food, his house, his hospitality, and Morphy said that maybe they could play like a friendly game, just the two of them. And Staunton declined for the moment. He was not interested in a friendly game, but he did invite two of his friends. One of them being not friends, but they were also renowned chess masters in England, Samuel Standish Bowden and Mr. Barnes. You all know Mr. Barnes, the person who had the best result against Morphy when Morphy visited England, and we've covered some games between Morphy and Barnes, I think some 2 years, maybe 3 years ago on this channel, but we are going to revisit them as it is important for the Morphy saga. So here, while in there, they enjoyed some consultation games. Where they played 2 against 2, and Morphy won all of those games. So basically, Morphy beat Staunton, but not in a one-on-one match. And also, some people say that during this stay there, as only 2 consultation games are accounted for, that it would make sense if Morphy and Staunton played some games and then maybe just never published them and maybe never spoke about them. But it's 2020, so if such a thing happened, probably it would have come out about now. But who knows? You know, maybe they played some games while Morphy stayed at Staunton's house, or maybe they haven't. But Morphy's first serious match, his first match when he arrived to England was against Edward Lowe, the owner of the Lowe's Hotel, where Morphy was staying, and he defeated him 6-0. And he is the first person in England who really knew what to expect from Morphy. He was also a good chess player himself, because none of the players, they knew Morphy was strong, but they didn't actually knew that Morphy was Morphy strong, so to say. So this is one of the games we're going to cover. His first serious opponent upon his arrival to England is Samuel Standage Bowden. So while we are waiting to see what happens with Staunton and the challenge, we are going to cover some of the games that Morphy played here. So Samuel Standage Bowden, if you are a chess player, and I imagine you are since you are watching this, you might have heard of Bowden's mate. It's the checkmate given with 2 bishops when one bishop is slicing one way and the other bishop delivers checkmate, and the king's path to escape is blocked by his own pieces. So that's Bowden's mate, and it is attributed to Samuel Standage Bowden, who played it, I think, a few years before his match with Morphy here. But this is one of the games we're going to cover. It's the first game of their match. I'm going to check up on some of the other ones. If they're interesting, we're going to show a bit more games between the 2 of them. Then we're going to continue our saga from there. But that's enough intro for one video. Morphy with the white pieces against Samuel Bowden opens with e4. Bowden replies with e5, and Morphy goes straight for the head. He goes for the king's gambit, and Bowden declines the gambit. He goes for bishop to c5, which was a known way to decline the king's gambit in those days. With knight to f3, Morphy continues development, and now d6, making room for the light square bishop. We have c3, preparing a breakthrough in the center with d4, and now bishop to g4. And as you can see, Bowden really did like his bishops, as he brings them into the game before knights. And you know, there's a saying in chess, you should always bring your knights into the game before your bishops. But okay, bishop to e2 by Morphy. We have knight to c6, and now b4, grabbing more space on the queen side, bishop to b6, and now b5, dislodging Bowden's knight from c6. We have knight to a5, and now comes d4 finally. So grabbing a lot of central squares here. We have bishop captures on f3, bishop captures on f3, and now e captures on d4. We have c captures and the queen to f6 now, preventing any d5 ideas, since the rook would be hanging on a1, and it's just a very nice developing move for Bowden. So black looking good here. Morphy definitely against a decent opponent. We have bishop to e3 as the d4 pawn was attacked twice, and now knight to c4. Now the knight finds his way back into the game with an attack on the bishop on e3 that's undefended. So bishop to f2. He has to abandon the defense of the f4 pawn, and here Bowden captures it. Maybe a slightly more precise way would be bishop to a5 check, forcing the king to f1. But this wasn't a problem in those days. If you play the king's gambit, you would also play king f1, and then maybe a castle artificially g3, king g2, and bring the rook into the game this way. So not really worried about this, and Bowden doesn't seem to think that it should be played. So he goes for queen captures on f4. He grabs a pawn, and okay, Morphy now castles to safety, and if nothing, he at least has the semi-open file for his rook now. And there is actually one game that was played after this game and reached this exact same position, where knight to e7 was played. It's an improvement on the game where knight to f6 was played. It was played in 1904, but black was still able manage to lose this game. But okay, knight to f6, and queen to d3 now by Morphy, adding a second defender here and pressuring the knight here. And here, knight goes back. We have knight to a5. Reluctant to go d5 to defend the knight this way because this would maybe give Morphy attacking chances as Boden's king is still in the center of the board. So knight to a5, and now comes knight to c3. Morphy continues developing. We have castles and now g3. Pushing the queen back, queen to h6, and now king g2, improving the position of the king. Also, the king will now help out with the defenses, and planning knight to e2, followed by knight to f4 to bring the knight into the game. We have rook a to e8, and now Morphy also goes rook a to e1, and king to h8. Quite a weird move, as there is nothing on this diagonal to make the king go to h8. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe some knight g8 to e7 action is being played to shift the knight over to g6, but for the moment it's hard to say. Morphy goes bishop to e3, he kicks away the queen back to g6, and now knight to e2, preparing knight to f4 to further harass the queen. So h6, Boden makes an escape route for his queen, and now first bishop to d2. Now the rook will also keep an eye on the pawn here, so if the pawn is at any moment captured, then knight f4 just opens up a triple attack on the knight, and also the queen is under attack, so black just falls apart here. So after bishop d2, we have d5 now, d5 by black, now challenging Morphy's center. And here, point is, if you capture, then Morphy will have doubled his pawns here, but black will be able to trade queens. And Morphy doesn't mind a queen trade, but he prefers a queen trade on his own terms. So first, knight f4, he improves the position of his pieces. We have queen back to h7, and now comes e5. So here, Morphy manages to save the d4 pawn. For the moment, you cannot capture it because the knight would be hanging here, but also now there's the attack on the knight on f6. So here, Boden trades, we have queen captures, knight captures, and now, instead of moving the knight, first knight to c4, going after Morphy's bishop on d2. And here, feel free to pause the video and try to find what Morphy had in mind here, and what is the best move for white, while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting that you should create a double attack. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's bishop to b4. Now the rook is under attack and the knight here. And here, Morphy just wins the exchange. So if you don't want to lose a piece, knight to e4, and now Morphy goes for the rook. Bishop captures on f8, we have rook captures on f8, and now knight to f4, bringing the knight into the game, saying that if you capture my pawn here, then I'm just going to go for bishop captures, pawn captures, and now the deadly knight to e6, with again a double attack, and you cannot defend it. The d8 square is covered by the knight, so you cannot save the bishop. If you capture, of course, then rook captures rook, and it's just game over for black. So instead, after knight f4, Boden tried knight e to d2. He went for the rook on f1, also pressuring the bishop on f3. But now Morphy just trades down into an endgame that he feels very confident playing. He gives back the exchange, bishop captures on d5. We have knight captures on f1. Now bishop captures on c4, again attacking the knight. The knight has to go back, only move, knight to d2. And now bishop back to d5, getting away from the knight and also putting pressure on the b7 pawn. And here, Boden's last hope is g5. You have to kick away the knight from here, but his spidey sense didn't go off. Instead, he played bishop captures on d4, expecting bishop captures on b7 from Morphy. But once again, while I have a nice sip of my water, feel free to pause the video and to win this game for white while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on pushing the pawn. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, of course, it is e6. Point is, black is unable to react to this because if you capture knight g6 check, it just wins the game on the spot. And of course, if you go rook e8, then just captures on f7. And once the rook moves, it's just a very nice mate. You don't even have to bring a queen into the game. You could also go for a nice double knights mate. Check, king has to go here, and then you bring another knight into the game with checkmate the knight and bishop cover these squares, and the two knights guard each other. Very, very poetic mate. So after e6 we have g5. This is Boden's last attempt, as he should have done before, grabbing the pawn on d4, but now just e7 by Morphy. We have rook to e8, and now bishop captures on f7, going after the rook there. G captures on f4, Morphy calmly recaptures, as the next move he will capture the rook, or the rook moves, he brings the queen into the game. And now Boden can either try something like this to give up the rook and go into this endgame, where Morphy would have a rook and bishop against the bishop and knight, and Boden of course knows that Morphy is more than capable of winning this. So here Boden, instead of resigning, he played rook captures on e7, and after Morphy recaptured, he resigned here. Not really sure why he did this first, but probably he had a good reason for this. I don't know what the reason is, but he probably did have it. So this is the first game between Paul Charles Morphy and Samuel Standage Boden. They played 10 games, 11 if you count also the simultaneous game. Morphy played against 5 chess masters in a simultaneous exhibition, and Boden was again one of the participants, and he defeated him there. But out of the 10 games they played in this match, Morphy won 6. 3 of the games were drawn, and 1 game was won by Boden. And I still have to decide whether we're gonna show more of them or not. I'm gonna check them out, and then we're gonna see what it's going to do. As Boden was the sorry, I just prepared one letter that I would just like to read. As Boden was one of the first to experience Morphy's real strength, here is a letter he wrote. He says, let us do Mr. Morphy full justice. He is beyond question one of the finest players living, and we may fairly question whether he will meet with his superior. He possesses singular coolness along with a great concentrative power, is deliberate but not by any means slow, and to great depth of insight he unites a rapidity and faculty in combination which we have not seen surpassed. His memory is remarkably tenacious, and the unerring truth and force with which he pursues an advantage once obtained have excited the admiration of the best players in London. His style of play is attacking and brilliant, occasionally rather over hazardous, but he possesses a steadiness which, when we consider his youth, is marvelous. We heartily congratulate our chess brethren in America upon the skill and chivalry of their young champion. He possesses a truly gigantic capacity for chess, which was never fully called forth, because even its partial development sufficed to enable him to triumph over all opponents. So as you can see, even he understood that Morphy is nowhere near his full strength, that Morphy is only as good as he needs to be to defeat his opponents. But we're definitely going to cover more of the games from his visit, and we still have to check up on what happened with the challenge to Staunton as we do go on with this. That's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. It took us a bit longer as we had to cover what happened after the first American Chess Congress. His return to New Orleans, and then everything coming up to the match with Staunton. But as it is a lot to take in, the video took up a bit longer. But that's why we have the sagas to enjoy more chess. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Douglas Brins, Johnny Olson, Shai Gross, Joe Hagenroth, and Matthew Finn for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a very nice game from today's Title Tuesday that was played on chess.com. It's a 3+0 minute bullet game, and it's Magnus Carlsen versus Pranav, and it features a very, very cool opening, the King's Gambit followed by Queen to h5, something I don't think we've had on the channel so far. And you might also notice that my surroundings are a bit different. A subscriber sent me this. He thought it would be a good idea to mix it up a little bit, so I decided to test it out via maybe a video or two, or I don't know. I like it. I was thinking about refreshing the channel for, I think about it every year. I've just never gone around to do it. So how do you guys like it? Let me know in the comments, and let's check out the game. So Magnus has the white pieces, and as advertised, we do have the King's Gambit, e4, e5, and pawn to f4. The King's Gambit is on the board. Bishop to c5, going for the classical variation, sort of declining the King's Gambit, and now queen to h5. And although it looks like a weird move, you know that this can't really be good. It puts black in a very awkward position. Now, the natural e captures on f4 is no longer possible. Now the bishop on c5 would be hanging. You could continue with something like after queen to h5, you could continue maybe knight to c6, just defending the pawn, but then f captures on e5. Again, you've lost the pawn, and how do you continue? d5, of course, can be played, but you have to know the line in order to feel comfortable here. So here, Pranav decided to give up a full pawn, but for some rapid development. He played knight to f6 and sacrificed the e5 pawn. Magnus grabs it with check, and now you have to block with the bishop, otherwise you're going to be down a piece. So bishop back to e7 and queen to c3 by Magnus, preparing to advance the pawn to e5. We have castles and pawn to e5. Knight to e4 now attacks Magnus's queen, and there is a game where queen to f3 was played, but here just queen to e3, and it is now already, as of move 7, that we have a completely new game. So pawn to d5, defending the knight, and now just pawn to d3, challenging the knight. Of course, you don't want to capture en passant, then knight captures, and then it's a very, very nice position for black that queen and king on the e-file will not have a great time. So after d5, we have pawn to d3, challenging the knight, and now bishop to c5, attacking the queen. And now you can't just move the queen, otherwise you get, otherwise you get knight to f2, and then the rook hangs. So you have to play pawn to d4, which, okay, maybe not something you've planned, but you do grab the full center. Bishop to b6, and now knight to c3. We have pawn to c5. You have to open up the position, as Magnus's king is still in the center of the board, and Magnus will try to avoid that as soon as possible. So first he captures on e4, c captures on d4, a nice Zwischenzug before capturing the knight on e4, queen to f3, and d captures on e4, returning the queen over to the e4 square. And you might think, okay, maybe it's too dangerous to grab that. You can't really allow this pawn to survive. If you just move the queen, then the pawn gets defended, and black will just win the game easily. So queen captures on e4 is a must. Knight to c6, and now pawn to a3, stopping any knight to b4 ideas. And also you will have b4 at some point in the future if needed. Rook to e8, and now bishop to d3, developing the bishop with the threat of queen captures on h7. So g6, you could also consider queen to h4 with check, and if g3, queen h5, this will also defend the h7 pawn. And now pawn to g6. We have knight to f3. Now finally Magnus preparing to castle, and well, you could go for something like bishop to f5. Pranav decides to attack the white king. He wants to open up the center. He plays pawn to f6. Now, while this does threaten to open up the center, it also weakens the black king somewhat. But like I said, it's a 3-minute blitz game. We have castles by Magnus, hiding the king to safety, and now bishop to g4. Not bishop to f5 right away. He first goes bishop to g4, h3, and only now bishop back to f5. We have queen back to e2, and here Pranav trades on d3. Bishop captures. We have c captures, not queen captures, c captures. Also very nice. Also, it opens up the c file for the rook if needed, and you gain some more central control here. So queen to d5, putting more pressure on the e5 pawn, and bishop to d2. We have f captures on e5, f captures on e5, knight captures on e5, knight captures, and now rook captures on e5. We have queen to f2. Now you have to be a little bit careful. Of course, you know that bishop to h6 is coming, but not a lot of ways to stop that. We have rook to f5. Attacking the queen on f2, queen to g3, and now rook a to f8. We have rook captures on f5, queen captures on f5, and now bishop to h6. And now what you want to play here is rook to c8. This is your only move in the position, because after rook to c8, once Magnus gets this rook to f1 move in, you do have bishop to c7. It is now defended by the rook, and whatever you do, you can't really do anything. Otherwise, something like queen e5 will put pressure on the white king. So you have to play queen f2. You have to offer a queen trade, and Prana would have to trade, because if you try queen to e5 now, then you're the one getting checkmated. Queen to f8 check, rook captures, and rook captures on f8 with a very nice queen sacrifice checkmate. So instead, after bishop to h6, rook to d8 was played, and this is just giving Magnus a bit too much. This is a precious tempo. Rook to f1, and now queen to e6. We have queen to f3, and here bishop to c7 was played. But now, of course, you can even pause the video and try to figure out what Magnus played, but I'm pretty sure you guys have a general idea. So, for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on paying attention on what I've already referred to in the video. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is, of course, queen to f8 with check. This is what Magnus played, and here Pranav resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Once the queen is accepted, rook captures on f8 comes with checkmate. So there you have it. A very nice game, only 30 moves. Pranav countered Magnus's idea in the opening well. He played it very actively. He gave up a pawn for some activity, but even though he fought hard, in the end, he lost the game. So yeah, that's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Uploaded a nice short blitz game. Also, just to get an insight on what you guys think about the new interface. Should we employ it, or is the old one, just the old one, or is a change maybe better? So yeah, also very interested in that. I would like to thank David Kimura, Rod Hill, Phil Malthus, Johan Bridger, and Richard Phillips for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Probably going to check up on the chess.com Bullet Championship. See you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff. We are continuing the Paul Morphy saga, and we are currently going to start the match, Paul Charles Morphy versus Johann Jakob Löwenthal. We already had one match between the two of them, but that was the 1850 match, and this is their 1858 match in London, while Morphy is still waiting to face the Dungeon Master, that is Howard Staunton. Now, here is only one very short one very short paragraph I would like to read from David Lawson's book regarding this match. But before that, here we have a nice image of this match. There you have it. We've already shown this photo in their 1850 match, but we said that this is actually from their 1858 match in London that we are going to cover. So here it is. Let's just enjoy that for a moment. You can see by Löwenthal's poise that he considers himself Morphy's superior, or maybe he's just trying to project confidence. It's hard to say. But you'll see what happens in the game. So this is game 2 of their match, and game 1 ended in a draw. It was a very nice game, a very equalish positional game. Morphy went for the field defense, and the game ended in a draw, like we said. But this is the part I wanted to read to you guys. It's very short, so no worries. Let me just improve on this. So regarding this is from Löwenthal's column that he's writing. It's called The Era. It's being published in London. So on the July 18th, he says, we last week informed our readers that a match at chess was in course of arrangement between the American champion Mr. Paul Morphy and Herr Löwenthal. The arrangements have been brought to a most satisfactory conclusion, and the match will be duly commenced on Monday, next July 19th. The winner of the first 9 games is to be the victor. The stake is £100 a side, and the play is to take place on 4 days each week. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. 1 game will be played at each sitting unless adjourned by mutual consent. Half the games to be played at the St. George's Chess Club and half at the London Chess Club. The games are to be exclusively the property of the players. The seconds of Mr. Morphy are Lord Arthur Hay and Reverend John Owen, and those of Mr. Löwenthal are Messrs. Barnes, I believe that's like Monsignor Barnes, or maybe not, I don't know, not really familiar with this word. Could be Monsignor Barnes, and Oldham. Mr. Staunton has been named the umpire. That's the referee or the judge, and Mr. Lewis the stakeholder, who will be making sure that nothing happens to the money before the end of the match. And the stipulations in this match are exceedingly simple and fair for both parties. They are as follows: the winner of the first 9 games shall be entitled to the stakes. The first move shall be decided by lot in the first game and shall subsequently belong to each player alternately. Drawn games notwithstanding. One half of the games shall be played at St. George, like we said, and the other half at the London Chess Club. The play shall take place on the following days. We already covered that. Either party failing to appear within half an hour of the appointed time shall incur a penalty of £1, 1 shilling. If you're late for an hour, then £2, 2 shillings. If you're late for an hour and a half, then £5, 5 shillings. The fines in each case payable to the opposite party. No game shall be protracted beyond one sitting unless adjourned by mutual consent. And point 7, after 5 hours of play, either party shall be at liberty to demand an adjournment for an hour, and the games shall be the joint property of the player. So this is all in writing, and here, okay, we could read on, but we're not going to. Basically, what it says is that the players did not agree. Will there be like a time limit for one move? Is there like, can you think for 20 minutes for one move, 30 or something? But in for this match, you can think for as long as you want. And it's going to be a problem for Morphy, as Morphy pretty much plays instantly, and he really hates it when his opponents wait to play moves. So this is like I said, the second game of the match, and Lowenthal really jumped at the opportunity to challenge Morphy again, as he's really he has to wash down the shame of losing to 12-year-old Morphy back in 1850, and now that Morphy came here to London, he has no choice but to challenge him and to restore his honor. And his logic is now, okay, maybe I've lost to Morphy at 12 years of age, but I'm definitely not going to lose at Morphy now that he's almost 20 years of age. But as players say, as also Howard Staunton said, that his game improved vastly since those days, talking about Lowenthal. So let's check out the game. We're not going to talk this much before every game. This is just because this is now the start of the match. So let's check it out. Morphy with the white pieces opens with e4. We have e5 and now f4. Morphy goes for the king's gambit. We have bishop to c5. Going for just a nice developing move, declining the gambit, and knight to f3. We have d6 now, defending on e5, and here we have c3. Not interested in going for the king's events right away, but rather first c3, preparing ideas like b4 and d4. We have bishop to g4 by Lowenthal, and now bishop to c4. Already allowing black to make some mistakes. For example, if you just think nothing is happening and continue development, let's say knight f6, then f captures and e5 already pressures black into giving up the light square bishop, because if you go for something like captures, then you run into bishop captures on f7, and it's already a problem. If you capture, then knight captures with check, picks up the bishop. If you don't, let's say something like this, you move the bishop, and now of course white's position is much better. So you have to be careful in positions like these. So bishop captures on f3, Lowenthal gets rid of the bishop right away. We have queen captures, and now knight to f6, continuing development, and now preparing the castle. Morphy now starts pushing on the queen side. We have b4, bishop to b6, and now d3. We have knight b to d7. Lowenthal continues developing, and now f5. Morphy showing very little respect to Lowenthal, overly expanding on the king's side, and of course Lowenthal will make use of this later on by striking in the center, which is how you want to treat the position. When your opponent overextends on one side of the board, you should strike in the center. So queen to e7, saying that, okay, I might castle king side, I might castle queen side. You play your game. So g4, Morphy preparing g5, so h6, stopping this, and now king to e2 by Morphy. Morphy playing on both sides of the board. He's saying, I'm not going to castle, my king will be very safe on e2. We have c6 by Lowenthal. Preparing d5 now, and g5 by Morphy. We have h captures, bishop captures, and only now d5, striking in the center. We have bishop back to b3, and now queen to d6. d4 is extremely strong here for black, because it really puts pressure on the b4 pawn. So white isn't really at liberty to capture on d4, and if you just defend with a3, then a5, and the black is breaking through somewhere. So this would be one way to go. The other way is the way that Lowenthal chose, queen to d6 first. We have knight to d2, Morphy continues developing, and now a5, preparing to open up the a file for the rook. So Morphy captures on a5, we have rook captures on a5, and now h4. Morphy starts pushing on the king side now. We have knight to h5, an excellent move by Lowenthal, trying to exploit the f4 square somehow. For the moment, if you play it, white will just capture it, but it could become useful in the future. So knight to f1, Morphy needs to remaneuver the knight a little bit, and now knight to c5, putting pressure on the bishop here, and here bishop to c2 by Morphy. So here you can feel that Morphy's position is a bit shaky, and that there should be something in the position. And in fact, there is. The position is completely winning for Lowenthal. So feel free to pause the video here and win the game for Lowenthal while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, as it's really not the simplest move to find. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's actually rook to a3. Not maybe the first move that comes to mind, but the point is you cannot defend the c3 pawn, and once that gets eliminated, then the attack is just happening and it's unstoppable. Point is that it's extremely hard to defend. For example, if king to d2, just d-captures on e4, and white will not be able to capture with the pawn. And here comes the main thing, why this knight on h5 is so great, because now the bishop cannot be used to guard both the f4 square and the c3 pawn. For example, if you try it with bishop to d2, then you get knight to f4 check. And now, okay, if you eliminated it, then the c3 pawn is no longer defended. Or if you go king to e1, then you get bishop to a5, piling up on this a3 pawn. d4, the queen and the bishop now defended, but now everything works for black. You can even play moves like rook captures on c3, which is really, really awesome. Bishop captures, you could play d captures on e4, now with a tempo on the queen. Bishop captures, and now you can play bishop captures on c3 with check, queen captures, and now knight captures on e4. And now, okay, white is up the exchange, but with the two knights so close to the white king still being in the center of the board, you don't really have a good move here. You have to give up this pawn as well. None of the squares are here available for the queen to defend it. And of course, if queen to b2, then just knight d3 check, and Morphy loses the queen. So rook to a3 would have been an extremely strong move here. However, first Lowenthal prepares it with rook to b5. He wants to go after the bishop this way instead of rook a3 to c3. So he wants to play rook to b2 now, but Morphy stops it. He plays bishop to c1. And now we have d captures on e4. Now Morphy is again trying to control both b2 and f4 with the bishop, so knight f4 is always an option for Lowenthal. However, he first goes for d captures on e4. We have d captures on e4, and now again the theme of knight f4, just trying to overthrow the bishop here. But here Lowenthal goes for something else. And before I show you this move, even though it's in the thumbnail, we are going to give Lowenthal the Barnes head for this move, as it really, really needs it. So here Lowenthal plays rook to b2 instead. It's a very nice idea, trying to really create this beautiful f4 outpost for the knight. But Morphy doesn't really have any other choices. He has to capture the rook, so bishop captures, and now knight to f4 check. And now Morphy has to be very careful. The queen controls these squares, the bishop controls these two squares, so the only square, well, you don't want to go here on this diagonal and face some nasty discoveries. So basically king to e1 is your only option. So this is what Morphy plays. And now knight c to d3 with check, connecting the fork with the bishop on b2. So I almost said Barnes. Lowenthal is regaining some material. So bishop captures, the other knight captures with check. We have king d2, again going in front of some nasty discoveries, but if you don't want to, there are a couple of options you could try, but none of them really work. You really have to go after the bishop. So here we have knight captures on b2, we have king to c2, and then now queen to a3, defending that knight. Knight to c4 was maybe a bit better, but Lowenthal really wants to finish this attack, but there really is no way of finishing the attack because the attack doesn't really exist, hence the Barnes head. So here queen to a3, defending the knight, and Morphy just sets a nice little trap here. Morphy plays knight to d2, and here there really isn't all that much you can try, because now the c4 square is covered. You cannot play c4. What you could play is knight to a4, but of course Lowenthal didn't think of that. He played bishop to c7, probably to preemptively defend the e5 pawn, but here Morphy just wins on the spot. So feel free to pause the video and win the game on the spot for Morphy while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting a move with the knight back. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's knight to b1. And after Morphy played this knight to b1 move, Lowenthal resigned, and well, of course, there is nothing more to be done here. So here the queen is under attack. If you move the queen, you lose the knight, and that's it. There's no way to play for anything here. There are no tricks. Any queen to a4 check is met by king captures on b2, and there's no way to continue the attack. Morphy is now up a full rook, and of course black has nothing here. Yeah, you don't even have a useful check. If you play something like queen b5 check, the king just moves, and there's no way to continue checking. White will just continue developing, and well, black really has nothing. So yeah, after knight to b1, Lowenthal resigned, and Morphy takes the lead in this match. That will be first to 9. So like in the previous match, we're not going to show all the games, but we are going to show the more interesting ones, as that's why we're doing the saga. So yeah, that's the game against Johann Jakob Lowenthal. Not on the greatest path to exact his revenge, but you know, the match is still young. We'll see what happens. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Frank Combs, Nick Blackwell, Wes Allendale, Gokul G, and Sarah Jones Larson for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the good stuff, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the coverage of the Magnus Invitational. We are continuing with our match, Magnus Carlsen versus Ding Liren, and this is game 4 of their match. So 2 games were won by Ding, and 1 game was won by Magnus, so Ding is in the lead, and Magnus needs to win this one to get back into the match and force Armageddon. So without further ado, let's see if we get surprised by yet another game. And if you've seen the thumbnail, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So Magnus goes for e4, we have e5 by Ding, and here Magnus brings out the big guns. He goes for the King's Gambit. We have f4, and it's always an exciting moment, at least for me, whenever anyone plays the King's Gambit. And it's one of those gambits that is best refuted by accepting it. So this is exactly what Ding does. He goes for e captures on f4, accepts the King's Gambit, and knight to f3. Now just continuing development, we have knight to f6, now immediately going after the e4 pawn, and e5 by Magnus, immediately advancing that pawn. And now knight to h5. Ding knows his King's Gambit theory. The knight will be very useful here, guarding the f4 pawn. So queen to e2 by Magnus, and bishop to e7 now. We have d4, strengthening the center, and now castles by Ding, and knight to c3 by Magnus. And here there is one game in the database where d5 was played, but here d6 by Ding is a new move, and already as of move 7 we have a completely new game. So it is kind of problematic for Magnus to develop the dark square bishop, since the knight on h5 guards this pawn. You can't just recapture it. So bishop to d2, and now bishop to g4, and this will be a difficult task to break up this structure. How do you get rid of this pawn? How do you move anything, since the bishop is now pinning the knight? But that's why Magnus decided to play the King's Gambit. So we have queenside castles, and knight to d7, putting more pressure on the center. So queen to e1, unpinning, preparing bishop to e2 to counter black's light square bishop, and c6 now. We have bishop to e2, and then now comes rook to e8, and now Magnus goes for g3. And it's a pretty common thing in the King's Gambit. When the f4 pawn is protected, you want to give up the g3 pawn and even the h2 pawn to create some attacking chances on the king's side, which you will see a lot when we continue our Morphy saga. So d captures on e5, grabs in the center. We have knight captures on e5, now opens up an attack on the bishop. We have knight captures on e5, d captures on e5, and now f3. So by doing this, Ding has created a passed pawn on f3. But Magnus had to do something, as there was really no way for him to start developing pieces. Bishop to d3, and now queen to d4. A beautiful centralizing move by the queen, also guards f2, so this prepares f2 with an attack on the queen, and also this will open up an attack against the rook from the bishop on g4. So Magnus immediately goes queen e4, forces a queen trade, as now the bishop is under attack, but also the h7 pawn. So Ding trades. We have queen captures, knight captures, and now f2, saving his pawn while also attacking the rook here. So rook d to f1, blocking the passed pawn, and now bishop to f3 by Ding. And now There is no way to save the rook. You either give it up or you give up the exchange. That's pretty much all you can do here. But Carlsen finds a way to make things interesting. He goes for g4. He tries to give up the bishop, the pawn here, so the rook might survive. But Ding goes for the absolute strongest move. He goes bishop to h4. He defends the pawn here while giving up the knight here. And there's not much white can do here. You're losing the exchange, that's for sure, but at least you can win a piece while doing it. So this is what Ding goes for. We have g captures on h5, and now not grabbing the rook right away. If you grab the rook right away, then rook captures, and after rook captures on e5, you just go back rook to f1, and you keep playing this position. You will have good defending chances. So instead of grabbing the rook right away, Ding first goes for rook captures on e5, which now creates a double attack on the knight here, so immediately threatening to win back the piece. We have knight to g3 by Magnus, getting it out of the way, and now just rook 8 to e8, putting a lot of pressure on this e1 square. And there's no rush to capture the rook. This rook is not going anywhere. So here Magnus played bishop to c3. He created an attack here against the rook, but it doesn't work. As here Ding just played there are a lot of moves that are good here. Here you can actually capture, or you can just move the rook from harm's way, but bishop g5 check is the most straightforward one. Here king to b1 was played, and Ding just played bishop captures on h1, and it was in this position on move 23 that Magnus Carlsen resigned the game, which means that Ding wins the match 3-1, which is pretty incredible stuff. But yeah, as it didn't really matter for the standings, Magnus is in the playoffs in the top 4, so he decided to obviously have some fun and entertain everyone while doing so. So here he resigned because his position is lost, but if he didn't resign, there is actually a good variation where he could continue the game. For example, bishop captures on e5, rook captures on e5, and now bishop to e2. Of course, you cannot allow rook to e1 check. That's game over, so you have to block it. And after bishop to f3, now of course again you cannot capture because this just wins the game, so you have to play something else. And here, after this bishop to f3 move, there is actually rook captures on f2, which allows white to continue the game, and we basically trade down into this captures, and let's say captures, and you get this endgame, which in the long run Ding would of course win. It's only he's only up one pawn, but Carlsen's h pawn is a doubled pawn, and it's a bishop against a knight with play on both sides of the board. But I think Magnus was more disappointed with his game to even consider finding a line that may result in this position. So just after this bishop captures on h1, he decided to resign the game. So there we have it. Ding wins their match, and we are continuing to check up on some of the other matches. I'm not sure when I'm going to do so, but we definitely will, and then we're going to check out the standings, even though we already know who is going into playoffs. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I don't think the King's Gambit is making a comeback, but people might play it here and there to have some fun. But yeah, I would like to thank Colin Packard, Thomas Valeri, Gabriel Cedismondi, Saud Abdullah, and Christopher Levins for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Magnus Invitational until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day.